Hey guys, this is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part, what if Harry Potter returned as a Slytherin in his final year. Here is short summary. Presumed dead in a tragic fire at age 10, Harry Potter's sudden return for his 7th year at Hogwarts leaves the wizarding world in disbelief. But the surprises don't stop there. Harry is now a Slytherin, and his presence is about to upend everything they thought they knew. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. I don't bloody believe it, Harry raged as he stormed into the room of requirement. Ginevra, who had been relaxing in a comfortable chair whilst reading a book, looked up at him in surprise. "What's happened now?" she asked. "That grubby little cow Professor Sprout virtually accused me of pedophilia." Harry spat, his face red with anger. "It appears some of those pissing Hufflepuffs have been starting rumors about Michelle and me, and that fat piece of excrement believed them." "Well, that little minx did offer to spread her legs for you," Ginevra smirked, before balking at Harry's enraged expression. Okay, it was just a joke. I heard you tell her that you weren't interested in her like that." "Yeah, but stupid comments like that won't help the situation," Harry growled. "I'm sorry," Ginevra told him earnestly. "But how did the Puffs get wind of the fact that you even know the girl? Did she say something?" "Nah, Michelle heard one of Bones's little band of followers spouting shite about me and Hex the bitch," he explained. "I'm starting to like this little Hufflepuff minx. She sounds like a girl after my own heart," Ginevra grinned. "So, how has this been left? Have you been accused of anything?" "No, for the very good reason that Sprout has no evidence of any wrongdoing other than the idle chatter of a few gossiping bitches," Harry pointed out. "I made it quite clear to her that I would take any unfounded accusations very seriously. Anyone who wants to make up lies about me will either find themselves being sued or facing me in a duel." "Neither very attractive options," Ginevra noted. "You might well have to make an example of someone, though. Most of the Puffs are born gossip mongers, not to mention a bit thick. They probably won't get the message until one of them is lying bleeding on the dueling arena's floor." "I suspect you're right," he sighed. "Well, I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. Are you ready for your next lesson on becoming an animagus, Miss Weasley?" "I am indeed, Professor Potter," she smirked. "Good. I do like an attentive and willing pupil," he smiled before taking a seat next to her. "Right, what we're going to do today is the basic building block of becoming an animagus. Have you been visualizing your wolf like I instructed you?" "All the time," Ginevra confirmed. "In fact, I can't get the image of her out of my head. I know I said initially that I wanted to become a bird of some kind, but this is much cooler. I can really identify with the thought of becoming a wolf, you know. I'd be surprised if you didn't. It was your own subconscious desire that picked a wolf to be your form, after all," he pointed out. "Now, you've told me that you've already been practicing trying to change your form, but without a specific animal in mind, and that will be useful. What I want you to do firstly is to enter your meditative state. Transforming for the first time is much easier when you're completely relaxed. Once you've managed to change that way, we'll work on doing it instantaneously." "Okay, that sounds logical," she agreed. "Now, I have to warn you, Ginevra, that it will probably take a long time for you to achieve your first transformation," he informed her. "It takes a lot of practice for you to be able to build up a complete image of your animal in your mind, and then harness your magical power to effect a change into that form. Don't become discouraged if you don't achieve anything the first time, or the 100th time for that matter. It's just one of those things that you have to keep persevering at, I'm afraid." Ginevra nodded, but didn't look very happy with the idea. Harry could understand her impatience, as he'd been exactly the same. "Right, find your safe place, Ginevra," Harry instructed. The girl closed her eyes and concentrated. "Okay, Potter, I'm in my wood, lying by the river," she informed after a few minutes. A peaceful expression was on her face. "Excellent. Now, what I want for you to do is imagine your wolf standing right in front of you. Try to include every single detail of the animal that you can, right down to the smallest hair. Can you do that?" Harry asked softly. Yes, oh, she's right there. She's so beautiful, Ginevra gasped. You're doing really well, Harry praised. Now what I want you to do is merge the image of your wolf with your own body. What's really important here is to totally accept the presence of your animal and welcome it to you unreservedly. Be prepared to subjugate your own form in favor of it. Become one with your wolf, Ginevra. Ginevra frowned for a second, before a look of determination came onto her features. A few seconds later, her body shivered and she let out a gasp. You felt that, did you? Harry noted. That's a really good sign, Ginevra. That means your body has recognized your other form. Hold the image and try and force your will into it. Harry, I can't seem to keep the two images overlapping, she beeped in frustration. It's a very hard thing to do. Just keep trying, he urged. I can't seem to. Gah. I lost the image, she groaned and opened her eyes. She looked bitterly disappointed at her failure. Harry, however, was staring at her in wonder. Ginevra, look at your hand, he gasped. She looked down and let out a surprisingly girly shriek. The back of her right hand was covered in reddish-brown fur. There's no way that you should have been able to do that on your first attempt, Harry told her in astonishment. It took me months to get to that stage, and I was told I mastered the transformation faster than anyone in recorded history. But this is exactly what I've been trying to do for the last 2 years, she protested. This is why I've been so frustrated. I've been convinced that I was about to change, but nothing ever happened. I knew I was close to achieving something. Well, congratulations, Harry laughed. You've managed to make your first partial transformation. Quite how you managed it after approaching the whole process ass over tit, I have no idea. I don't play by the rules, she replied smugly. Now, how do I change back? I'm likely to get a few comments if I start walking around covered in hair. You do exactly the same as you did before, but give your human form priority, he explained. Don't panic if you don't manage it, though. Without the image of your wolf firmly implanted in your mind, you'll just revert to your natural form in a few minutes. Half an hour, tops. Ginevra closed her eyes once again and, sure enough, within 5 minutes the hair on her hand began to vanish. Did you manage to transform yourself back, or did you just revert naturally? Harry asked. I think I just changed naturally, she admitted. But that was great. I've made more progress in a couple of days than I have in the last year and a half. You're doing incredibly well, he agreed. Continue at this pace and I think you'll manage a full transformation within a few weeks. Brilliant, she beamed, before wiping her brow. It's bloody hard work, though. I've only been at it 10 minutes and I'm knackered already. Forcing an animagus transformation is incredibly hard, at least until your body becomes accustomed to changing, he agreed. I think we'd better stop now. Trying to do this while you're tired is very dangerous. At first it looked like she was going to argue, but then appeared to change her mind. Instead, she sat back in her chair and looked at him intently. So, I heard that you had a bit of an altercation with Malfoy and his gang. How did that go? She asked. Yeah, wait a minute. How did you know about that? I looked in on those bastards as I made my way here and they're still lying where I left them. How could you possibly know that I'd clashed with them? He demanded. Ginevra smirked at him. You can't expect a girl to give up all her secrets, can you? This is linked to how you keep managing to sneak up on me, isn't it? Harry insisted. Let's just say I have a means of being able to monitor the castle and track people's movements, and just leave it at that, shall we? She replied in an infuriating tone. That should keep you on your toes, anyway. Great. I have an invisible spy following me about now, do I? Harry growled. Oh, get over yourself, she replied irritably. I have better things to do than watch you all day. Still, it's worth remembering that if you get up to no good, I'll probably know about it. I'm a Slytherin. Surely I'm supposed to be up to no good, he pointed out with a faint smile. Very true, she agreed in an amused tone. What do you think Draco will do now, then? His big ambush might have failed, but I can't see him just giving up. Actually, I suspect he'll be totally harmless for the next few days, as what I did to him will probably leave him deaf for that long, Harry informed her with an evil grin. After that, I'm not sure. Tracy seems to have a pretty good eye on him, so hopefully I can expect some warning from her if he tries anything else. I hear Tracy made you another offer for you to seduce her, but you turned her down again, Ginevra noted. What's the matter? Don't you like blondes, or something? Nah, I have no special preference regarding hair color. A girl could have purple hair and it would make no difference to me. I just feel that if I start shagging Davis on Malfoy's instructions, it will compromise her. From that point, Draco will be expecting either information about me that's actually useful, or he'll want Tracy to take direct action against me, herself. Either way, when Davis doesn't deliver, Draco will get mad and she'll probably end up getting hurt. So, is that the only reason you're not giving her one? That you're trying to protect her? Ginevra asked calmly. That, and I've only known her a short while. In my position, you don't risk getting intimate with someone unless you know and trust them completely. I'd hate to be happily banging away and suddenly find a wand pressed against my neck, Harry replied coolly. Very wise, Ginevra agreed. I've managed to ambush a few couples I've had grievances with while they've been getting down and dirty. I'm just a bit surprised to meet a boy who doesn't actually think with his dick. No, I reserve it for much better uses, he grinned. Do let me know if you ever require a demonstration. Are you flirting with me, Potter? Didn't Davis warn you about what happened to the last boy to try that? She replied, although she looked more amused than angry. Oh, yes, but I'm not stupid enough to try anything funny with you. I can clearly see that you're a witch to be reckoned with, and wouldn't do anything to get myself in your bad books, Harry informed her. She looked him approvingly. You are a smart boy, aren't you? She smirked. I'm still alive, which must prove I'm not totally stupid, he laughed. I suggest we pick this up again on Tuesday. Is the same time okay with you? Fine, she replied, sinking back into her chair and picking up her book again. Close the door on your way out. Harry walked to the door, but halted just short of it. Looking back, he saw Ginevra engrossed in her book and apparently not watching him. Oh, Ginevra, if you do decide you want a demonstration of my capabilities, do let me know, he called out cheekily. Ginevra didn't look up from her book once. I'll keep that in mind, she said simply. Harry walked out the door, noting the smug grin on her face when she'd replied. 4 days later, Harry received another request to visit the headmaster's office. Frankly, he was amazed the man had taken so long to arrange another meeting. As he made his way up to the office, Harry mused over what would be discussed. Professor Snape had been the one to inform him that Dumbledore wished to speak with him, and had warned him that the old man had deep reservations about him and his behavior since arriving at Hogwarts. Forewarned, Harry approached the meeting cautiously. Ah, Mr. Potter, do take a seat, Dumbledore greeted him warmly as soon as he entered the office. Thank you, Harry replied politely, sitting in the chair indicated. What is it that I can do for you? Oh, I just wanted to have a friendly chat, the old man smiled magnanimously. I just wanted to find out how you were settling in here. I understand there was some unpleasantness on the day you arrived. Yes, and I believe Professor Snape dealt with the matter adequately, Harry replied blandly. A most regrettable incident, I'm led to believe. I was particularly distressed to hear that a number of prefects were present at the time and did nothing to stop the altercation. That is most concerning, and I've asked Professor Snape to speak to those concerned sternly, the headmaster informed him. Indeed, he said something similar to me, Harry confirmed. He also said he would also speak with Draco Malfoy to ensure there was no repetition of the incident. Poor Mr. Malfoy has been under some strain lately, Dumbledore said sympathetically. No doubt the shock of discovering his father was a Death Eater has unsettled the young man, and Lucius's subsequent imprisonment must have come as a terrible blow. I'm afraid you will have to forgive Draco for his somewhat rash actions, but, taken in that context, they are somewhat understandable. Of course, Harry agreed, secretly seething inside. It was clear to him that Dumbledore knew exactly what sort of person Draco was, but was unwilling to do anything about it. No doubt the boy's attitude was at the very heart of his divide and rule plan. He's certainly having a rough time of it, at present, Dumbledore continued. Were you aware Mr. Malfoy and several of his friends were hospitalized for a number of days recently? Apparently, they were conducting a potions experiment which went badly wrong, and caused an explosion that left them all deaf for several days. As you can imagine, I'm not particularly close to Draco and his friends, so I was unaware of such an incident, Harry replied, amused that Draco was blaming his predicament on a potions accident. Shocking business, Dumbledore noted. Still, it does bring up a matter that I wanted to discuss. You do seem to be struggling to make many friends within the school, Mr. Potter. Is there any reason for this, do you feel? Ah, nice turn around, Harry thought. Well, I do understand that a number of slanderous rumors about me having been making the rounds, he replied, deciding to grasp the bull by the horns. It appears that I can't even hold a conversation with a second-year girl without scandalous accusations being made against me. Yes, Professor Sprout brought that matter to my attention, Dumbledore nodded. I took the liberty of speaking directly with Miss Chambers, you know. While I'm most disappointed by her aggressive behavior, I would note that you've made a very favorable impression on the young lady. I understand that you warned off a number of boys from your own house who were acting in a hostile manner towards her and her friends. That's quite correct, Harry confirmed frostily, infuriated that Dumbledore would interrogate Michelle. While I do understand your desire to protect the young and innocent, I would ask that in future you bring such incidents to the attention of the proper authorities, Dumbledore reprimanded him lightly. I've received a number of letters of complaint from the boys' families upset that they've had to replace their children's wands. One family, in particular, was incensed at the loss of what was an old and valuable heirloom. The destruction of those boys' wands was purely accidental, Harry lied, but I would suggest that if they don't want any similar unfortunately occurrences, they should stop trying to bully other pupils. Granted, and their actions are why I've chosen not to take any further action regarding this matter, but I must stress that if you discover any further incidents of bullying that you alert either the nearest prefect or a teacher. Is that clear, Mr. Potter? The headmaster said sternly. Quite clear, Harry replied simply. Any further discussion on the matter would be counterproductive, he suspected. Good, I'm glad we understand each other, Dumbledore smiled pleasantly. So, is anything going to be done to curb these rumors? Harry pressed. When Professor Sprout discussed them with me, without my head of house being present I would add, she seemed rather inclined to believe them. I was rather disappointed that such a senior member of the teaching staff would make accusations based only on an unsubstantiated rumor. Now, I'm quite certain it was not Professor Sprout's intention to accuse you of anything, Mr. Potter, Dumbledore said dismissively. I'm assured she just wanted to broach these rumors with you before there was any escalation. In those circumstances, I can quite clearly understand why she would choose not to involve Professor Snape. I have, having now spoken to Miss Chambers, assured her that there is no substance to any of these foul rumors. Will she be taking any action against the perpetrators, then? Harry demanded. Professor Sprout has promised to keep her ears open for any further innuendo or gossip, and will deal with the people responsible accordingly, Dumbledore assured him. In other words, nothing would be done, Harry realized. Ginevra's assertion that he would have to make an example of one of the Hufflepuffs was looking more and more likely. I trust she will, Harry said in a controlled voice. I'm glad that matter has been put to bed, Dumbledore agreed. Well, this has been a most useful discussion, Mr. Potter. I do hope we can chat again soon, hopefully regarding more pleasant subject matters. I hear that academically you are performing superbly in all your chosen subjects, and I wanted to congratulate you on that. Thank you, Headmaster, that's appreciated, Harry smiled, standing to leave. As he did so, he took an exaggerated look around him. You know, I do enjoy being invited up here, sir. This is the most remarkable room you have up here. I could spend hours admiring your collection of books and magical artifacts. When you get to my age, my boy, you'll find that gathering a large assortment of such possessions is unavoidable, he chortled. I do have a rather fine collection of rare books, if I do say so myself. Indeed, Harry agreed, casually wandering up to the nearest bookcase. Is that really a first edition copy of Theories of Transubstantial Transfiguration? That must be quite valuable. Oh, yes, it is, indeed. I'm afraid the school's copies of the later editions have been somewhat defaced, so naturally I keep this copy under lock and key. Should you wish to peruse this copy, however, do let me know, Dumbledore said warmly. That's extremely kind of you, Harry replied with a grateful smile. He continued walking along the bookcases until he found what he was really looking for. He could almost imagine the smile sliding off the headmaster's face when he realized what he was looking at. What's this book, then, sir? He asked, pointing to a black diary that was resting in a glass display case. This looks like a plain diary, although the name on it, T.M. Riddle, that sounds strangely familiar to me. Who was this person? Oh, no one of any great significance, Dumbledore said dismissively, although Harry was sure he could detect a hint of underlying frustration in the man's words. Riddle was one of Hogwarts' head boys back in the 40s. Unfortunately, the book itself has been rather corrupted, and I keep out of the way. Probably for the best, Harry agreed. While I think about it, you don't happen to still have any of my parents' things, do you? Not that I recall, but I will have a search through my things to see if there are any items that slipped my memory, Dumbledore promised with a polite smile. Harry felt his jaw clench. He was certain the old bastard knew exactly to what he'd been referring, but had chosen to keep his options open as to whether he returned the item or not. Well, I shouldn't take up any more of your valuable time. I look forward to our next chat, Headmaster, he said, having decided that further conversation would be useless. Besides, he'd achieved what he'd set out to do here. As do I, Mr. Potter, Dumbledore agreed, nodding benevolently. Harry left the office, struggling to stop a triumphant grin from appearing in his face. He really couldn't believe that the old man had been so arrogant as to openly display a Horcrux in his office, particularly as he knew Harry was visiting that day. Still, he wasn't going to complain. Should the diary now mysteriously reappear in the hands of some unsuspecting pupil, Harry would have the perfect excuse for recognizing it. He had the distinct feeling that he'd just managed to shoot holes in one of Albus Dumbledore's misguided schemes. He hadn't really expected the old man to just hand over his father's invisibility cloak, but he was still hopeful that he might be able to get it back, one way or another. Humming happily to himself, Harry walked back to the Slytherin common room. For once, Harry was having a good day. It had been a full week since his conversation with Dumbledore, and things had been mercifully quiet. 2 days previously, Michelle had managed to corner him. In an excited voice, she informed him that several senior Hufflepuffs, including Susan Bones, Hannah Abbott and Ernie Macmillan, had been pulled into Professor Sprout's office earlier in the week. Since then, the gossiping and general bad-mouthing of Harry had reduced markedly. He had warmly thanked the small girl for her support of him and given her a quick beep on the cheek. He'd succeeded in holding in his laughter as she turned bright red and practically sprinted away. Malfoy had also been keeping his nose clean and, indeed, had seemed to be going out of his way to avoid Harry completely. That was a situation Harry was more than happy with, and he made no attempt to antagonize the blonde boy or his followers. He did keep a watchful eye on Pansy Parkinson, however, and was beginning to see what Tracy had meant when she'd talked about the dark-haired girl's figure. Parkinson really did have the body of a goddess. Shame she had the face of a pit bull, and a personality to match. Tracy was another Slytherin girl who could boast of a divine figure, and, on Draco's misguided encouragement, she had resumed her campaign of seduction with Harry. This time, he wasn't so outwardly dismissive of her efforts, and they had been flirting outrageously with each other. Harry was still having trouble believing that Draco accepted that her efforts were legitimate, but he had to admit that some of the things that came out of Tracy's mouth were hilarious. Utterly filthy, but still hilarious. Today, however, he was graced with a different female presence at the dinner table. Ginevra had decided that as a precedent had already been set, eating with him occasionally wouldn't draw undue attention. Between this revised attitude, and Tracy's campaign of seduction, it meant that he had company during meals at least once a day. It was amazing what a difference it made to his morale, having an attractive witch to talk to occasionally. Ginevra's animagus training was moving along rapidly, too. Harry's prediction that she would achieve a full transformation within a few weeks looked to be on schedule, and the redhead was now to the stage of being able to change individual limbs to animal form. He'd been especially impressed when she'd sprouted a tail, although he had nearly earned himself a hexing when he laughed a little too loudly at her revised look. The girl in question was currently sitting opposite him, rapidly demolishing her dinner at a fearsome pace. "Where do you put it all, Weasley?" Harry asked in amazement as Ginevra speared another slice of beef and dropped it onto her plate. "All my family are the same," she shrugged. "If you think I can eat, you should see my brother, Ronald. He practically needs a shovel to get all the food in his mouth quickly enough. Aren't you worried it will all catch up with you one day?" He persisted. "I mean, at the moment you have a wonderfully trim figure, but aren't you afraid that once you hit 30 you'll balloon?" "I doubt it. I think it's something in the Weasley constitution that keeps us thin. My mother is a bit on the dumpy side, but I think that has more to do with having 7 children than her diet. Even after her 3rd kid, Percy, she still had a knockout figure, I'm told. I think it was having the twins that changed all that," she informed him with a smirk. "Personally, I'm damned if I'm having more than 3 children. If I ever get to that number, my husband will be getting the snip at that point, whether he wants it or not. I've always thought that 2 or 3 children would be the perfect size for a family," he noted absently. "Trying to tell me something, Potter?" She smirked. "If your bank balance has enough zeros at the end of it, I might consider it. There's hope for me yet. I'll fetch my latest statement of account from Gringotts to show you as soon as possible. I think it's safe to say the balance contains more than a few zeros in it," he teased. "As long as that's not all there is," she laughed mirthlessly. "That's the problem with my family's bank balance, it has loads of numbers in it, but they're all zeros." Harry was about to reply when he was interrupted by the arrival of Tracy. The curvy blonde plonked herself down next to Ginevra and grinned. "I hope you weren't flirting with the lovely Miss Weasley here," she commented saucily. "You know we're destined to be together, Harry, and I'm not having some ginger strumpet pawing my property. How would you like a reducto curse up your jacksie?" Ginevra asked, although without malice. "Classy, as ever, Ginevra," Tracy laughed. "So, what are you two yattering about?" "Malfoy is currently boasting about the villa his mother is buying in Greece, and I had to get away. I can only take about 5 minutes of his showing off per day without the need to vomit." "Really? I don't think I could take that much," Harry laughed as he poured himself some pumpkin juice. "Of course." Tracy immediately snatched up his goblet before he'd had a chance to take a drink. "Thanks, Harry, I was a bit thirsty," she smirked, before taking a long drink. "I think I've been desensitized to his bullshit over the years. Why, one time Tracy suddenly stopped speaking and a distant look came into her eyes. The goblet dropped from her fingers and clattered loudly against the table. A moment later, she started to make a choking sound and her body began to shake. "Tracy," Ginevra said, looking at her friend in alarm. "Tracy, what's wrong?" The girl ignored her, and began to clutch at her throat. Her body was starting to spasm violently, and her face had turned a bright shade of red. "Madam Pomfrey, Professor Snape, we need you," Harry bellowed in the direction of the teacher's table. Virtually every head in the room turned in his direction as he leapt over the table and grabbed the shaking girl. "Try to breathe through your nose," Harry urged her as he pulled her down onto the floor. He then forced her mouth open and shoved a finger down her throat, trying to see if she had a blocked airway. "Make way," Madame Pomfrey yelled as she arrived at the table. She fell to her knees and immediately pulled out her wand. A second later, Professor Snape arrived. "What happened?" he demanded briskly. "I don't know," Harry said, looking down at Tracy in distress. "She'd just taken a drink of pumpkin juice and..." His voice trailed off as his head snapped round at the overturned goblet lying on the table. Snape obviously saw where he was looking and grabbed the goblet, which he sniffed cautiously. "A very faint odor of walnut and ashwinder venom," he announced. "Merlin, this girl's been poisoned. Poppy, we need to get a bezoar down her throat, now." "It's too late," Pomfrey said sadly. "She's gone." Harry looked down at Tracy in shock. The girl was completely still, with an expression of surprise and horror frozen on her face. He felt his stomach clench and a wave of overwhelming anger wash over him. He spun round and looked down the Slytherin table. Most of the pupils were looking on in shock and dismay, although two people didn't seem to share that reaction. Draco Malfoy was looking directly at him, his jaw clenched and his expression one of anger. Slightly further down the table, another boy sat, resolutely staring at the tabletop, completely expressionless. A wave of burning hatred filled Harry as he realized he'd found the person who had just killed Tracy. How the hell did this happen? Ginevra demanded angrily through gritted teeth. Harry sank down into his chair. Although it was late, he had no thoughts of sleep. His stomach was a stewing pit of acid, and he lusted for vengeance. However, Gellert had drilled into him enough that it was exactly at times like these that you had to take a step back and assess the situation before acting. Running off blindly would help no one. I think that Tracy was unlucky. The real target was me, he answered bitterly. Well, duh, that's not the bloody issue, Potter. Some low-life scum is dishing poison out, and I want to know who it is. She raged. It's obvious that you were the target. No one would have bothered to poison Tracy, but whoever it was is a bloody idiot. I mean, it's common knowledge that Davis was always nicking stuff off your plate or drinking from your cup. She did it all the time. Actually, come to think of it, how the hell did this person even manage to get the poison in your goblet? It's not like you sit in the same spot every meal and no one came near us once we sat down. The food is all magically transported to the tables straight from the kitchens, and the elves would have made sure nothing was tampered with there. I'm not sure, Harry answered slowly, but I suspect that this was the work of someone with a bit of skill in these matters. Remember, Tracy snatched that goblet off me right before I was going to take a sip. I can only think that the poison was magically transferred to my goblet as I was pouring the juice. That's not an easy bit of magic, Ginevra noted, her eyes narrowing dangerously. The person would definitely have needed to have a clear view of you, too. Yeah, but it's the poison itself that really intrigues me. I heard Snape tell the Aurors that the concoction doesn't even have a proper name. He's only ever heard rumors about it, Harry explained darkly. Not only is the stuff extremely fast-acting, it's virtually impossible to detect. If Snape hadn't been able to smell the goblet so quickly, the poison would have evaporated within a minute. It requires a reaction with human saliva to become active, otherwise it just evaporates. It's the tool of a professional killer. Ginevra stared at him with her fury mounting. Are you saying, she began. Who do we know who has a relative that keeps having her husbands drop dead, apparently for no detectable reason? Harry growled. You said that he wanted to follow in his mother's footsteps. I think he just expanded his repertoire to include assassination. Zabini, Ginevra bellowed. I'll rip him to shreds. I swear, I'll bloody kill the bastard. It's a shame you didn't kill him when you had the chance, Harry agreed. Still, that's an error we can soon rectify. For a second, Ginevra looked uncertain. You mean that, do you? She asked. We're actually going to kill him. The Aurors won't get anywhere, there's simply no evidence. More to the point, he's proved he has access to a deadly poison which he can drop into a cup or bowl completely undetected. I simply can't afford not to take him out, Harry pointed out. He wouldn't be stupid enough to try that again, would he? She argued. I mean, people are already going to be linking his name to this. If someone else ends up poisoned, he might as well paint a big arrow on his forehead with the words, I did it, written above it. Oh, he might not try immediately, but he'd always be a threat. Besides, we don't know what sort of pressure he's under to finish me off, Harry mused. In my experience, once a person kills once, he's likely to do it again. It's always easier a second time. Speaking from experience, are you? Ginevra asked in a strangely distant voice. Harry looked at her. Yes, I am, although the only people I have ever killed have been working, directly or indirectly, for Voldemort. I have a rule. If a person works for that twisted bastard then I will kill them. I'm pretty sure that covers Blaise Zabini. Ginevra nodded, suddenly not looking so sure. Don't worry, Harry told her kindly. I'll take care of it. You won't need to be involved, at all. No, Ginevra said fiercely. Tracy was my friend. Like you said, I had the chance to finish Zabini before and I didn't take it. This is my fault. It's not your fault, he assured her, and if you had killed him back then, you'd probably be in Azkaban right now. But Tracy would still be alive, Ginevra said bitterly. You two were pretty close, Harry noted softly. She was virtually my only friend in this whole bloody school, Ginevra complained quietly. As soon as I was sorted into Slytherin, no one wanted anything to do with me, including any of my brothers. Even my best friend from when I was growing up started distancing herself from me, although that was probably more due to pressure from her fellow Ravenclaws. Tracy was like a kindred spirit, and we looked after each other. It must have been tough. I can't believe some of the crap they put kids through at this place, Harry said, shaking his head in disbelief. Welcome to my life, she snarled. So, what are we going to do about Zabini, then? Well, this is how I think we should do it, Harry started to explain. The two of them worked on the details of their deadly plot well into the night. Blaise Zabini lay back on his bed and stared at the ceiling moodily. The last couple of days had been a pain in the ass, and it was all the fault of that stupid bloody half-blood Davis. He'd been questioned repeatedly, both by the Aurors and the teaching staff, but he'd remained cool and given nothing away, confident that there was no solid evidence against him. More troubling was Draco's attitude. The boy was livid. He'd told Blaise in no uncertain terms that if he didn't finish Potter like he'd promised, then the consequences would be severe. The trouble was that all eyes were on him now, including Potter's. He'd seen the boy glare at him with undisguised hatred as he'd left the Great Hall. If the reputation of the boy who lived was even partially true, then Potter wouldn't bother looking for evidence against him, he'd simply act. It was clear in Zabini's mind that it was a case of kill or be killed, and he wasn't going to be the one pushing up the daisies. In frustration, he kicked out against nothing. Damn that Davis girl to hell. He'd been so close to taking Potter out. Still, the filthy little half-blood whore was no loss to anyone. A soft creaking sound made him look up. To his horror, he saw the heavily warded door of his room swing open, revealing Ginevra Weasley standing there with a furious look on her face. Worst still, standing right beside her was Harry Potter with a murderous gleam in his eyes. Zabini flung himself to the side in a desperate attempt to grab his wand, which was lying on top of his bedside cabinet. Unfortunately, he'd barely begun to move before he was hit by a full-body bind, and he fell face down onto the bed. He heard the door close and footsteps approaching. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Potter walk up and grab his wand. A second later, it was just so many pieces of broken wood lying on his bed. He was just getting over this shock when he felt conjured ropes wrapped tightly around him and the full-body bind was cancelled. Desperately, he began to yell at the top of his voice in the hope that someone might hear. A moment later, he was wrenched off the bed and something hard connected with his head. He blanked out for a second, before he regained his senses and found himself staring into the hard, green eyes of Harry Potter. We cast a silencing charm, so you can cut that crap out, he snarled. What do you want? Zabini asked fearfully. He knew, the longer he could keep them talking, the less chance there was that they would kill him. His best hope, he guessed, would be trying to convince them to turn him over to the Ministry. After all, hadn't Potter done exactly that with Lucius Malfoy? You know what we want, Potter replied coldly. How easy this is depends entirely on you. I want to know how you put that poison in my goblet, where you obtained the foul stuff, and who else was involved. Poison? You think it was me that killed Davis? No, I swear I had nothing to do with that. Please, search my room. You won't find anything here, he begged. Zabini, you might be a murderous scumbeeper who takes it up the ass from Malfoy, but we don't think you're that stupid, Weasley growled. You wouldn't keep anything incriminating in your own room. Blaise looked helplessly at Weasley. Thinking about it, she may be his salvation. She might be a viscous little bitch, but she wasn't a killer, he didn't think. Hell, if he hadn't got impatient with the prick-teasing whore, he would probably have screwed her by now. Ginevra, he begged, you know I wouldn't do anything to hurt Tracy. Why would I? I really liked her. Oh, we know you weren't trying to kill Tracy. You were trying to kill me, Potter stated categorically. Why are you listening to him, Ginevra? Blaise asked, ignoring Potter. He's a bloody maniac. You saw the way he attacked me and my friends the moment he got here. He's got it in for poor Draco. Come on, Ginevra, you know I wouldn't do something like this. I'm sorry about what happened between us, but you know I wouldn't hurt you or your friends, right? Friends. I only had one friend, and you killed her, you shithead. Ginevra shrieked. Potter, if you think you have a genuine reason to accuse me, then you should turn me over to the Aurors, he said, turning his attention back to the young man after realizing that Weasley was just too angry to see reason at that moment. Let them judge any evidence. Evidence. Oh, but I don't have any evidence, Potter said in a worryingly pleasant voice. But I soon will have. As fast as lightning, Potter pulled out a large dagger from his robes and thrust it into Zabini's thigh. White-hot pain lanced through him and he screamed in agony. Legilimens. He heard Potter yell, and looked up to see the young man pointing his wand directly at his head. Desperately, he tried to ignore the searing pain in his leg and get his mental shields in place. Nearly everyone in Slytherin House had been taught some form of occlumency from an early age, and he was no exception. Old, powerful families generally had dark secrets to keep, the Zabinis more than most. His mother had paid for training from the finest of teachers, but none of his tutors had taught him how to defend his mind while he had a knife embedded in his leg. Potter swatted away his hasty defenses like they were tissue paper. Zabini grimaced as his memories were ransacked without mercy and his mind, quite literally, was BPD. Visions of events from throughout his life flashed before him, some discarded almost instantaneously, and others were perused in detail. He lay helplessly as his life was exposed, examined and judged. Well, he heard Ginevra demand. Blearily, he looked up, realizing, to his surprise, that Potter had vacated his mind. Not that it mattered, the bastard had seen everything there was to see, and Blaise didn't think he'd react well to what he'd witnessed. He used a variation on the banishing charm. It allows him to move small objects with precise accuracy. The poison was contained in a tiny capsule, which dissolved as soon as the pumpkin juice touched it. The capsule was so minute that we wouldn't have noticed it. It didn't need to be large. The poison was so potent that only a drop would be needed, Harry explained. He has a further supply stashed away in unused room on the 5th floor. We can get it later. So, what are you going to do now? Blaise demanded through gritted teeth. The dagger was still lodged in his leg and hurt like hell. They'll lock me up for life if you turn me in. You know this wasn't anything personal, Potter. If I hadn't done as Draco demanded, I'd be dead meat. Ah, but you were more than happy to try to kill me, weren't you? You've been looking for a chance to try out that poison for ages. You'd have killed me even without Draco's threats, or even that big bag of gold he promised you. I guess that kicking I gave you when I first got here really pissed you off, Harry taunted him. Zabini desperately considered his options. Potter had been in his head and he'd seen everything. He witnessed a vision of him and his mother laughing as his 6th stepfather died in horrible pain. He'd seen him beat a 14-year-old muggle girl and then obliviate her. Hell, Potter had even watched the debauched games that he, Draco and Pansy played in private. More importantly, Potter had seen Blaise transfer the poison into his goblet just as he was pouring juice into it. His guilt was unquestionable, and he doubted Potter would be merciful. No, his only hope lay with Weasley. The simple fact that the girl hadn't hexed him while he'd been trying to seduce her was evidence enough that she liked him. He'd got bored of the game before he'd had a chance to have her, but she hadn't complained about his company before then, had she? No, she was the weak link, and his chance at salvation. Ginevra, please, you have to help me, he begged. I'm sorry I got excited and tried to take things too far. I just couldn't help myself. You're so beautiful, and I'd wanted you for so long, I just got carried away. Carried away? You tried to beat me, you bastard. Ginevra yelled. I thought you wanted what I wanted, he protested. After all, why did you go into that deserted classroom with me, otherwise? It wasn't to have with you, you arrogant shit, she spat. If you remember, you told me you had something important to tell me. I certainly didn't give you permission to stick your hand up my skirt. You wanted it as much as I did, Blaise snapped, his anger getting the better of him. I said no. Oh, no. What part of that didn't you understand, you vile arsehole? Did you really think I believed all that crap you spouted to me? All those lies and deceptions. Didn't you think I knew what you were getting up to with Malfoy and Parkinson all the time you were telling me that I was special? Do you really think I'm that stupid? She screamed, magical energy crackling around her. Please, Ginevra, I love you, Blaise gasped, his last-ditch attempt at winning her over. Weasley lunged towards him as quick as lightning. He felt the dagger being wrenched from his leg and rammed forcefully into him. In disbelief, Blaise looked down to see the hilt of the knife protruding from his chest. A wave of intense pain hit him, and he felt himself go faint. The last thing he ever saw was a pair of brown eyes glaring at him in hatred. Harry watched in shock as Ginevra staggered back few steps. She was holding her right hand out as if it was causing her pain, but he quickly realized that she was distressed by the fact it was covered in Zabini's blood. Carefully, he walked up to her and cast a cleaning charm on her hand. She turned and looked up at him. I knew they'd force me to this one day, she told him, her voice trembling. I knew they'd turn me into a killer. It was destined to happen from the moment that Beeping Hat sorted me into Slytherin. Ginevra, Harry began softly. They all forced me to become this, she continued, close to tears. Everyone. The pure-blood idiots, the teachers, even my stupid family. They stuck this label on me and watched me turn into a monster. You're not a monster, he told her, gently taking her into his arms. Getting rid of Zabini wasn't murder, it was justice. The bastard killed Tracy, and would have killed me. Hell, he would have killed just about anyone if there was profit in it for him. We could have turned him over to the Aurors, she pointed out weakly, her face pressed against his shoulder. We could have, but his mother is a rich and influential woman. There was no saying he would have ever been charged, let alone been convicted. From what I saw in Blaise's memories, Mrs. Zabini has bribed and screwed her way out of trouble before, and she wouldn't hesitate to do so again to save her son. If he'd been allowed to remain free, in a few years he would have left a trail of bodies behind him, and it's very likely yours would have been one of them, Harry told her. Do you think he would have gone after me? She asked, sounding oddly childlike. Yeah, he hated you for disfiguring him, Harry explained sympathetically. Do you know why he tried to pull you? He thought you were vulnerable. Underneath that hard exterior, he thought you were just a lonely, frightened little girl, desperately hoping someone would love her. That's the way he operated. He sought out people he thought was susceptible and took advantage of them. Maybe he wasn't so far from the truth, Ginevra said in a tiny voice. You might have been sad and lonely, but you were never weak, Harry told her firmly. I may not have known you long, but I can tell that you have a core of pure steel in that small body of yours. Zabini would never have realized that, because he thought that everyone was inferior to him. He never realized that you were better than him in every way. Ginevra wiped a tear from her eye, and broke the embrace. What do we do now? She asked, sounding more confident. Harry smiled at her, proud to see her getting herself together. We follow the plan we worked out. We gather up his belongings, and pack them in his trunk, he told her. Then, we'll transfigure both the trunk and his body into something small, a twig or something, and take them somewhere to burn them. The room of requirement is probably the best place. And after that, she pressed. We carry on as before, he told her. We'll continue your animagus training in secret, but to the rest of the school we'll just be casual acquaintances. There is one more thing we'll need to think about, though. What's that? She asked. Zabini might have planted the poison, but it was Draco Malfoy that ordered him to do it. We'll have to decide when we take that rat bastard down, too, he said grimly. Ginevra looked at him for a moment, before nodding. She wanted vengeance for Tracy, not to mention for being given that damned diary back in her first year, and Draco would be next to pay. The next few days were rather tense. Zabini's absence was noticed almost immediately, and everyone within Slytherin was questioned about the boy's whereabouts. Harry was pleased to note the look of seething anger that Draco wore most of the time, not to mention the more wistful expression on Pansy's face. By mutual agreement, he and Ginevra avoided each other in public, and only met in the privacy of the room of requirement. He'd initially been a bit worried about her reaction to having killed Zabini, but the girl was made of strong stuff. The years of abuse and misery at the hands of her fellow Slytherins had toughened her up, and the murder of her only real friend in the school had apparently made her actions justifiable in her own mind. Harry was worried that the young redhead was bottling things up a bit too much, but otherwise was pleased to see that she seemed to be coping. He'd keep an eye on her, though. He was unsurprised, however, when he received a summons from Professor Snape 3 days after Zabini's disappearance. He made his way to the man's subterranean office and soon found himself seated in front of the hook-nosed professor. "Well, Potter, you do seem to have some very powerful men extremely interested in you," Snape drawled, his dark eyes gleaming in the gloom. "Oh, who's been talking about me now?" Harry asked flippantly. "Both Dumbledore and Voldemort have been questioning me at length about you recently," the man explained. "Dumbledore is becoming increasingly concerned about you and the depth of your knowledge. He quizzed me extensively on everything I know about you just yesterday, and I think he suspects you of having some involvement in Zabini's disappearance. Of course, the magical oath you extracted from me severely limited what I could tell him, but even so, I suspect he's beginning to think that you are a threat to him. He doesn't need to worry. I don't intend to confront him unless pushed to it," Harry replied carefully. "What about Voldemort? What was he saying about me?" "The Dark Lord is actually beginning to believe that you might be persuaded to become an ally of his," Snape said in a slightly amused voice. "Come over to the dark side. We have cookies," Harry muttered. "What?" Snape asked with a frown. "Sorry, just my pitiful attempt at humor," Harry apologized. "Of course, that will never happen. My mother would give me a thick ear when I meet her on the other side should I even think of such a thing." "She would, indeed," Snape confirmed, a slight smile on his lips. "While I'm tempted to try and use this to my advantage in some way, should it ever become remotely suspected that I'd reached any form of accommodation with Voldemort, the wizarding world would turn on me instantly," Harry must. "I think any attempt at communication with him would be more trouble than it's worth." "I suspect you're right. Besides, I doubt any alliance would be more than temporary, and you would quickly find a knife sticking in your back," Snape informed him. "Very true, and I certainly don't want to give Dumbledore any more reasons to doubt me," Harry agreed. "Do you know if he's moved the diary after my conversation with him?" "Not when I was in his office yesterday," Snape confirmed. He was, however, very concerned about the disappearance of the Zabini boy. "Tell me, Potter, did you kill him?" "No, I didn't," Harry replied categorically. "I'll give you a magical oath confirming that, if you want." Snape's eyebrows raised in surprise. "You think he simply ran, then?" he asked. "I admit I did have a few words with him," Harry admitted carefully. "We both know he was responsible for Tracy Davis's death, and that he was actually trying for me at the time. The boy was a sociopath and didn't care who he hurt if they got in his way. He was as twisted and demented as that murderous bitch of a mother of his. Granted, but allowing him to flee may have left a dangerous enemy at your back," the professor pointed out. "He's clearly learnt a lot from Diana Zabini, and she is obviously a highly accomplished poisoner. He won't be a threat in the future, I can promise you. I would, however, appreciate if you kept my name and Blaze's unconnected in the future. If his mother is as good as you say, I'd rather not have to watch out for her coming after me," Harry noted. "I'd really rather not have anything to do with the woman, no matter how beautiful she is," Snape snorted. "Beauty is only skin deep," Harry noted. "Truly," Snape agreed fervently. "In any case, I have reported to the headmaster that I didn't think you were involved. Maybe we should point the finger of suspicion elsewhere. Perhaps the Weasley girl. She, after all, had." "Leave her alone," Harry yelled, surprising himself greatly at how passionately he defended her. "What I mean is, she's becoming a useful ally to me. I don't want her implicated, at all." Snape looked at him appraising Ly. "I thought something was going on there," he said knowingly. "Be careful of the girl's family, however. The Weasleys are ardent supporters of Dumbledore, if none too bright. I know that idiotic brother of Ginevra's watches her closely, and they may try to protest to the headmaster if they feel you are having any influence over the girl." "I'll bear that in mind," Harry promised. I've seen that Gryffindor moron in action already and, frankly, I can't believe he's actually related to Ginevra. Be thankful the twin brothers are no longer here at Hogwarts. They were quite possibly the most annoying, troublesome pair of empty-headed cretins I've ever had the misfortune of meeting. The older brothers are more dangerous, however, and you should be wary of them, Snape advised. I'll keep that in mind. Besides, it's hardly likely I'm going to get an invite to family dinner, is it? We're keeping our alliance quiet, so hopefully she won't attract any attention from the more undesirable elements with our house, Harry advised. Indeed, Snape mused. On another topic, your relationship with Draco Malfoy is somewhat troubling to me, I have to admit. The Malfoys have been good friends to me over the years and I wouldn't want anything too damaging to happen to young Draco. Then, for the love of all that is holy, get the idiot to stop funding assassination attempts on me, Harry shouted angrily. So, it was Draco who encouraged Zabini to make the attempt on your life, was it? The professor asked in a weary voice. I told the stupid boy repeatedly that taking any action against you was a bad idea. I thought I'd gotten through to him, but clearly not. No, I'm afraid the Malfoys are too arrogant and stupid to take too much notice of anyone's opinions, other than their own, Harry noted. I suppose it's not worth me asking you to spare the boy now. Snape asked in a defeated voice. He was ultimately responsible for killing Tracy Davis. Even if I chose to let him live, I very much doubt Ginevra Weasley would, Harry replied firmly. Snape looked up in surprise. Did the Weasley girl kill Zabini? He asked, sounding extremely shocked. Harry remained silent. I would never have believed a Weasley would go so far, Snape muttered, ignoring Harry's non-response. Now I see why you are so keen to protect her. You've got yourself a little fire-haired assassin, haven't you, Potter? Don't refer to her in those terms. Just remember, Zabini killed Davis and would have killed again without remorse or hesitation, Harry snapped. Zabini was dead the moment he tried and failed to slip that poison into my goblet, and who actually did the deed is irrelevant. Okay, Potter, you've made your point. I'll keep an eye on your little friend and try and deflect any attention away from her should it occur, Snape promised, before he changed the subject. May I inquire what your next move is to be? At some point I suspect I'm going to have to break into the headmaster's office, which I doubt will be easy, Harry pondered. Any ideas on that front? Gaining entry will not be a major problem. Albus's choice in passwords generally leaves a lot to be desired, I must confess. Your main problem will be Fawkes, his phoenix. The bird is in virtual permanent residence there, and will alert the headmaster to the presence of any intruder. I suspect you may need to make your attempt on a burning day, when the bird is at its weakest. That, however, does not occur very often, although, if desperate, you could attempt to destroy the bird and force it into a rebirth, Snape advised him. That's not something I want to do if I can help it, Harry noted. Attempting to kill such a creature can have serious repercussions that I'd rather not have to deal with. Still, I'll bear it in mind. I have a few other things I need to deal with before I make the attempt, so I'll give the matter some thought. Oh, you'll be pleased to note that the Bones girl has been reined in from her campaign of slander against you. Dumbledore had words with Sprout, who in turn conveyed her displeasure at being reprimanded by the headmaster to her pupils. I understand some harsh words were exchanged, Snape informed him with mild amusement. I'm surprised that Dumbledore took any action, Harry admitted. I think the headmaster is very much keeping his options open with regards to you, Potter. He is still hopefully you can be guided back onto the path of light, Snape smirked. The only trouble with that is that Dumbledore thinks the path of light lies directly underneath his thumb, Harry snarled. Undoubtedly, Snape grinned. I will keep you informed of any major developments. Thank you, sir, Harry said sincerely, before leaving the office. After his conversation with Snape, Harry headed back to the room of requirement where, as usual, Ginevra was waiting for him. How did it go? She asked as soon as he entered. The room of requirement generally took shape to match the young girl's moods, and today she was obviously feeling slothful. The room was smaller than usual and rather cozy looking. It was dominated by a large sofa situated in front of a roaring fire. As the weather outside had been cold and damp, Weasley must have decided that this was a day for lazing in front of the fire. A bit of a mixed bag, actually, Harry admitted. Dumbledore is becoming rather suspicious of me, but as he made an effort to silence the Hufflepuff bullshit factory, he can't be totally against me yet. I should warn you, though, I think Snape suspects that we got rid of Zabini. Is that going to cause a problem? Ginevra asked hurriedly. No, Snape agreed that the boy had to go. I wonder if he'd ever had a run-in with Blaze's mother, actually, as he seemed rather hostile towards her. But in any event, I don't think we have anything to worry about in that regard. Snape knows that I can sell him out to Voldemort anytime I want, so he's not going to antagonize me over some stupid shit who likes poisoning his fellow students. I'm not totally sure that will be the case if we take out Draco, though, Harry admitted. Why, does Snape fancy the little poof? He probably found out that Draco was shafting Zabini and wants a bit of that action, Ginevra smirked evilly. He described the Malfoys as being good friends to him in the past, Harry explained, ignoring the girl's smutty comments. I'm not sure how far that loyalty will go, however. Snape apparently warned Draco off attacking me, and seemed to be appalled when he found out that he'd ordered Zabini to try that stupid stunt. I've a feeling that our beloved head of house is only really loyal to one person, himself. When the time comes, we'll just deal with Draco and warn Snape that it's in his best interests to keep quiet. I'm sure we can come up with an incentive or two to help him come to the same conclusion. That's what I like about you, Potter, you're a sneaky bastard, she laughed. So, what's on the agenda for today? I thought we'd just press on with your animagus training, Harry confirmed, slumping onto the sofa next to her. Unless you've got anything else you'd prefer to do. Oh, getting hopeful, are we, Potter? She teased. You think I've suddenly fallen for your dubious charms, do you? I should be so lucky, he smiled back. But, seriously, I just wanted to know if you wanted to talk about anything. This has been a rough week for you, and I didn't want to dump too much pressure onto you. Are you holding up okay? Of course I am, she replied irritably. Why, don't you think so? Do you just think I'm some weak little girl who's just going to break down and cry? Screw you, Potter, I'm doing fine. I'm just checking, Harry said in a conciliatory tone. If I thought you were some sobbing little princess, do you honestly think I'd have anything to do with you? No, I guess not, she replied, calming down a little. I just hate it when people think I'm weak. I was a scared little child once, but that was a long time ago, and I'm never going back to being that girl ever again. There's a difference between being weak and allowing yourself to show your true feelings, though, he pointed out. You took a human life for the first time just a few days ago, and that's a pretty big deal, no matter how justified the act was. I have to say, you're handling it a lot better than I ever did, but, please, don't just try and pretend it never happened. You have a right to be upset, and I'll support you through this, I promise. I know it's a bit of a cliché, but talking about it does help sometimes. Ginevra was silent for a few minutes, and just stared into the fire. What was your first time like? She asked eventually. It wasn't long after a person very dear to me died of old age. It was a huge shock, seeing someone I loved just slip away right in front of my eyes. I mean, I probably saw my mother being killed by Voldemort when I was 15 months old, but I have no memory of it. I loved that old woman like she was my own flesh and blood, and it was a huge blow to me to lose her, he explained. Anyway, shortly afterwards, my guardian and I were out one day when we ran into trouble. We'd been hunting for a specific person, but when we found him, he'd unfortunately got a few friends with him. Rupert Gibbon was only a minor Death Eater, but we suspected he had information we wanted, and we'd hoped to take him down quickly and cleanly. What happened? Ginevra asked curiously. Gibbon had joined Voldemort very late in the First War and was one of those assholes who claimed to have been acting under the effects of the Imperius Curse. Like all the other shitheads who tried that lame excuse, he managed to get off, mainly as his family had a few galleons to rub together, if you get my meaning. We'd intended to ambush him outside his house in Lincolnshire. Gibbon worked for the ministry and it was fairly easy to find out where he lived. What we hadn't counted on was him having a bunch of his fellow ex-Death Eaters staying in his house at the time, Harry explained, shaking his head at the memory of their bad luck. How many of them were there? Ginevra pressed, clearly intrigued at this rare view into Harry's past. 8. Counting Gibbon, he confirmed. Now, I'm not saying that I was some naive little boy here. I'd seen my guardian kill many times before, but I'd never been in direct combat myself. He'd always ordered me to hide myself if we were attacked, and he would take care of the situation. Well, after seeing the woman I thought of as my grandmother die just days before, I wasn't in the mood to just hide in the bushes. I leapt into the middle of the battle and started chucking curses around. Then what happened? She asked eagerly, apart from nearly getting my head blown off and causing my guardian to have a seizure. He chuckled. Well, I'd been trained really well up to that point, but very little of that training was of a combat nature. Basically, I was slow to move, inaccurate in my spell casting, and in such a rage that I wasn't using my head. Needless to say, after about a minute I got hit with a cutting curse. Gellert had put 4 of the bastards down by then, but Gibbon had managed to separate me from the main battle before I got hit. I was laying on the ground, bleeding, with my wand knocked out of my hand, and this ex-Death Eater bastard bearing down on me. I really thought I was done for. What did you do? She asked in alarm. I performed wandless magic, Harry admitted calmly. I know very few people can do it, but I, apparently, have a strong enough magical core that I can perform small tasks like that occasionally. Gibbon was standing over me, just about to administer the killing blow, when I held out my hand and willed my wand into it. I was in such a panic that as soon as the wood touched my fingers, I cast an overpowered blasting curse at point-blank range. It hit Gibbon in the stomach and tore him open. My guardian found me later, magically exhausted and sobbing like a baby. I'd hit Gibbon so hard that I ripped him to shreds. I was traumatized for weeks afterwards, but my guardian nursed me through it. Shortly afterwards, he started teaching me to fight properly, which is just as well. And your guardian was called Gellert, is that right? Ginevra asked. What? How the bloody hell did you know that? Harry yelled, leaping to his feet. You said his name, Ginevra replied warily. You said. Gellert had just put 4 of them down, just then. Oh, shit, Harry cursed. While letting slip Gellert's name wasn't the disaster he had implied it would be to Dumbledore and Snape, Harry still hadn't wanted anyone to know who had been looking after him. Quickly, he considered his options. Did he need to obliviate Weasley, just to be on the safe side? Harry, you do know that I'll keep any of your secrets, don't you? She asked nervously, somehow reading his mind. He sighed and sat back down. Ginevra, it's not necessarily you that I'm worried about discovering all this. The headmaster is a grifted Legilimens, and so is Snape, for that matter. If they start rummaging around in your head, they might pick the information out of your mind without you even knowing it. You do know that nearly everyone in Slytherin practices occlumency, to some degree, don't you? She asked cautiously. Really, everyone? I thought that was limited only to the very rich and powerful families, he replied in surprise. It's practically a cottage industry in our house, Harry, she replied. Tracy actually helped me a great deal in learning it. I guess it was the price of being her friend, really. I might not be able to keep a determined attack out, but I would instantly know if someone was trying to perform legilimency on me. Almost by reflex, Harry locked eyes with her and tried to enter her mind. Oi, cut that out. That wasn't a bloody invitation to try and beat my mind, you get. She yelled, slapping him hard across the face. Sorry, Harry apologized whilst rubbing his face. I had to test your abilities, but I promise I only attempted a surface reading. Your shields are pretty good, but, as you say, they won't keep a skilled Legilimens out. Still, if you promise me that you won't dig into this anymore, I'll let the matter drop. Okay, but I really don't know what you're making such a fuss about, she huffed. Trust me, Ginevra, if it became common knowledge who was looking after me for all those years, there would be an uproar, he muttered. All right, I'll forget I ever heard the name Gellert, all right. She confirmed testily. So, is that a German name, or something? Weasley. Harry protested angrily. Oh, you're just too easy to wind up, she laughed. No more questions, I promise. Thank you, he said grudgingly. Now, how are you coming along with your training? I've cracked it, she smirked arrogantly. What, You've achieved a full transformation already. Well, what are you waiting for? Let's see it, he insisted. Ginevra stood with a grin on her face and stood a few feet in front of Harry. She closed her eyes and her face took on a distant expression. Around a minute later, she seemed to blur and suddenly there stood a small wolf where she had been standing moments before. Sweet Merlin, Harry gasped, before holding his hand out towards the wolf. The animal sniffed it once, before licking his hand. Grinning like a madman, Harry examined the animal in detail. Ginevra's wolf was still fairly small, no doubt reflecting her age and own diminutive stature. Her fur was a reddish-brown, streaked with gray in places, while her eyes were a golden-brown color and seemed to sparkle with mirth. Brilliant, Ginevra, Harry praised her. Now let's see you change back. A minute later, a very smug-looking Ginevra Weasley was again looking at him with a barely suppressed look of triumph. You didn't think I'd get it so fast, did you? She challenged him. No, I'll admit that I didn't, he confessed. Of course, this isn't the end of your training, you realize. I know I've got to make the transformation quicker and easier, but that will come with time, she said confidently. Absolutely, and you will need to practice that a great deal, but that wasn't what I was referring to, Harry informed her. You also need to spend some time in your wolf form and really start to understand the animal. Wolves think very differently to us humans, and you need to start to embrace that difference. How do I do that? She asked with a frown. Don't make any plans for tomorrow evening, Harry told her with a smile. You and I are going hunting in the Forbidden Forest. The smile that came to Ginevra's face was almost feral. In the gathering twilight, the forest looked magical to Harry's eyes. The shadows seemed to dance in the light of the fading sun, and the fragrant smells of night-scented stock and honey beetles filled his senses. The recent rains had left everything feeling fresh and alive, despite it being late September. Truly, it was a wondrous evening to be out and about. Are you ready, then? Weasley asked. He looked down at the fiery redhead and smiled. Harry could hear the eagerness in her voice and her eyes were shining with excitement. Oh, yes, he agreed. You transform first so I can check you've got your form down 100%, and then I'll change, too. Remember, I'll be expecting you to keep up. Pa, it will be you who'll be struggling to keep up with me, she replied cheekily, before closing her eyes and slowly beginning to change. Very soon, Ginevra's wolf stood before him, looking up expectantly. He paused to examine her form in detail and couldn't help but be struck at what a beautiful animal she made. While he'd been surprised that she'd shared the same animagus form as him, he had to admit that being a wolf suited her down to the ground. Finding no fault with her animal form, Harry quickly changed into his own wolf. He was much larger than she, with his gray fur streaked with black. His green-tinted eyes looked at her and he was pleased to see her show him the proper respect. After all, he was the alpha wolf here, and Ginevra was his pack. For some reason, that very idea filled him with such pleasure that he thought he would burst. He was brimming with energy and nervous tension, and urgently needed to find a release. Without warning, he leapt forward and began to run. There is a joy that wolves find in running. Their bodies are perfectly designed for pursuit and they live for the hunt. He'd barely gone more than 100 yards into the forest before he caught the scent of prey, a colony of rabbits off to his left. His mouth began to salivate at the thought of fresh meat and he instantaneously changed the direction he was running. Harry didn't need to look around to know Ginevra was right on his heels. He could hear her light footfalls and smell her magnificent scent. In her wolf form she was intoxicating to him, nearly indescribable in her gloriousness. Sleek and powerful, beautiful but deadly, she was the stuff of his very dreams. At the furious pace they were setting, Harry and Ginevra reached the rabbit warrens within half a minute. Harry slowed his pace and began to creep stealthily forward, with Ginevra matching him exactly. A moment later, Harry went down flat on his belly behind some bushes. Through the leaves, he could just make out around a dozen rabbits, all blissfully eating grass and unaware that death lurked just a few yards away. Harry had deliberately angled his run so that the slight breeze wouldn't be behind him when he closed in on his prey. Even a hint of their scent would send the skittish rabbits diving for cover, and Harry wanted Ginevra to make her first kill in wolf form that night. Suddenly, one of the rabbits looked up nervously and sniffed the air. They were so close now that it was probably unavoidable that their presence wouldn't be detected, but he had hoped to be able to stalk a little closer before launching his attack. No matter. Bunching up his body, he sprang forward with blinding speed towards the rabbits. Ginevra was right beside him, and they curved their run so that they would be between their prey and the safety of the warrens. The rabbits scattered in all directions. Harry's eyes locked onto one fat animal that was frantically hopping towards the relative safety of the trees. His jaws locked around the animal's neck, and with a quick flick of his head, he snapped the rabbit's neck like a twig. Dropping the dead animal to the ground, he looked round and was delighted to see Ginevra's teeth sink into the soft flesh of her own rabbit. She shook her head furiously, nearly ripping the plump rabbit to pieces, before she dropped it to the ground and looked up at him with triumph in her eyes. Unable and unwilling to stop himself, Harry raised his head and let loose a howl of victory, and Ginevra's higher-pitched voice joined him momentarily. Together, they sang a song celebrating their conquest and the fact that they were the rulers of this forest. A burning hunger within him halted his song. He picked up his kill in his mouth and padded over to Ginevra. Dropping the rabbit on the floor, he began to tear into it with his teeth. For some reason, rather than devouring her own rabbit, Ginevra stepped forward and began to share his meal. In seconds, the razor-sharp teeth of their wolf forms stripped the meat from the bones of the dead animal, and they turned their attention to Ginevra's kill, consuming that in short order, too. As Harry picked at the shattered bones of the small animal, Ginevra began to lick the blood from around his muzzle, emitting a low growl of pleasure as she did so. Their meal finished, they began to run again. Although Harry had spent many hours in his wolf form, he had never before felt such uninhibited joy as he did now. Dimly, he realized that this was the first time he'd ever had another wolf by his side, and Ginevra's presence completed him. He was no longer the lone wolf, but the alpha of his own pack. He was king of the forest, and all other animals made way for him. He was alive and life was wonderful. Finding himself in a clearing, Harry slowed to a stop. The moon was beginning to rise in the sky, and the sharp, fresh smell of pine trees filled his nostrils. Ginevra padded up to him and again began to lick his face. The smell of the pine trees faded from his senses as he became aware of her own musky scent. It filled him with desire and a burning need, as he looked at her longingly, only to see her own golden brown eyes blazing back at him. Without a sound, she turned and raised her tail, looking at him expectantly over her shoulder. Harry mounted her in a second, his front legs wrapping around her body as he began to thrust himself into her. He heard himself yowling in pleasure, his lust overwhelming him and driving all rational, human thought from his brain. Ginevra was silent during their coupling, but her trembling body and the overpowering secretions left him in no doubt as to how much she was enjoying this. He felt her tighten around him, trapping him inside her in a wondrous embrace. His thrusting became frantic and he knew he was close to ejaculation. Without conscious thought, he swung his back leg over her while turning around. They stood, with their hind ends touching, as he emptied himself into her. It took nearly 10 minutes before he softened enough to separate himself from her. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he again turned his snout to the skies and howled in triumph. He had taken his mate, and all was right with the world. Ginevra howled too, and a second later they were both running back through the forest, their legs a blur as they shot through the dense undergrowth without difficulty. Somewhere during the run, Harry's human awareness exerted itself and he became conscious that they had been out here for a long time. Reluctantly, he began to head for the edge of the forest so they could return to the school. 10 minutes later, he reached the edge of the treeline and changed back into his human form. He found himself breathing heavily, not just from the exertion of the run, but from the lingering excitement of the fabulous experience he'd just had. With a massive grin on his face, he turned to face Ginevra, who was just returning to her own form. As soon as he saw the expression on her face, his smile faded. "You bastard," she growled in a low voice. "So, this was your plan all along, was it?" "Ginevra," Harry stuttered in surprise, "you couldn't get me to shag you in human form, so you lure me out into the woods so you can screw me as a wolf. Or do you prefer it like that, Potter? Is that how you get your rocks off, by doing it doggy style?" she snapped, the volume of her voice rising rapidly. What? No, I swear I didn't plan this. I had no idea your wolf would be in heat, it just happened, he protested. Oh, come on, you're the one with all the experience of being an animagus. You must have known something like this would happen. She bellowed at him. How could I have known? You're the first female wolf I've ever encountered. Besides, I didn't see you putting up much resistance out there. You seem to be enjoying yourself pretty well, he yelled back, his anger rising. As soon as the words left his mouth, however, he realized he'd said the wrong thing. You bastard, she howled, tears starting to fall down her cheeks. I thought you were different. I thought I could trust you, but you're just like all those other boys, aren't you? Her face red and puffy, she turned and began to storm back towards the castle. Ginevra, Harry began in a pleading voice, starting to follow her. He stopped instantly when she spun round with her wand pointed directly at his face. Stay away from me, she shrieked, before nearly running off into the darkness. Harry watched her go with a sinking heart. How had something so wonderful turned so sour? For a moment out there, he'd felt like he'd joined with his soulmate, the person he was going to be together with for the rest of his life. Ginevra was the only one who understood him, and shared his desires and dreams. Apparently, he'd been mistaken. Slowly, he began to trudge back to the castle, his heart breaking into a million pieces. The next few days were pure misery for Harry. Ginevra avoided him like the plague, and he suspected that any attempt he might make at trying to talk to her would not be well received. On top of this, the rest of the school seemed as hostile to him as ever. The senior Hufflepuffs might have been banned from spreading gossip about him, but it hadn't altered their opinion of him a jolt. Wherever he went, he was met with angry glares and whispered accusations from those wearing yellow and black. Even Michelle and her friends seemed a little wary of talking to him. They weren't the only ones. The Ravenclaws all still meticulously ignored him, to the point of taking wide detours around him if they saw him coming the other way in a corridor. This was at least preferable to his treatment from the other two houses. Both the Gryffindors and his fellow Slytherins hated him with a passion, united in their loathing of the boy who lived. He spent the days alone, stewing in his secluded misery. Despairingly, he tried to focus on his main purpose in coming to Hogwarts, and spent hours in the Room of Requirement, hunting for Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem, which he strongly suspected must be hidden in there somewhere. Unfortunately, after a number of attempts, the room had changed itself into a massive space full of all manner of objects. It was the perfect place to hide the diadem, but it would probably take him months to search the entire place. Still, at least it was progress and it gave him a purpose here. Introducing the room to Harry had been Ginevra's gift to him, it was just a shame that he couldn't thank her for it. It was an early Thursday afternoon, 4 days after the incident in the forest, when Harry found himself in the library. Although he found most of his lessons child's play, some of his homework assignments simply couldn't be completed with recourse to reference books. He sat alone at a table, leafing through a thick book on ancient runes, scribbling down half-remembered translations and formula, desperately trying not to fall asleep. He was brought back to wakefulness by a presence standing near his chair. He looked up and saw Daphne Greengrass, an attractive blonde girl who he recalled had been friends with Tracy. As he couldn't recall saying 2 words to her previously, he was surprised to see her standing there. "Potter," she hissed in a low voice. "Malfoy and his friends are up to something bad. I just had to warn you." Harry frowned at the girl, feeling somewhat uneasy about her presence, but unable to access her mind. The girl was obviously an accomplished occlumens. "What's Malfoy up to?" he asked cautiously. "Here, take this. I can't be seen talking to you," she said, urgently thrusting a piece of paper at him. Maybe recent events had put Harry off his game, or perhaps he was just feeling a little sleepy. Either way, he failed to notice the slightly reflective sheen on Greengrass's hand until his own fingers closed around the slip of paper. The sickening lurch of an activating portkey told him that he'd been tricked, and that the blonde girl had been wearing see-through protective gloves to prevent her skin activating the key. As he tumbled through space, he cursed himself for his own stupidity. A moment later, he slammed forcefully into the ground. Almost immediately, He felt a full-body bind spell hit him, and his arms and legs snapped together. Desperately, he rolled his eyes trying to discover where he was. "Hello, Harry darling," a taunting female voice said from somewhere behind him. "I can't say how happy I am to have my little toy return to me." Harry felt his insides twist in horror as Bellatrix Lestrange's leering face appeared above him. At least it answered his question about where he was, he realized. He was back in hell. Pulling her knees up to her chest, Ginevra Weasley glared at the piece of parchment resting on her legs. She wiggled her toes under the bed covers, silently cursing the fact that the Slytherin dormitories always seemed so cold. The last 4 days had been horrible for her, even by her normal standards. Ever since that night in the forest, she had been feeling angry, confused and betrayed in equal measures. Once again, she cursed the misfortune that brought Harry Bloody Potter into her world. Damn the boy. Before his arrival at Hogwarts, things had at least been straightforward. From her earliest days at the school, when she'd had the misfortune to witness her female classmates being threatened or coerced into satisfying the lust of the older Slytherin boys, she'd vowed that she would leave Hogwarts with her pride intact. No puffed-up, pure-blood bastard was going to force her to drop her knickers for them, she'd decided. That, of course, meant accepting that she was not going to have an easy or peaceful time within Slytherin House. She realized she would have to fight tooth and claw to protect her honor because, Merlin knows, no one was going to do it for her. To protect herself, Ginevra realized, meant getting good with curses and hexes, really good. It was during the summer between her first and second years that she had really begun to study and practice. She'd begged her brother, Bill, about the only family member that she really still got on with, to help her, and he'd come up trumps for her. His training as a curse breaker meant he knew all sorts of interesting and effective spells, which he had shared with her liberally. Unfortunately, her time with her favorite brother had always been limited, mainly due to the fact he worked most of the year in Egypt, but he always helped when he could. He'd even continued her education via the post, writing long letters describing useful curses and providing support and encouragement. Sadly, that support had dried up when he started dating that Part-2 bitch he'd met when he transferred back to England. The Delacour girl had hated Ginevra on sight, and had gradually used her prowess to turn Bill against her, the cow. Still, by that point, through the help Bill had already provided, not to mention her own relentless studying, she'd built up a reputation as being a witch not to be messed with. Several Slytherin boys had discovered that fact to their cost. The only trouble about building a reputation as a cold-hearted, vicious bitch was that it frightened off the boys she did like as well as the ones she had intended to discourage. Her 6 years here at Hogwarts had been a lonely and frustrating time, with only her own fingers to provide any form of relief. She'd accepted it, however, and believed it was a price worth paying if it got her through her time at the school. Better to be lonely than a victim. Then, of course, Potter had to show up and wreck all her plans. When she'd heard that the famous Harry Potter was not only alive and well, but planning on coming to Hogwarts, she'd been irritated. He would, she'd speculated, undoubtedly turn out to be some sickeningly noble, cloth-brained cretin who would immediately join all the other noble, cloth-brained cretins in Gryffindor. Ginevra would have put money on him and her brother Ron getting on like a house on fire. But, to her amazement, Potter had been sorted into Slytherin. Rather than the stuck-up, pretentious do-gooder she was expecting, he'd turned out to be smart, devious and cunning. His ravishing good looks, fabulous body and penchant for casual violence had also greatly endeared him to her, too. Nevertheless, she was wary of him. All boys, especially Slytherin boys, were only after one thing. She'd deliberately not allowed herself to get too friendly with him, despite his welcoming overtones, purely as she'd expected him to disappoint her at some point. They always did. Just look at how that slime ball Zabini had tried to woo her for months last term. She'd been rather pleased with the attention, but knew that all he'd wanted was screw her and then brag about doing the most unapproachable girl in the school to his mates. No, it was better to just keep all boys at arm's length while she was in school. Potter, damn him, just had to mess up that plan, didn't he? Despite herself, Ginevra found herself more and more drawn to him. She'd nearly soiled her knickers watching him effortlessly deal with Malfoy and his goons, and everything he did after then just seemed to endear him more to her. When he'd expressed his disgust at the way the wizarding world operated, and told her that he wanted to forge a new, better path, he'd awoken something buried deep inside her, a desire to change this broken, corrupted system and fight for a better life. At that point, Potter had won her over completely. The icing on the cake had really been discovering he was an animagus. For years she'd been desperate to become one herself, but the burnt, half-complete textbook she had tried to teach herself with was just not up to the task. She'd been extremely pleased that Potter had agreed to help her, and astounded at the rapid progress they'd made. As for having the same animal as him, well, that was just beyond belief. Ginevra had still desperately tried to maintain some distance between the two of them, however. She still believed, deep down, that Potter would let her down in some way. The most likely cause of that, she felt, was her only other friend in the whole castle, Tracy Davis. She could tell that Tracy fancied the pants of Harry, and with her heaving beats, flirtatious nature, and greater experience, Ginevra was certain Potter would fall for the charms of her blonde friend. It had been a major surprise to her when, strangely, it hadn't happened, even when Potter had the opportunity to shag Tracy handed to him on a plate. She'd understood his wish not to do anything that Draco actually wanted him to do, but it had still shocked her, and filled her with a tiny spark of hope. Then, of course, Tracy had been murdered, and Ginevra had been racked with guilt at ever feeling jealous of her best friend. She still wasn't sure how she felt about killing Blaise. The boy was a total bastard and deserved to die, undoubtedly, but she'd just wished it hadn't been her that had to perform the deed. To his credit, Potter had stood by her throughout those difficult days, and she wouldn't ever forget that. That's what made the events in the forest so hard to deal with. Her ity, she had so closely guarded, was gone, and while she was a bloody wolf, too. She'd been mounted and rutted like an animal, defiled in the most primitive of ways. Harry Potter had shown his true colors, and he'd screwed her over, in every sense. This was what she got for trusting someone. Her anger, however, had begun to wane. While she'd been happy to bathe in her righteous fury for a day or two, doubts had soon started to enter her mind. Potter's biting words about her not offering much resistance had been true, after all. During her time in the forest, she'd experienced a world she couldn't ever have imagined. She and Harry had bonded in the most profound of ways, and she still remembered the fierce joy of her first kill in wolf form. They had been two ghost-like predators, gliding through the dark woods skillfully, before bringing down their prey without effort. She could almost taste the hot blood on her lips, and it gave her a strange thrill. She and her alpha, stalking the forest like gods. Her alpha, as much as she wanted to deny it, she had wanted him that night. It had been pure instinct that caused her to raise her tail and stand there invitingly for him. In fact, she'd never wanted anything so badly in her life, and when he had mounted her the sensation had been orgasmic. She had given into the most primal form of lust, and it had felt good. Damn good. So why had she reacted so badly once they had returned to their human forms? Part of her had wanted to jump on him and repeat the act in their normal bodies, but her ingrained survival instincts had kicked in, and her anger at his supposed betrayal had exploded within her almost automatically. Part of it, she had to admit, was anger at herself for allowing a boy to dictate events. Harry had been the alpha and subservience didn't come easily to her. She was also angry that her first time had been in her animagus form. Did that even count? Somehow, despite that satisfaction she'd felt on the most basic level, the event seemed cheapened to her. Getting screwed for the first time in her wolf form felt like being taken to a cheap hotel and then waking up the next morning alone, seedy. The trouble with that line of thought was that she apparently really enjoyed seedy. At least, she did when it was with Harry. The memories of him being inside her still made butterflies appear in her stomach and her nipples harden. Damn it, if he was here in her room right now, she'd probably beg him to do her again, in human or wolf form. Possibly both. No, definitely both, one after the other. Damn him, why the hell did he drive her so insane? Sadly, she realized that the distance she was keeping between them was only hurting herself. She ached for his company, and longed to stare into those beautiful green eyes of his. Ginevra knew that she would need to make peace between them, but was just unsure how to go about it. After all, she really wasn't really too good at apologies. That, she had to admit, was why she was stalking him now, admittedly in an unusual way. For the last few days she had been tracking his movements via the Marauder's map. A fiendishly clever piece of magic that allowed her to see where anyone was within the castle. The map had been a lifesaver for her in recent years, even if its procurement had been responsible for widening the split between her and some of her family members. The map had belonging to her brothers, Fred and George, and she had covertly observed them using it during her second year. Originally, she'd intended to just try and steal it from them, but when a prank of theirs went disastrously wrong and they had been scrambling to hid evidence of their involvement, she had been given the perfect opportunity for a bit of blackmail. The teachers had never found out who had been responsible for that third-year Ravenclaw ending up in the hospital wing, but equally her brothers would never forgive her for extorting their precious map out of their hands under the threat of being exposed. She'd felt bad about blackmailing them, but it wasn't like they'd been supportive of her after she was sorted into Slytherin, so sod them. Ginevra leaned back into her pillows and stared intently at the dot that represented Harry Potter. He'd been in the library for the last half an hour, probably doing homework, she surmised. How much time had she wasted in the last few days watching that bloody dot? Why couldn't she just build up the courage to go and talk to him? Hell, she didn't even need to make a proper apology, just some sarcastic, offhand comment would probably do. She was racking her brains for the best way to proceed when she noticed another dot approaching Harry's. With surprise, she saw it was Daphne Greengrass. Daphne was a strange girl, outwardly a real cold fish, but Tracy had once told her that the oldest Greengrass girl was a bit of a pervert on the quiet, and had a thing for younger boys. Apparently, a number of first and second years had their first ever experiences in Daphne's hands. Ginevra felt a bit sick at the idea, but she doubted the young boys in question had complained much. But, more to the point, what did Greengrass want with Harry? Ginevra was pondering the matter when suddenly Harry's dot vanished. She blinked in surprise, and began to look around the area marked as the library for him. Not having any luck, she widened her search, becoming more frantic as she did so. 5 minutes later, she'd looked over the entire map, and there was no sign of him. A cold fear began to settle in her stomach. Quickly, she sought out Greengrass's dot again, and she gasped in anger when she saw who the girl was now standing next to, Draco Malfoy. Draco had been standing outside the library and, as soon as Harry had vanished, Daphne had apparently headed straight to the Malfoy boy. That was too much of a coincidence in anyone's book. Desperately, she tried to think what to do. She'd seen firsthand how effective the teachers were at policing the castle, so she rejected going to one of them yet. She needed more information, and only one person could give that to her. Intently, she watched as Greengrass's dot began to move, apparently heading back towards the Slytherin common room. Leaping out of bed, Ginevra flung on a set of robes and jammed her trainers on her feet. She made sure she had her wand and a small backup knife with her. Harry had convinced her recently that carrying a blade was a good idea, and she'd stolen this one from the castle's kitchens just last week. She slipped it into a side pocket of her robes, and left her room. By now, Daphne had reached the common room and, as a stroke of luck, looked like she was heading up to her room. Ginevra hurried along the corridor that contained the sixth-year girls' rooms, and casually lounged in the stairwell. Daphne would have to go right past her to get to her own room. Breathing deeply to calm herself, she waited until she heard footsteps coming up the stairs. As soon as Daphne caught sight of her leaning in the doorway, her face blanched. Looking uncharacteristically nervous, the blonde girl continued up the stairs, staring rigidly ahead of her. Once she was a few feet away, Ginevra nodded at her casually. Greengrass actually smiled back, obviously pleased that she wasn't showing any signs of hostile intent. Ginevra almost snorted in disgust. To think, the girl called herself a Slytherin. Once Daphne had passed her by, Ginevra whipped out her wand and sent a stunner into the blonde girl's back. She crumpled to the floor instantly, never knowing what had hit her. Quickly, Ginevra levitated the fallen girl back to her own room and laid her on the bed. She then locked the door securely, cast a couple of silencing charms, before conjuring a number of thick ropes to tie Greengrass securely to the bed. Only then did she wake the girl. "What the bloody hell do you think you're doing? Help, help!" Daphne screamed as soon as she gained consciousness. It earned a sharp slap across the face from Ginevra. "Shut it, bitch," she growled. "What have you done to Potter?" "Potter? What are you talking about? I haven't seen Potter all day," Daphne protested. Ginevra smirked evilly, glad that Greengrass had inadvertently already confirmed that she was lying. That would make what she was about to do a little easier. Slowly and deliberately, Ginevra drew the knife from out of her robes and waved the blade slowly back and forth in front of Daphne. "What are you doing, you madwoman?" Daphne shrieked in fear. "Why, I'm going to cut you up, unless you tell me what you did to Potter," Ginevra said sweetly, while climbing onto the bed. She straddled the confined girl between her legs, and trailed the sharp blade down Daphne's cheek. "You'll never get away with this. They'll throw you in Azkaban," Daphne yelled in a panic. "They'll never find your body, bitch, not unless you tell me what you did to Harry. I know you went and talked to him in the library, and then reported to Malfoy. So, I'll ask once more, what did you do to him?" She growled, letting the knife draw a little blood. "Ouch, I can't say." Daphne sobbed. "Draco threatened to hurt Astoria if I said anything. They have a betrothal contract which he can activate at any time. Astoria could just vanish into Malfoy Manor and never be seen again." "You'll never been seen again if you don't start talking," Ginevra warned her. "Or if you do, you'll have some lovely scars to show. What do you think, Blondie? Do you think all those little boys you give hand jobs to will like you if you're all scarred? I doubt it." "Please," Daphne sobbed. Thinking she wasn't making the message clear enough, Ginevra grabbed Daphne's left earlobe and began to cut. She only severed a few millimeters of flesh, but it was enough to make Daphne scream in pain and thrash against her bindings. "What's next, bitch?" Ginevra hissed. "Your nose. And perhaps I'll cut of one of those flabby tits of yours and mount it on my wall." "Please, a portkey. Draco gave me a portkey to hand to Potter. He knew I was a friend of Tracy's, so he wouldn't be suspicious of me. I didn't want to do it, I swear," Daphne wailed. "Where did this portkey go?" Ginevra demanded. "I don't know. Draco didn't tell me." "Please don't hurt me," Daphne sobbed. "Stupefy," Ginevra yelled, pointing her wand at the girl. Daphne instantly slumped back onto the bed and remained still. Ginevra fought down a wave of panic and tried to think. She had no idea where Harry might have been taken and no means to get there even if she did. She could try and confront Draco, but he was likely to be with his goons, whom he was rarely seen without. No, she needed help. Leaving Greengrass tied to the bed, she sprinted out of her room, locking it securely behind her. Hurriedly, she ran down to the common room and out through the hidden door. Sprinting down the dark corridor beyond, she halted in front of Professor Snape's door and knocked loudly. She offered a silent prayer of thanks when his voice bid her to enter. Snape was sitting at his desk, and looked up at her with obvious distaste. "What do you want, Weasley?" he drawled. "They've got Potter," she panted, slightly out of breath. "Draco Malfoy forced Daphne Greengrass to hand him a portkey, and now he's vanished from the castle." "What?" Snape gasped. "How do you know this?" "I have secret means of tracking people in the castle, and I just saw Harry vanish about 10 minutes ago, just as he was talking with Greengrass. She then reported to Malfoy and headed back to the dorms, where I ambushed her. She's currently tied to my bed, having admitted giving the portkey to Harry after her sister was threatened by Draco," Ginevra spat out in one breath. "We have to do something. They could kill him. No, if Draco is involved, then Potter has been sent to the Dark Lord. He will want to interrogate Potter extensively, no doubt after prolonged torture. We still have time. Quickly, take me to Greengrass," he commanded. Ginevra led him back to the common room and up the stairs to her room. Fortunately, no one was around, so they both could enter without difficulties. She then awakened Greengrass, but left the ropes firmly in place. Professor Weasley attacked me with a knife, sir. Please help me, Daphne screeched as soon as she regained her senses. Silence, you stupid girl, Snape snapped and pointed his wand at her. Legilimens. A few moments later, he lowered his wand and turned to Ginevra. She was telling you the truth, he said angrily. While Greengrass was never told the destination of the portkey, it's obviously Malfoy Manor. If Potter has been sent there, then we cannot help him. It is the Dark Lord's main base and extensively protected. Potter, regrettably, is already dead. All we can do now is obliviate Greengrass and pretend none of this happened. Aren't you forgetting something, sir? Ginevra growled. You said Potter would be interrogated extensively. Well, he knows that you're a double agent, and I'm sure that will be about the first thing he'll give up under torture. Snape scowled. Damn that Potter. I knew he'd be the death of me. You're right, it's probably suicide, but I must make the attempt to rescue him. I, at least, can get through the protective wards at the manor without difficulties. You had better. I'm coming with you, Ginevra interrupted him. You'll only be a liability. What possible use would a 16-year-old girl be? He demanded angrily. I'm an animagus, and I can pick up Harry's scent from some distance away, she blurted. That's got to be helpful in finding him, hasn't it? Animagus. You. Merlin's beard. Girl, what form do you take? Snape exclaimed. A wolf, just like Harry, she admitted. Just get me into the manor, and I guarantee I'll be able to find him. So, that's what the pair of you was up to together. How cozy, he sneered. All right, you can accompany me, but you must obey my orders instantly. Understand? Yes, sir, she replied determinedly. Good. We'll need to return to my office to collect a number of things, and then we'll need to head out of the castle's grounds. I'll obliviate Greengrass before we go, but we'll leave her here in case we need her later, Snape instructed. Ginevra nodded and waited by the door while the professor wiped the last half an hour of the blonde girl's memory and then placed a sleeping charm on her. They then hurried back to Snape's office where the man immediately began hunting through the large collection of potion bottles that he kept there. He selected a number of bottles and placed them inside his robes, before he went back to his desk and unlocked a drawer. From inside, he withdrew a plain black bag. What's that for, sir? Ginevra asked curiously. It contains my Death Eater robes and mask. We will need them once we reach Malfoy Manor, the man replied sharply. Ginevra stared at the bag in shock. While she hadn't been surprised to learn that Snape was a spy within the ranks of the Dark Lord's followers, the idea that he kept his Death Eater paraphernalia right here in this room chilled her for some reason. Suddenly, the war didn't seem so remote and Potter's words about having to choose a side felt very relevant. Having found what he needed, Snape led her out of his office and toward the entrance hall. We'll need to get off the school grounds before I can apparate to the manor, Snape explained as they headed for the front door. The quickest way will be to... Ah, Severus, a voice interrupted them. They turned and saw the very person they had hoped to avoid, Dumbledore. Headmaster, Snape drawled in greeting, being careful to hide the bag containing his mask and robes behind him. I was just heading to dinner. Would you care to accompany me? Dumbledore asked with a pleasant smile. Unfortunately, I have an incident involving a couple of my Slytherins that I will need to deal with outside first, Snape lied smoothly. Oh, nothing serious I hope. I could accompany you, if you like, Dumbledore offered. No need, Headmaster, Snape said graciously. It is a simple matter involving some banned items that appear to have been smuggled into the school. Miss Weasley here alerted me to the problem. Most commendable, Miss Weasley, Dumbledore praised. What manner of banned items are we talking about? A case of Weasley wildfire whiz-bangs, sir, Ginevra leapt in. I believe my brother Ronald might be trying to sell them here in school on behalf of Fred and George. Ah, I must say, your twin brothers do possess the most remarkable talent when it comes to the creation of such objects. I did always rather think it a shame they could never raise the necessary funds to open their own shop, Dumbledore noted. Tell me, how is their mail-order business doing these days? I wouldn't know, sir, she replied stiffly. They only tend to involve me in their affairs when they need a test subject, not that I'm ever consulted on the matter, of course. Most regrettable, the old man replied, seemingly finding the whole matter amusing. Well, I mustn't delay you in your attempts to foil this most heinous of crimes. I trust I will see you at the dinner table later, Severus. Of course, headmaster, Snape replied, watching the old man warily as he headed into the great hall. Interfering old busybody. Come, Weasley, let's get out of here before we have any more interruptions. The pair of them hurried out the door and along the path that led down to the main gates. As part of the teaching staff, Snape was able to open the gates without any difficulties, and they soon found themselves standing outside the castle grounds, and beyond the protective magics that prevented apparition. Grab my arm, Snape instructed her. Have you ever apparated before? I'm afraid not, she admitted. Try not to vomit over me, girl, Snape growled threateningly and made a twisting movement. A second later, Ginevra felt her body being pressed hard from all directions and her chest felt so constricted that she could barely breathe. Incredible pressure was exerted on her, and she felt like her head would cave in any second. Then, mercifully, it all stopped and she collapsed onto soft grass. Congratulations, Weasley, you've just apparated for the first time. Now, gather your wits and get back on your feet, Snape snarled. Ginevra climbed shakily to her feet and looked around. They were standing on an immaculate lawn that was situated in front of an imposing stone wall. Set into the wall was a large set of wrought iron gates which stood directly in front of them, with tall hedges lining the path leading to it. She stared at the ominous gates in trepidation. Maybe insisting on coming hadn't been such a good idea. By this point, Snape had donned his Death Eater mask and robes, giving him a foreboding look. Hold out your hands, child, he ordered. Ginevra did as she was instructed, only to find her wrists being bound together with a thin rope seconds later. Hey, she protested. A necessary precaution, I'm afraid, Snape's muffled voice explained. You are to pretend to be my prisoner. When we encounter the guard, pretend to act terrified. I will then get us inside the manor itself. She nodded, but felt deeply unhappy at losing the use of her hands. A moment later, she felt the professor grab the back of her robes and shove her forward. Somehow, they passed through the metal gates as if they were smoke, and she found herself standing in front of a large, three-story house. A large, brutish-looking man dressed in black robes instantly started walking towards them. What's all this, then? The man demanded gruffly. A prisoner for the Dark Lord, Snape replied in a deeper voice than he usually talked in. He specifically ordered her capture as she comes from a family of no-blood traitors. Ah, pity, I was hoping she was going to be shared round, the man grunted before he turned and leered at Ginevra. Still, maybe our Lord will let us play with her once he's finished, What do you say to that, pretty? I'm sure we could find some fun games to play. Ginevra stared at the man in horror. Although Snape had ordered her to look terrified, it really didn't require much acting ability on her part. The man was positively loathsome, and the idea of him laying as much as a finger on her made her want to be sick. We'll see, Snape replied simply and again pushed her forward. They passed through a pair of ornate wood doors, before entering a grand hallway. Ginevra recognized the room from the article in Witch Weekly, a few years back. Then, the house had looked impossibly ostentatious, but now that she stood on its polished floor, it seemed far more sinister. It suddenly occurred to Ginevra that the magazine article had just been a PR exercise to make the world think that the Malfoys were a normal, if extremely wealthy, family. She guessed that the Death Eater guard out front had been missing the day the magazine's photographer had turned up. As soon as they were clear of the doorway, Snape grabbed her by the collar and pushed her into a side passage. The dungeons are down this way, which I assume will be the most likely place to find Potter, he growled in a low voice, before pulling a knife from his robes and cutting the rope tied around Ginevra's wrists. I suggest this would be a good time for you to transform into your animal form and sniff out your missing boyfriend. Ignoring Snape's snarky comment, Ginevra tried to calm herself and change into her wolf. Fear, apparently, is a great motivator and she found herself transformed before she knew it. Well, Snape demanded, looking at her in an unimpressed manner. Ginevra resisted biting his leg and instead tried to concentrate on the smells around her. At first, It was extremely confusing as there were a great many scents that she could detect. Instead, she tried to focus on the freshest scent trails that she could find, and soon got a hint of a familiar odor. Immediately, she took off in the direction of the trail, with Snape hurrying after her. They moved along a dark corridor and then down a set of stone stairs that led, apparently, to a dead end, much to Ginevra's confusion. Snape, however, was unfazed by this turn of events, and tapped a stone wall with his wand. The wall immediately vanished like smoke on the wind, revealing a long, dark passageway that seemed to lead on forever. "We must be especially careful from this point," Snape whispered. "These are the main dungeons, and we could encounter Death Eaters at any point." Nodding her understand, Ginevra began to slink up the passageway, her senses on full alert. They had gone perhaps 50 yards when she caught an unfamiliar scent heading towards them. Her ears folded back onto her head and she dropped down onto her belly. Snape, realizing what was happening, walked ahead of her, signaling her to try and hide in the shadows. A few moments later, a figure dressed in the full regalia of a Death Eater appeared, walking in their direction. Ginevra tried desperately to press herself against the wall, but there was little to no cover in the bare corridor. The Death Eater approached Snape rapidly, seemingly unconcerned to meet someone there. "It's about time you showed up," the Death Eater growled before glancing down and spotting Ginevra. "Hey, what's that bloody animal?" The man got no further as Snape rapidly drew his wand and shot a green killing curse into his chest. The Death Eater dropped like a stone onto the cold, hard floor. "Damn it," Snape cursed quietly. "We'll have to hope the fool won't be missed for a while. The cells are located just up ahead. I'll have to levitate his body and hide it in one of them. You scout ahead and make sure the coast is clear." Without further prompting, Ginevra leapt up and ran ahead. She was shocked to the core at the casual way the man whom she only thought of as her potions professor had killed another human being in cold blood. True, just days before she had plunged a knife into the chest of Blaise Zabini, but she'd been in a blind rage when she had done so, and the boy had just killed her best friend, after all. She doubted she could ever so casually kill a foe such as Snape had done. Ahead, the corridor split into two, and she could definitely detect Harry's scent down the left-hand one. She looked back to see Snape approaching, his wand held in front of him as he levitated the limp body. She patted down the left-hand corridor a few feet to indicate that was the way they should go, and Snape followed without question. By this point, she began to notice heavy, iron doors built into the walls, and assumed these must be the cells the professor had mentioned. Snape tried several of the doors, until he found one that was unlocked. He opened it and vanished inside for a moment, taking his victim with him. A second later, he emerged and cast several spells on the door, one of which Ginevra knew was an advanced locking charm that Bill had once shown her. When he had finished, Snape again turned to her. "Have you located Potter yet?" he asked intently. Realizing she had become distracted, Ginevra turned and began to follow the scent again. It had become fairly strong, and she suspected Harry must be close by. Suddenly, she stopped in front one of the iron doors. This was it, she was certain. Turning, she looked back at Snape expectantly. "This one?" Snape queried, before pointing his wand at the cell door and casting several detection spells. "This must be it. There are a number of locking charms on it, not to mention a few traps. This may take a few minutes. Keep watch while I get this door open." Obediently, she padded back down the corridor a little way, trying to ignore what Snape was doing and concentrating on keeping a lookout. She was fairly confident her keen nose and ears would detect anyone approaching long before they could see her. Minutes seemed to drag by like hours, until Snape triumphantly muttered, "Got it." And she heard a click as the cell door opened. "Change back into human form, Weasley, I'll need an extra pair of hands," he ordered. Ginevra quickly reverted to human form and hurriedly entered the cell, Snape closing the door behind her. It took a moment for her now human eyes to adjust to the dim light, but when they did she spotted a naked form huddled in one corner. With a gasp, she ran over to it. Harry was curled into a ball, shivering. His body was filthy and there were a number of deep cuts on his arms and legs. He seemed completely unaware of their presence. "Harry," she hissed, "it's us." Professor Snape and I are going to get you out of here." Potter remained unresponsive, however. Snape roughly pushed her out of the way, before pulling a vial from his robes. "Lift his head up so I can get this potion down his throat," Snape ordered. "What the hell's wrong with him?" Ginevra demanded. "How did he get in this state already? He couldn't have been here more than an hour." "Foolish girl. Potter is showing all the signs of repeated exposure to the Cruciatus curse," Snape snapped. "More than 10 minutes continuous exposure is normally enough to drive a person insane. I've seen this before. It's a standard Death Eater tactic for breaking a prisoner. They are subjected to the curse 3 or 4 times a day, at random intervals, for no more than 5 minutes at a time. Imagine, if you will, laying in the dark, constantly shivering from the cold, hunger gnawing at your stomach, all the while listening to see if your captors are coming to inflict more unspeakable agony on you. Imagine enduring that routine for days on end. Potter would have been begging them to kill him before the end of the second day." "Oh, God, Harry," she gasped and hugged him tightly. "His head, girl, his head," Snape spat. "I need to get this healing potion down his throat or he'll be deadweight to us." Stroking his hair, Ginevra managed to get him to look up. He looked at her with wild, unseeing eyes. Snape immediately grabbed his jaw and forced it open, pouring the contents of the liquid down his throat, before snapping his mouth shut. Potter swallowed it without protest, and, after a few seconds, began to stop shaking. Ginevra," he murmured. "Yes, it's me," she confirmed softly. "We need to get you out of here. Can you stand?" Think so," he stammered. With both their help, Harry managed to climb to his feet. Guiltily, Ginevra averted her eyes. She realized that she'd been staring at his naked form and, despite the dirt and the blood he'd been covered in, she had been admiring his body. Her eyes had been lingering on his manhood, which was hanging limply between his legs. Somehow, it felt like she was violating him, leering at him while he was in this helpless state. "Give him your robes," Snape commanded, perhaps noticing her examination of Potter's physique. She shrugged the garment off her shoulders and quickly wrapped it around Harry. "Potter, do you think you can transform into your animagus form?" Snape asked. "It would be the easiest way to get you out of here." Harry just shook his head, all the while looking like standing was a major feat for him. Performing an animagus transformation was difficult and draining at the best of times, and Ginevra realized asking him to do it in his current condition was impossible. "Okay, we do this the hard way, then," Snape drawled. "Weasley, change back into your wolf form and scout ahead. I'll support Potter." Nodding, Ginevra performed the quickest transformation she had ever achieved, and was soon back in her wolf body. Snape cracked open the cell door a fraction, allowing her to sniff the air outside. Finding nothing, she pushed herself out of the gap and ran back the way they had come, determined to give the 2 men as much warning of any hostiles as she could. Luck was with them, for a change, and there was no sign of any of the manor's inhabitants as she ranged as far as the stairway. She paused there, waiting for Harry and Snape to catch up. She heard them long before they came into sight. Harry was leaning heavily against the professor, who had to keep one arm around the young man's shoulders to support him. As soon as they were within a few yards of the stairs, she turned and darted up to the next level to reconnoiter their escape route. Again, their luck held and the dark corridor was empty, as was the entrance hall. That just left the problem of the guards stationed outside. Once the 2 men caught up with her again, she looked up at Snape with questioning eyes. "I think we'll have to abandon stealth from this point," Snape decided. "I'll go ahead and take out the guard. My actions might be spotted by someone on the upper floors, but I don't see we have any choice. I think." Snape's words were interrupted by the guard in question unexpectedly entering the entrance hall through the main door. He took one look at the 3 of them gathered in a huddle and let out an angry cry. Desperately, Snape tried to untangle himself from Potter, while the guard drew his wand. Ginevra, seeing that the guard would beat Snape to the draw, did the only thing she could. Leaping forward, she sank her teeth into the guard's meaty thigh. The man bellowed in agony and lashed out at Ginevra with his fist. Ginevra, however, had her teeth firmly locked into the man, despite the pain of his blow. "Sectum Sempra," Snape cried and, instantly, Blood spurted from the guard's chest, causing him to stagger backwards. Ginevra released her grip and watched the man fall to the ground in a pool of his own gore. "Come on," Snape cried. "Someone is bound to have heard that commotion. We need to get out of here." Grabbing Harry, who seemed to understand the urgency of the situation and was limping as fast as he could, Snape virtually dragged the injured boy through the doors. Ginevra's keen ears could hear shouts of alarm from somewhere behind her, but did not dare look back. "Change back and grab my arm, otherwise you won't be able to get through the gates," Snape yelled at her. With panic mounting inside her, Ginevra transformed back into a human and grabbed hold of the professor as instructed. They lunged through the gates just as a beam of red light shot past them, missing Harry by inches. "Keep hold of me, I'm going to apparate us out of here," Snape commanded, and seconds later Ginevra again felt the horrible feeling of compression as she was jerked off her feet. A moment later, she found herself back outside the gates of Hogwarts, as the three escapees all collapsed in a heap. "Damn it," Snape cursed. "Side-along apparition is hard enough with one person, let alone two. That took a lot out of me. Weasley, help me get Potter to his feet. He needs medical attention urgently and I barely have the strength to stand myself." Between them, they managed to get Harry onto his feet. By this time the young man looked like he was on the verge of collapse and seemed to be only dimly aware of his surroundings. It was a long, hard trip back to the castle and several times they all nearly collapsed. Harry was barely able to remain upright by the time they reached the main doors. They staggered into the building gratefully. "Weasley, go ahead and," Snape began but then stopped. Looking up, Ginevra was horrified to see Malfoy, Parkinson and Nott, all coming down the main staircase directly in front of them. As soon as he saw them, Draco's face turned red with anger and he virtually sprinted past them in the direction of the Slytherin common room, his companions right on his heels. "Professor, we need to stop them," Ginevra cried. "It's too late," Snape groaned. "We'll never catch them now and I'm too weary to even try. Within minutes the Dark Lord will know that it was us who helped Potter escape." Gritting her teeth, Ginevra glared in the direction that Malfoy had disappeared. Her life had suddenly become a lot more complicated, to say the least. Harry groaned and slowly opened his eyes. At first, he was confused as to where he was, but slowly, his memory returned and he remembered he was in the hospital wing of Hogwarts. He'd awoken briefly sometime before, but it had been dark, so he'd just rolled over and gone back to sleep. Now, sunlight streamed through the windows, signaling a new day. "Awake are we, Potter?" a voice drawled. Harry looked over and saw Professor Snape sitting by his bedside with a grim expression on his face. Ginevra Weasley was lying on top of the bed next to his, fully dressed. She looked at him with a faint smile. "What? Ah, damn. Every single part of my body hurts," Harry beeped. "That's hardly surprising. I'm told you were displaying symptoms of extended exposure to the Cruciatus curse, not to mention several deep lacerations caused by a knife. I take it you had the pleasure of Bellatrix Lestrange's company again?" Snape asked in a dead voice. "Yeah, and I really don't want there to be a third time with that mad bitch," Harry groaned. "I really thought I was going to go insane this time, she kept the curse on me for so long." "What do you mean?" Ginevra asked, leaping off the bed. "Had you been captured before?" "Indeed, Miss Weasley, Potter here was a guest of the Dark Lord about a year ago, isn't that right?" Snape confirmed, turning his head back to Harry. "It is. Last time, I was held captive for over a week, and it took me nearly a month to recover from the experience. My guardian was responsible for rescuing me back then, but this time it looks like I have the pair of you to thank. Really, I don't think I'll ever be able to repay you. Being back under Lestrange's heel was my worst nightmare come true," Harry said sincerely. "I guess you really owe me, now," Ginevra smirked. "I'm sure I'll think of a suitable way for you to make it up to me. You did say you were rich, didn't you? I'll just start writing out a shopping list, shall I?" "Yes, you can," Harry laughed softly, "and make it a long one." "I'm glad you both find the situation amusing," Snape sneered. "Sometimes you have to laugh, otherwise you'll cry," Harry commented dryly. "So, what's been happening while I've been out of it?" A great deal and none of it good, Snape said with a note of anger in his voice. You'll be pleased to know that Miss Greengrass is no longer in the castle. Her parents came and collected her this morning and she has been officially expelled. Wait, what do you mean, she's gone? She was the main participant in my kidnapping, Harry protested. Surely, she'll need to be interviewed by the Aurors. No charges have been brought against Miss Greengrass, and the headmaster is satisfied that she was forced to act against her will. He merely informed her parents that it would be best for all parties if she did not return to the school, Snape explained in a detached manner. Like hell, I was the one kidnapped and used as Bellatrix's plaything, and it's my decision if charges are to be brought, Harry yelled. The headmaster felt, and I have to agree with him, that a court case involving Miss Greengrass might raise a number of questions that you would be unwilling to answer, Snape replied coldly. Think about it, Harry, Ginevra interrupted. Professor Snape would have to explain how he was able to gain access to a Death Eater stronghold and I would have to admit to being an illegal animagus. I'm pretty sure there are a few things you wouldn't want to have looked into in greater detail, either. Harry took her meaning immediately, and huffed in frustration. So, I guess this means Draco Malfoy gets off the hook again, he said bitterly. I take it the little shit blabbed to the nearest Death Eater about your involvement. Oh, he did indeed, Snape growled. I am now officially a dead man. It's only a matter of time before Lord Voldemort extracts his revenge on me. What has Dumbledore had to say about this? Harry asked with a frown. He expressed his great disappointment that I would act so foolishly, and lectured me on how my exposure as a spy may cost the lives of countless witches and wizards in the future. I have now been informed that I am banned from leaving Hogwarts for my own safety, although I doubt that will keep me particularly safe, Snape noted bitterly. Harry thought for a moment. You can't seriously be satisfied with that, can you? He asked. You've effectively become a prisoner within this school. I fail to see what other option I have, Snape spat. Professor, do you seriously think I would have made my presence known to the wizarding world, or ever stepped foot in this school unless I had an escape plan? Harry smirked. Escape plan? What do you mean? Snape demanded. Quite simply, I have a pre-planned escape route out of the country. Give me a day or two, and I can guarantee to get you out of here and somewhere safe, Harry assured him. But to what end? I have only meager savings, and how would I survive in a foreign country with no immigration papers? He pointed out. Besides, where are you talking about sending me? America, actually, Harry explained calmly. Due to the problems in Europe at the moment, the USA has virtually closed its borders to magical immigrants, but I have a contact already established there. With a little notice, I can arrange an international portkey to transport you to a safe location in America, and have false identification papers ready and waiting for you. You can just fade into the population, and no one will be any the wiser. America, you would have me become an exile from my own home. Snape snapped. You can stay here and be killed if you'd prefer, Harry replied pointedly. But just think about it. You'd have the chance of a completely fresh start. You'd have a completely new identity and be able to pursue any career you wanted to. Merlin knows, Professor, you seem to loathe children, so this would be a great opportunity to try something different. Just think, a different haircut, some snazzy new clothes, maybe a suntan, you'd be a new person. Just remember, too, all those American girls love an English accent. You'd be beating those Yankee babes off with a stick, sir, Ginevra chuckled. Snape just stared at them with his mouth open. Is staying here really worth dying for? Harry asked reasonably. You can't be happy here, can you? Hogwarts must hold a lot of bitter memories for you, sir, and you've been hanging on to the past for too long now, anyway. Perhaps going somewhere new would be the best thing you could do. Let go of what couldn't have been, and embrace a fresh, new start. Lily would have wanted you to, Professor. At the mention of Harry's mother, Snape flinched like he'd been struck. He looked down into Harry's eyes for a moment, before sighing in defeat. You are correct, Potter. Lily would indeed have wanted me to take this opportunity. In fact, she'd probably have hexed me into oblivion for even hesitating. Very well, I will accept your offer. How much time do you need to arrange this? He asked wearily. Not long, In fact, I should have everything ready by Saturday, providing I can get to my trunk this morning. I'll need an excuse to get out of the castle, however. My wand will need replacing. Bellatrix snapped my last one in front of me, and so I'll need to go to Diagon Alley to replace it. Can you inform the headmaster that I'll be away from the school all of Saturday? Obviously don't mention that you'll be accompanying me, but suggest that you'll arrange a suitable escort. We'll smuggle you out of Hogwarts and you'll be away before anyone is the wiser, Harry suggested. Very well, I'll imply that Hagrid will be escorting you. Dumbledore trusts the man completely, and he would make a suitable person to accompany you. I'll mention the matter to Hagrid, but be somewhat vague about when you'll be traveling, Snape pondered. Excellent idea, Harry agreed, before looking over at Ginevra quizzically. Do you have a backup wand, Ginevra? Backup wand, she snorted. I'm lucky to have the one I've got. It's seen better days, too. Right, you're coming with us, too, Harry decided. You're a target now, and only having one wand is a recipe for a quick death. He's right, Miss Weasley, Snape said, nodding. You should always carry at least one spare wand, and some other backup weapon, too, if possible. It was just as well Bellatrix burnt my clothes as soon as she stripped them from my back, Harry continued. If she'd searched my robes, she would have found several extension charms cast on them. When I was captured, I have 2 backup wands, a knife, several types of hand grenades, a few landmines, and a Muggle sub-machine gun hidden away. Oh, and a long sword. You, my dear, need to get tooled up. I have several sets of enchanted robes in my trunk, and I'll let you have one of them later. Really? Well, okay. I must admit my brother Bill tends to carry more than one wand, so I guess it must be a good idea. Besides, I think I deserve having you splash out a few galleons on me, she grinned. Now that's decided, I'll need to start making plans. I will begin to discreetly tidy up my affairs here, not that I have much that I won't mind leaving behind, Snape noted with a faint hint of sadness in his voice. Have everything in your trunk, ready to go by 8 o'clock on Saturday morning, Harry instructed. Ginevra and I will meet you in your office, and we'll go from there. Very well, I'll speak to you later, Snape confirmed, before marching out of the hospital wing without a backward glance. I should be going too, Harry, Ginevra said, turning to leave. Wait, Harry begged, grabbing her wrist. I really need to talk with you further. Please stay a little longer. Okay, Ginevra agreed cautiously and sat herself on the edge of Harry's bed. Look, about what happened in the forest, Harry began. Don't, Ginevra interrupted. Let's just say that I overreacted a bit and pretend it never happened, okay? All right, Harry agreed, deciding not to argue, before continuing in a serious tone. I have to say again, I can't thank you enough for rescuing me. Really, if there is anything that I can do to repay you, then just tell me. I owe you my life. I'll bear that in mind, she replied, actually looking faintly embarrassed. One thing you do have to realize, however, is that things have now changed. Voldemort might now want Snape's head on a plate, but you've just been placed on his target list, too. That means we have to do things a bit differently now, if you're agreeable, Harry said. What do you mean? She asked with a frown. Ginevra, ever since I met you, I've thought that we would make a great team together. I can practically feel your magical power, and the fact that nearly every boy in Slytherin is scared of you is proof enough that you're a great fighter. I want you by my side, Harry told her intently. She began hesitantly. Just hear me out, he begged. From this point, both of us are going to have every single one of the Dark Lord's followers coming after us. We stand a much better chance of survival if we work together, with one of us covering the other's back. I'm willing to bet that together we could make a team that even Voldemort would think twice about taking on directly. We've already proved that we work well together in our animagus forms, and I'm certain we can extend that to our normal forms, too. Together, we could do great things, Ginevra. She looked at him in shock, clearly not sure if he was being serious or not. I told you a while ago that a time would come when you had to pick a side, Harry reminded her gently, and this is it. For a moment, she looked undecided, before she let out a weary sigh. What choice do I have? She said in a defeated voice. By coming after you I've already made my decision. I guess from here on in, we're partners. Harry grabbed her hand and beeped it. Thank you, Ginevra, he said warmly. I can't guarantee that this will be easy. In fact, you've picked a dark and dangerous road to tread with me. The rewards, however, will make it all worth it. I tell you, they'll be singing songs about our exploits for centuries to come. As long as they put my name first, she smirked. So, what happens now? Well, firstly, I need to get out of this bloody hospital bed and get to my trunk. I have some goodies that I want to share with you, and I'll need to arrange for Snape's passage out of the country. After that, we'll start training together, and practice working as a team. We'll spend some more time in our animagus forms, too, Harry decided. Oh, hoping to get your leg over again, are you, Potter? Ginevra asked archly. Actually, I was rather hoping that the next time that happens we'll both be in human form, he said, smiling suggestively. In your dreams, she teased, leaning towards him dangerously. You're always in my dreams, sweet Ginevra, he replied. With an evil smile on her lips, Ginevra slid off the bed and started to head towards the door. See you later, Potter, she called as she left, wiggling her fingers at him. Harry just lay back on the bed and watched her go, his eyes never leaving the fluid curves of her beeps. Was it his imagination, or was she swaying her hips a little more than normal as she walked? Either way, he had a feeling that this could be the start of a beautiful partnership. Come on, Melinda, just 5 more minutes, Harry begged. James, if we're not careful my dad will come out here looking for me. I was supposed to be inside 20 minutes ago, she protested, but then let out a beep as Harry's lips started to place a trail of beeps down her neck. James. She pushed him in the chest and he reluctantly took a step away from her. She stood glaring at him with her arms crossed against her chest, although the mischievous smirk on her lips rather ruined the effect. I know, time for you to go inside, Harry noted with a tragic sigh. Will I see you tomorrow? Maybe, as long as you can keep your hands to yourself, she replied saucily. Why, you've never complained before, he grinned back. Pig, she laughed, before stepping forward and placing a quick beep on his lips. I really have to go, James, she apologized. Swing by about 7 o'clock tomorrow. I should be ready by then. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow, Harry agreed. Sweet dreams. You, too, she replied with a brilliant smile, and vanished up the path to her family's house. Harry watched her go with sigh. He couldn't believe that he'd got so lucky as to have Melinda as his girlfriend. She was just perfect for him. Beautiful, intelligent, funny, and being a squib, he didn't have to hide his magical abilities from her. It was a match made in heaven. With a dreamy smile on his face, Harry turned and walked back through the darkened streets of Godric's Hollow. He loved living here, he truly did. After having lived in the urban drabness that was Little Whinging for 9 years of his life, this little West Country village was a breath of fresh air. Its quaint cottages and rural setting were much more to his liking than the unyielding conformity of his former home. He soon reached Bathilda's house and let himself in through the front door. As always, Gellert was waiting for him in the living room, a book on his lap and a cup of coffee steaming beside him. He looked up as Harry entered. Ah, Harry, you're home, he noted with a smile, and how was your date with the enchanting Miss Cook? Really great, Harry replied, smiling so hard his face hurt. She is a most delightful young lady, Gellert agreed, the amusement plain on his face. She is, Gelly, Harry agreed, before looking at his guardian nervously. I think I'm in love with her. Gellert suddenly looked serious. Well, it is possible, Harry, but first loves are always tricky things. Some will last forever, growing stronger as time goes by, but only if they are nurtured correctly. Others simply disappear, like a leaf on the breeze, leaving only a lingering sadness. Harry looked distressed at Gellert's words. That won't happen, he said angrily. Why would I stop loving Melinda? She's brilliant. I wasn't denigrating Miss Cook in any way, my boy, it's just that you are both young and have so much growing to do. As people age, they change, you know. In a year or two, you may well not be the same person that you are today, Gellert said gently. Harry huffed and threw himself down on the sofa. I wish I could tell her who I really am, he beeped, or even just let her see what I really look like. If you do that, you make not only yourself a target, but her too. Do you really want to put Melinda's life at risk? The old man challenged. Of course not, Harry replied moodily. I know I can't, I just wish that I could, that's all. I suspect that in a few years it will be time to reveal yourself to the wizarding world. At that point you will be able to tell her everything. I'm certain she will understand your need for secrecy, Gellert said soothingly. I suppose so, Harry mumbled sourly, before fixing his guardian with a hard stare. If you're so knowledgeable about girls, how come you never married? Gellert looked at him pointedly, before sighing. Perhaps this is a story I should have told you, Harry, but it is one that hurts me even to this day. Once, long ago, I was engaged to be married. Really, why have you never mentioned this before? Harry demanded, his earlier surliness vanishing in an instant. As I said, it is a painful tale for me to recount, but one that I think you will learn some valuable lessons from, Gellert replied sadly. Her name was Paula von Schirach, although her maiden name was Hoffman. Maiden name, Harry repeated in confusion. You mean she was married? Widowed, to be exact. Her husband had been an army officer of fine Prussian descent, but was killed during the Polish campaign in the early part of World War II. I was in my 50s when I met her, and she was nearly 15 years my junior, but being a wizard, of course, I appeared much younger than I actually was. I can honestly say, I loved her from the moment I set eyes on her, the old man sighed. What happened? Harry prompted. I met her back in 41, at a party thrown by some high-ranking army officer. Paula was invited because she was a friend of the man's wife, and I attended to drink expensive champagne and laugh down my sleeve at the muggles. In the end, the joke was on me because I became captivated by her the moment I saw her. She had long, dark curly hair and the most wondrous brown eyes, so deep and clear. Naturally, I introduced myself and was delighted when we seemed to hit it off, he said, smiling at the memory. Wait, you mean she was a muggle? Harry exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, just imagine it, me, an all-powerful Dark Lord who was well on his way to engineering the conquest of all of Europe, suddenly humbled by a pretty brunette with a disarming smile. They said the face of Helen of Troy launched 1,000 ships, well, Paula's face stopped 1,000 tanks. From the moment I met her, I could think of nothing but being with her. Obviously, my plan for global domination and subjugation of the Muggles took something of a dent, he chuckled. Wow, it sounds like you had it bad, Harry laughed. Oh, indeed, my young friend, I did. At first, I thought only to satisfy my lust with her, something I achieved remarkably quickly. I was handsome and charming, she was lonely and in need of comfort. Well, there was a war on, you understand. People's morals change somewhat in such times. But even after I bedded her, I wanted more. Soon, I persuaded her to move to Berlin where I was living at the time and, after some coaxing, I got her to agree to marry me. Do you know, my boy, I could have used magic on her, or a potion, but instead I spent nearly a year begging her to accept my proposal. Proof positive, I feel, that love is stronger than magic, he smiled wistfully. So, why didn't you get married? Harry asked. As I said, I'd somewhat neglected my duties and responsibilities since Paula came into my life, and it came back to bite me. That egotistical Muggle idiot I had placed in charge had managed to make a mess of things. I'd left him strict instruction that the capture of Moscow was his priority, but instead he'd tried to take the Russian capital and the oil fields to the south, simultaneously. Stupid little man, Gellert snapped, clearly still irritated after all this time. A greater problem then occurred, which, sadly, was a direct result of my inattention. A group of Russian wizards had entered the fight, and magically managed to hide large-scale troop movements by Soviets in the south. They managed to encircle and destroy an entire German army at a place called Stalingrad. Oh, I've heard of the battle, Harry gasped in awe. I would be disappointed if you had not, Gellert nodded. Anyway, the situation had deteriorated so badly by early 1943 that I realized that I had to go and take command of the situation personally. I beeped Paula goodbye, and told her to remain in Berlin in the house that I had provided with extensive magical protection, unbeknown to her, of course. Naturally, being a strong-willed woman, she completely ignored me. Harry had a dreadful feeling he knew what was coming next. Paula's family came originally from Hamburg in northern Germany and, bored with being cooped up in Berlin where she knew no one, she decided to visit them. She was therefore in Hamburg in July, the month that the English started a series of heavy air raids against the city, Gellert said, his voice cracking. A bomb hit the Hoffmans' house and leveled it. She died instantly. I'm sorry, Harry said sincerely. For a while, I felt intense hatred for the English, you know. First, Dumbledore had wrecked all my carefully laid plans by fawning over his mad sister, and then your bombers had taken from me the only woman I had ever truly loved. I wanted revenge. I wanted fire to rain down over England. I wanted every last one of you dead, Gellert spat. Not knowing what to say, Harry sat silently, looking at his beloved mentor apprehensively. But as soon as it had come, my hatred for the English slipped away, to be replaced by much more intense hatred of myself, Gellert beeped. I don't understand, Harry said, surprised by his guardian's words. By this point, I'd seen firsthand the horrors of war, Gellert continued bitterly. The Eastern Front was unimaginable. The inhumanity of the conflict was beyond my most horrific nightmares, and will haunt me to the end of my days. I saw atrocities inflicted by both sides, and I came to comprehend that it was I that had unleashed this Armageddon on the world. The burning bodies of those women and children were my doing, Harry, and the guilt ate at me like a cancer. Gellert stood and walked over to the sideboard. A number of bottles were sat there, and he poured himself a large fire whiskey. I was riddled with pain and regret, and I took less and less involvement in the war. The underlings I had appointed took over and it was like a madness infected them all. Death camps, executions, torture, it was a vision of hell, my boy, and I stood by, wallowing in my grief, and let it all happen. My little empire crumbled around me, and I could only be glad at its demise. By the time Dumbledore confronted me in 45, I was a hollow shell of a man. Albus could have fought me armed only with a feather and I would have capitulated. But the history books always describe the confrontation between the two of you as an epic battle, Harry protested. Yes, but remember that history is written by the winners, Harry, and Dumbledore was the victor. I suspect that he embellished the story of our meeting somewhat, and let the world think I was dead. I wanted to be dead, actually, but Albus, in his unthinking cruelty, had me imprisoned instead. For 45 years I sat in that tiny cell in Nurmengard prison, a place which had ironically housed so many of my foes previously, and reflected on the disaster that was my life. It was a punishment that in time I came to welcome, and believe that I richly deserved. I still do, for that matter. If you felt that way, Harry began cautiously. Why did I break out to find you? Gellert said, completing Harry's question. Simply put, Harry, I was seeking at least partial atonement. I can never make amends for my crimes, but when I became aware of your treatment at the hands of my old comrade, I could not in good conscience sit back and do nothing. I hope that I have at least made one life a little better. You have, Gelly, Harry assured him, and to me that means the world. Then I am glad, Gellert smiled, and downed his fire whiskey. Buggering hell, Potter, how did you manage to do that? Ginevra spat, climbing to her feet. Harry resisted smirking and merely sat down on one of the chairs that the room of requirement had provided. A shield penetration jinx, Harry explained. It's particularly useful when facing opponents who can cast a strong shield, much like yourself. It creates a 3-foot by 3-foot gap in a shield, usually without the other person being aware of it. It's a simple matter then to send whatever spell you want through the gap. I thought you'd appreciate a leg-locking curse more than a blasting charm. You are going to teach me that jinx, aren't you? Ginevra said firmly. Of course, he agreed readily. You're definitely going to have to improve your soundless casting abilities, though. I could see your lips moving half the time. Yeah, well, no one's perfect, she growled, before looking Harry straight in the eyes. Who taught you, Potter? Harry sighed. I guess I'm going to have to tell you this, aren't I? We agreed to be partners, Harry. That means no secrets, she declared forcefully. Everyone has secrets, Ginevra, but I suspect that this isn't one that I should keep from you. I warn you now, however, that what I'm about to tell you must remain completely secret. Your occlumency shields are okay, but even so, you must bury this information in the deepest, darkest corners of your mind, and never think about it while in the presence of anyone. Understand? Harry stated in hard voice. I understand, she replied seriously. Harry nodded. Well, I've already let slip his first name, Harry began. Yeah, Gellert, but I couldn't find any records relating to any wizard by that name, not recently living ones. Anyway, Ginevra interrupted. I thought I asked you not to investigate that name, Harry noted coolly. You didn't seriously expect me not to, did you? She asked in genuine surprise. I guess not. By the sounds of it, you probably saw the name of my guardian in your research and discounted it. You see, most people think he died in 1945. Even those who knew better thought he passed on in 1990, he explained. 1945, a man most people think died in 1945 called Gellert. Ginevra gasped. You've got it, Harry confirmed. My guardian and teacher was Gellert Grindelwald, Dark Lord and one of the most hated wizards in history. But, Ginevra gasped. Harry had never seen her so utterly befuddled before. He didn't die in a duel with Dumbledore like most people believe, Harry continued. In fact, there was no epic duel. Dumbledore made that bit up or, at least, never bothered to correct anyone when that story came out. Gellert was in fact imprisoned for over 45 years in a prison in Germany. When one day he read a newspaper article about me, he faked his own death and escaped. He was actually killed just this summer by Voldemort when Godric's Hollow was attacked. So, does this make you the next Dark Lord in waiting, or something? Ginevra asked a little uncertainly. Nah, I have no intention of becoming like Voldemort, thank you very much, he grinned. In fact, Gellert was very much a changed man by the time I met him. He'd fallen in love with a Muggle girl in the 40s, and that started to make him question everything he'd believed up to that point. When she was killed in the war he started, he began to feel remorse for his actions. The Gellert Grindelwald I knew was a very different person to the hideous Dark Lord that mothers still describe to frighten their children into behaving. But, she spluttered lamely before her shoulders slumped and a look of amazement settled on her face. Wow, she murmured. Yeah, wow about sums it up, Harry agreed. Look, don't get too hung up on all this. Just remember that by the time he rescued me from my dreadful Muggle relatives, Gellert was a just man. I'm not saying he was a saint by any means, in fact, he could be an evil bastard when crossed, but he tried to do what was right, and I loved him for it. I guess this explains why you're so advanced magically, Ginevra mused. You must have learnt loads of amazing things from him. Oh, did I ever? Harry grinned evilly. Will you teach me what you learnt? She asked eagerly. Hey, we're partners. Of course I'll teach you, he assured her. Ginevra walked over to him and sat down on the sofa next to him. To Harry's surprise, she grabbed his hand in hers and squeezed it tightly. The world isn't going to know what hit it by the time we're through, she said with a malicious smile. Harry couldn't keep from matching her smile. Oh, you are so right, Miss Weasley, he said, his thumb caressing her hand. Can we get on with this? It won't take long for the headmaster to realize I've left the castle, and I can guarantee that he'll come after me, Snape snarled miserably. Patience, my dear professor, good things come to those who wait, Harry smirked, amused by the man's nervousness. We just have to wait until Ginevra arrives. Why do we have to wait for your little girlfriend, Potter? Snape spat. I'm sure we can do this without her. That's rather ungrateful, Harry reprimanded him mildly. After all, she was the one who came up with this escape route out of the castle. Contrary to what you believe, I was fully aware of this passageway, and could have recommended it if required, the man grumbled. Harry ignored him. Despite Snape's beeping, this route out of the school was perfect. It did make Harry wonder, however, just how Ginevra knew of the passageway leading from the Whomping Willow to the Shrieking Shack in which they were now standing. It was an ideal way to get off the school grounds without being noticed. The sound of footsteps approaching drew his attention. A moment later Ginevra entered the room dressed in Muggle-style clothing. Harry took a moment to admire her tight jeans and form-fitting sweater. The girl was looking good. "I'm sorry I'm late," she apologized. "I got waylaid by my idiot brother on the way out. He was demanding to know where I was going, all dressed up. I'm afraid I had to hex him a bit." "Ha, I don't believe you've ever hexed anyone just a bit in your life," Harry laughed. "He's probably in the hospital wing, even as we speak, isn't he?" "Can we please get on?" Snape yelled, his temper at breaking point. "But of course, Professor," Harry replied mildly, knowing that it would infuriate the man even more. "We need to apparate to London, 12 Grimmauld Place, to be exact. It's the old Black family home. Do you know where that is, Professor?" "I have visited the place in the past," Snape confirmed stiffly. "Excellent. Ginevra, you'll side along with me, shall we?" Harry asked, holding his hand out to the red-haired witch. Seconds later, they appeared in a rather messy area of scrub and bushes, contained within some metal railings. On the other side of the road was a line of 3-story townhouses. Harry removed a piece of paper from inside of the short leather jacket he wore and handed it to Snape. "Read this and then hand it to Ginevra," he instructed the man. "The address," Snape noted. "I take it the house is protected by a Fidelius charm, then." "Yes, and as you probably figured out, I'm the secret keeper," Harry confirmed, taking back the slip of paper Ginevra had just read. "Is the house part of this escape network you mentioned?" Snape asked. "One small part of it, yes," Harry agreed. "Come on, let's get out of the open. Who knows who could be watching?" The three of them hurried across the road and into the house. Harry looked around critically, noting the thick layer of dust around the place. "Creature," he called. A moment later, an old, wrinkled house elf limped into the hallway. "Master Harry has returned," he croaked. Creature wondered if he would ever see him again. "How are you, Creature?" Harry asked fondly. "Creature is old and tired," the elf beeped. "He is afraid that the House of Black will fall into ruin, and that he will not live to see an heir grace this noble house." "Merlin, you always were a cheery sort," Harry laughed. "Have you been told what's happening today?" "Indeed, is this the wizard who is to leave today?" Creature asked, staring at Snape in an unfriendly manner. "Yes, he is. Is the portkey set up?" Harry asked. "Yes, Master, it is set up in the drawing room, and will activate in 10 minutes, Creature confirmed. "Excellent. Just time for a cup of tea, if you'll do the honors," Harry said happily. "Oh, by the way, Creature, this beautiful young lady is Ginevra Weasley. You are to treat her with courtesy and respect, understand?" "Yes, Master Harry," Creature replied, looking at Ginevra critically. "She is an acceptable pure-blood witch. Will she be the one to bear you heirs and finally fill this noble house with children?" "If I do, I bet they'll be covered in fur and have tails," she muttered under her breath so only Harry could hear her. He did his level best not to chuckle. They headed to the kitchen, where Creature supplied them all with steaming mugs of tea. "You'd better make the most of that, Professor," Harry grinned. "I'm told the Yanks can't make a decent cup of tea to save their lives." "Quite possibly, but if I'm to avoid being tortured and killed by the Dark Lord, I rather feel it's a small price to pay," Snape replied acidly. "Are the arrangements all in place?" Harry handed Snape an envelope that Creature had provided. "In there should be everything you need initially: identification papers, immigration documents, and a Muggle passport. Once there, my contact will arrange for you to find temporary accommodation and to open a bank account. We've set you up with enough cash to keep you going for a few months until you find work." "Artemis Higginbottom, is this to be my name from now on?" Snape asked, peering at the passport. He didn't look amused. "Yes, I rather thought it suited you," Harry replied with a straight face. "You'll have a reasonable choice of locations to settle in. America, being rather large, has numerous magical communities so you can take your pick. I'd stay away from the main one at Salem, if I was you, but that's your choice." "Who is this contact of yours I am to meet on my arrival?" Snape asked wearily. "Oh, you'll recognize him when you see him," Harry replied, his eyes positively shining with suppressed mirth. "Come, it's nearly time. Let's get this over with, Snape growled. The three of them headed upstairs to the drawing room, where a small vase was waiting on the floor in the middle of the room. Snape knelt beside it and looked up at Harry. How long? He asked brusquely. 1 minute, Harry replied after glancing at his watch. Well, I wish you good luck. This really might be a good opportunity for you, you know. Potter, due to my misguided decision to aid you, I have been uprooted from my home and my career, have a murderous Dark Lord baying for my blood, and am having to flee into exile, probably never to return. Please do not attempt to present this like it's some wonderful life choice, Snape growled. Sorry, Harry said contritely. I just thought that you might actually welcome escaping from the life you had. Well, I don't, Snape spat. In fact, I have only one thing that I want to say to you before I leave, Potter. Please believe me when I say, most sincerely, that I hope you will go and beat yourself. A blue light flared and the portkey activated, leaving a shocked pair of Slytherins standing in its wake. Well, that was a bit bloody rude, considering you're saving his neck by arranging all this, Ginevra said indignantly. I suppose, Harry replied, before he stared to giggle. What are you laughing at? She demanded. Oh, I'm just thinking about what Snape's reaction will be just about now, when he discovers exactly who is waiting to greet him, Harry chortled. Who? Ginevra asked curiously. No one you'd know, but I think it's fair to say it's just about the last person Severus would want to see right now, apart from Voldemort, of course, he grinned. Okay, keep your secrets, she said heatedly. So, what happens now? Now, my dear lady, we head over to Diagon Alley and see about getting us some wands. After that, the day is pretty much ours. Snape arranged it with Dumbledore that I wouldn't be back tonight, so we can do whatever we feel like. I suspect that as the headmaster was expecting that Hagrid would be accompanying me, he was hoping that he'd discover something useful about me by staying out all night, such as where I'm living. Poor Hagrid got a bit confused about the date of the trip, however, Harry grinned. Really, I suppose you had something to do with that confusion, Ginevra noted with faint amusement. Not at all, Harry replied firmly. I definitely told him the trip was on the 17th. Potter, today is the 16th, she pointed out, her lips twitching. Is it really? Harry gasped, his mouth open in shock and his eyes wide. You really are the worst actor I've even seen, she laughed. Right, let's get cracking. I hope you've already visited Gringotts, because you're going to need plenty of cash to spend on me. Yes, dear, Harry replied meekly. By the way, when did we get married? I seem to have missed that bit. Ginevra just winked at him. The trip down to Diagon Alley was brief and uneventful. They managed to make it through the leaky cauldron without attracting any attention, and headed straight to Ollivander's. As they approached the small shop, Ginevra revealed that although she had been past the shop many times, she had never actually been inside, and was looking forward to it. Not wasting any time, they entered the narrow building and looked around. Inside, the shop was cramped and everything seemed to be covered in a fine layer of dust. Thousands of narrow boxes, presumably containing wands, were piled from the floor to the ceiling. The place was completely silent. Shop, Harry called in an effort to attract some attention. His efforts were rewarded a few seconds later when a small, white-haired old man appeared, seemingly out of thin air. He stared at the pair of them intently. Mr. Potter, a pleasure to finally meet you, the man said. I've been expecting you for some time. Ah, and if I'm not mistaken, this must be the daughter of Arthur and Molly Weasley accompanying you, yes. Young Ginevra, if my memory serves me correctly. Yes, you are correct. Do I have the pleasure of addressing Mr. Ollivander? Harry asked formally. You do indeed, Garrick Ollivander, at your service. Do I presume that you are both here to purchase wands? He asked. Actually, I popped in to buy a pet pygmy puff, Ginevra said sarcastically while eyeing the piles of wand boxes littered about the place. Ah, a sharp wit you have there, Miss Weasley, but I don't doubt my questions was rather foolish. After all, why else would you be here? Ollivander noted with a faint grin. Yes, we both require new wands, Harry cut in, wanting to get things moving. We are both rather pressed for time, so if you could find the right wand for you and stop wasting your time. Yes, I rather think I can do that, the old man chuckled. He then turned and fixed Harry with an intense stare. Normally, I find it rather amusing to play with my potential customers, somewhat. Generally, I let them try a few wands that I know will not be a good match for them, mainly so they can appreciate the difference when they finally do get their hands on the right wand. As I have no desire to be cursed by the lovely young Miss Weasley there, I will forego that indulgence this time. Here. Apparently without looking, Ollivander reached out and pulled a black box from a nearby pile and handed it to Harry. He opened it and found a light brown wand inside. Gently, he picked it up and gave it a careful wave. Red sparks immediately appeared from the end of the wand, bright enough to leave spots before his eyes. Excellent, excellent, Garrick crowed. 11 inches, holly, with a phoenix feather core. Nice and supple, too. A perfect match for you, if I do say so myself. I expect to see you do great things with that wand, Mr. Potter. It feels amazing, Harry noted in awe. I thought I had a good wand before, but this is just wonderful. Phoenix feather, you say? Indeed, and from your surprised expression I suspect you've already made the connection. This is indeed the brother wand to the one that gave you that cosmetically enhanced scar on your forehead. The brother to the one still carried by the Dark Lord, himself. Bloody hell, Ginevra gasped. You mean that you've got the same type of wand as Vo? Don't say the name, Harry snapped, cutting her off. Why, you say it all the time, she protested. Yes, when I'm within a secure, protected environment like Hogwarts, Harry explained. A person's name carries great magical power, and that power can be tapped into. It's quite possible that you know who has placed a taboo on his assumed name, knowing that only strong-willed enemies of his would use it. Just speaking the name aloud might allow him to track our location. Very true, Mr. Potter, Ollivander agreed. It's heartwarming to see such a young wizard so well versed in magical theory. I had a good teacher, Harry replied distantly. I'll take this wand, but we still need one for my friend, here. Ah, yes, Miss Weasley. You know, if you'd walked into this shop just a few months ago, I would, without hesitation, have recommended a dragon heartstring wand. Now, however, I feel something else is required. He shuffled off to the back of his shop and returned with a rather battered box that looked distinctly faded. He handed it to Ginevra with an expectant smile. Rather nervously, Ginevra opened it and removed the dark-colored wand inside. A quick wave produced a flurry of red sparks only marginally less bright than those that Harry had produced. Yes, I believe another perfect match, Ollivander grinned. Hazel, 9 3/4 inches. You really are most fortunate that I even have this wand in stock, Miss Weasley. The core is rather rare, you see. What is it? Ginevra asked, still examining her new wand with an expression of delight on her face. Why, it's phoenix feather, just like Mr. Potter's and the Dark Lord's, Ollivander said with malicious glee in his voice. Harry and Ginevra looked at each other in shock. So, what does this mean, Harry? Ginevra asked as they walked back up the alley. I mean, Ollivander said that phoenix feather cores are really rare. Why have we both got wands made of the same thing? I don't know, Harry admitted. Then again, the fact we share the same animagus form is pretty rare, too. Perhaps it means that we are soulmates, destined to be together forever. What, really? Ginevra said incredulously. Nah, but I thought I'd have a better chance of getting into your knickers if I said that, Harry smirked. Randy Git, she snorted. You'd better believe it, he laughed. So, we've done everything we needed to do here, the rest of the day is ours. What do you want to do now? Ginevra glanced at her watch. Well, I'm getting peckish and it is nearly lunchtime, so how about you buy me a slap-up meal in the Leaky Cauldron? A few shots of fire whiskey might convince me not to hex you, too. Ginevra, I don't think I should draw attention to us by buying you an underage witch alcohol in a public bar, Harry said nervously. What, you're worried about that, after everything we've done in the last month or so, and you're getting cold feet about buying me some booze? You've got to be kidding. She snapped in disgust. Yes, I am, he replied with a totally straight face. Ginevra glared at him. Oh, you are so going to pay for that, she growled. Harry burst out laughing. Come on, did you really think I'd pass up the chance to ply a pretty witch with alcohol? I'm not totally stupid, you know. Ha, think you can get me drunk and take advantage of me, do you? She challenged. I'll have you know that I can drink you under the table. That, my fiery little witch, sounds like a bet, and one I intend to make you regret issuing. Come on, I'm feeling a little thirsty, he smirked. I'm going to enjoy hearing you beg for mercy, she laughed evilly. Oh no, it's you who'll be doing the begging, he retorted, before offering her his arm. Shall we, then? Let's, she agreed in a snooty voice, and linked her arm with his. With matching grins, they headed towards the pub. As soon as they entered the ancient establishment, Ginevra received an unpleasant surprise. Ginny, what the hell are you doing here? Why aren't you at Hogwarts? A voice demanded. I do believe our sweet little sister has bunked off, brother mine, and with a strange boy, no less, a second voice added. Harry turned and saw a pair of identical young men with bright red hair and an abundance of freckles. They were stocky and well-built, and could be considered rather intimidating. Or rather would be, if you hadn't spent the last few years of your life battling Death Eaters, that is. Well, if it isn't the Gormless brothers, themselves, Ginevra spat. Careful, ickle sis, you wouldn't want us to tell Mum that we've just caught you skiving from school, would you? The left one said warningly. Yeah, and who's this with you? Found yourself a snaky boyfriend, have you? The right one asked, glaring at Harry. I have no idea who you are, Harry began coolly, but I can assure you that we have written permission from Albus Dumbledore to be here today. Ginevra and I both required new wands, and have been permitted to visit Ollivanders to obtain them. You do realize that it's a Saturday, today, when no classes occur, don't you? Ooh, get Mr. Lardy-dar, here, right taunted. I smell a stuck-up pure blood. Yeah, and one heading for the pranking of a lifetime, if he isn't careful, left added. Pranking. Merlin, are you 10 years old, or something? Ginevra snorted, rolling her eyes. Harry, I have the misfortune to introduce my brothers, Fred and George Weasley, a pair of childish idiots who think they can make a fortune by selling joke items. Cretins, can I introduce Harry Potter, the famous wizard who defeated you-know-who when he was only 15 months old, and Lucius Malfoy in a duel last summer. Please feel free to try and prank him. I'd enjoy seeing him beat the stuffing out of the pair of you. Harry Potter, the one called Fred exclaimed, a little too loudly. That's correct, Harry confirmed coldly, and thank you for alerting the whole establishment to my presence. I was hoping to have a quiet lunch here, but that's not going to happen now, is it? Sorry, Fred said contritely. Wait a minute, what are you doing walking around with your arm linked with my sister? George demanded, clearly not as intimidated as his brother. A gentleman will always offer his arm when escorting a young lady, Harry replied, a faint look of disgust on his face. I take it neither of you know anything about being a gentleman. No, but we do know about beating the snot out of any git who tries to take advantage of our sister, George replied belligerently. Trying to take advantage of me? Ginevra yelled in anger. Harry, unlike the pair of you, is a respectable wizard. Besides, when have you two given a hoot about me? What did you call me just a few months ago? Slimy, backstabbing, little cow who has no right to be part of the family anymore. Those were your words, weren't they? You might have become a right little bitch, Ginny, but I'm damned if I'm going to stand here and let you whore yourself to the first famous bloke that comes along, George growled. Harry's wand was in his hand instantly, and pointed directly between George's eyes. A second later, Ginevra also drew her wand and similarly pointed hers at Fred. You really should be careful about what you say, Harry said in a dangerous voice. I've slaughtered Death Eaters that make the pair of you look like farts on the wind, and if you insult my friend again in that manner, I'll give you a free demonstration as to how I did it. Yeah, and remember what happened to the pair of you after you pulled that prank on me back in my 3rd year. Ginevra added, if you don't get out of my sight within 5 seconds, I'll make what I did to you back then look like a gentle tap on the cheek. Got it? Come on, George, Fred said, grabbing his brother's arm. She's not worth wasting our time with. Let's leave her and her little boyfriend to do whatever they want to do. Probably hexing babies, or joining you know who, or something. 5. Ginevra said firmly. 4. 3. We're out of here, George snarled, but don't think this is over. I've read all about you, Potter. You think you're going to be the next Dark Lord, don't you? Well, don't count on it, and you'd better not try and drag Ginny down with you, either. Get out, Ginevra howled. With one last glare, George allowed his brother to drag him away. Harry lowered his wand and turned to Ginevra. What lovely family members you have, he noted sourly. I thought your brother Ronald was bad, but those two bookends make him look considerate and thoughtful. They weren't always like that, Ginevra said quietly. We used to be really close. I'd love to hear about it, but I think we'd better get out of here, Harry said looking around. Our little slanging match with your brothers has attracted a lot of attention. I think we should rethink our plans. I agree, Ginevra said, noting the number of people openly staring at them. Where do you suggest we go? I know a great Muggle pub up in Camden, Harry suggested as they made their way out of the leaky cauldron. They do great food, have a wonderful selection of drinks and, more importantly, don't ask too many questions about their punter's age. I have Muggle ID that says I'm 18, but you don't. Do you think that's a good idea? She said with a frown. I've never been in a Muggle pub in my life. I won't know what to do. Oh, it's pretty much the same as the leaky, Harry said dismissively. The drinks are a bit different, and the toilets aren't always as clean, but you'll fit right in. Thanks, you're really selling it to me, she snorted. What sort of stuff do Muggles drink? Do you like butterbeer? He asked. Yeah, of course, she replied. Then you're going to love alcopops, he said with a knowing grin. It was some 2 hours after they had made their hasty retreat from the leaky cauldron and Ginevra was in a good mood. Hell, she was in a great mood. This was a great idea, she said, probably for the 8th time. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, Miss Weasley, Harry grinned, before taking another swig from his bottle of beer. As Harry had said, the Muggle pub they were currently sitting in wasn't too fussy about checking the ages of their customers. The Muggle girl who first served them hadn't batted an eyelid at either of them when they ordered their first drinks. It had been a challenge for Ginevra not to stare at the girl, however. She had a large, metal ring pierced through her nose, and large amounts of dark makeup on. Harry hadn't given the girl a second glance, so Ginevra assumed this must be a normal look for Muggles, not that any of the other women in the pub looked like that. Her initial uncertainty about the place soon vanished, however. Harry told her that this particular place was popular with younger people, and that certainly seemed to be the case. The dark wood booths were filled with young Muggles all merrily getting pissed, despite the fact that it was only midday. Students, Harry had informed her knowledgeably. They'll get drunk at any hour of the day. As Harry had promised, she'd also quickly taken to Muggle drinks. From his description, she'd thought that alcopops was a specific type of drink, when in fact it was just a term to cover a multitude of brightly labeled, super sweet, alcoholic beverages. The first one she tried seemed to be just cloudy lemonade, but Harry assured her that it contained about 5 times the alcohol content of a butterbeer. She'd gone on to sample a number of others, before deciding that a clear lemonade vodka mix was her favorite. She was currently about to finish her 5th bottle, or was it her 6th? Either way, she wasn't sure if it was the alcohol or the massive amounts of sugar that was making her lightheaded. Fortunately, the establishment also did a nice line in pub grub, and the huge, greasy burger she demolished, along with a small mountain of chips, had helped line her stomach. Annoying family members aside, she was really enjoying her day out. So, what was all that business with your brothers about, then? Harry asked. Ginevra groaned. She was in too good a mood to ruin it by talking about Fred and George. Still, Harry had nearly been attacked in public by the pair of them, so he did deserve an explanation, she supposed. I used to be pretty close to the twins, Ginevra said, clutching her bottle tightly. When I was little, I used to help them play pranks on my other brothers, and we used to cover up for each other. I'm closest to them in personality, I guess, and probably in looks, too. But, of all my brothers, apart from Ron, maybe, they took my sorting into Slytherin the hardest. They seemed to take it as some sort of personal betrayal, and during my first year started playing pranks and tricks on me without mercy. They sound supportive, Harry snorted in disgust. Tell me about it. There was me, thrown into the snake pit, not knowing what's happening or what to do. My housemates all hate me and are bullying me constantly, and I had that bloody diary to deal with, too. Imagine how helpful it was to suddenly find my hair had turned green, or all my school books had suddenly vanished. I tried to reason with them, but that only seemed to make things worse. In the end, I just started hexing them whenever a prank was played on me, she recounted. I bet that went down well, Harry noted, a sympathetic look on his face. Yeah, things dissolved into open warfare pretty quickly, and they had Ron and Percy on their side, as well. It's weird, the twins always hated Percy, but when he came out on their side against me, suddenly he was wonderful. I guess if I've done nothing else, I've brought my brothers closer together, she said bitterly. Fred and George still hold grudges against you, I take it? He asked. Yes, the summer holidays are enormous fun for me, I can tell you. The twins were desperate to get their own place, but as all they do is sell tricks and games via mail order, they've only recently been able to afford to move out. All the time we were living under the same roof, they took their frustrations out on me, or tried to, anyway. It's like a war zone whenever we're all in the house together, with me versus the rest of my family. If it's not the twins trying to play nasty pranks on me, it's Mum lecturing me on what a disappointment I am. I don't even have Bill to back me up, anymore, she told him mournfully. You said that Part-2 bird turned him against you, didn't you? Harry noted. Yeah, that French bitch, Ginevra raged. I don't know what Bill sees in her. What, apart from the whole Vila thing? He asked with a smirk. Yeah, just because she's ravishingly beautiful, has fantastic legs, an ass you could bounce a canute off, and tits that would make a grown man cry, he's infatuated with her, she pouted. Nope, from that description I can't see why he would be interested, at all, Harry chortled. Damn, now I think about it, I want to shag her, too, Ginevra giggled. Well, it would be a good way to get your own back at Bill deserting you, Harry noted with a smile. Would I be allowed to watch, though? You know, Potter, I'm just beginning to realize what a massive pervert you actually are, she said, waggling her finger at him. You're just beginning to, Harry repeated in horror. Damn it, I'm going to have to try harder. When we get back to Grimmauld Place, can I get out the spatula and the whipped cream? Total pervert, she said, punching him on the arm. Yes, it's working. I've already gone from being a massive pervert to a total pervert. That's progress, he laughed happily. Yeah, well, never mind about that. I've finished my drink and it's your round, she reminded him, plonking her empty bottle down in front of him. It's been my round ever since we got here, he protested. Yeah, great place this, isn't it? She smirked. It was several hours later before they left the pub and started to stagger back towards Islington. The trip was made rather longer by the fact that Ginevra kept stopping to laugh at various Muggle objects along the way. At one point, she spent 5 minutes rolling on the floor laughing hysterically at a set of traffic lights. Eventually, they made it back to Grimmauld Place and Harry managed to get a swaying Ginevra through the front door. As soon as the door closed behind him, he found her arms wrapped around his neck and her lips inches from his. I wanna do it properly this time, she slurred. No wolfy shagging. Do me like this. Harry sighed. Ginevra, you're drunk. You should. What's the matter? She giggled. You've been trying to get in my knickers for weeks. Come on, I'm up for it. You're too tired, he told her with a gentle smile. I really think we need to get you to bed. In the bed, on the kitchen table, on the floor, anywhere. She laughed drunkenly, before she started to beat his neck and rub herself against him suggestively. She never saw him carefully remove his wand from his jacket and casting a silent sleeping spell on her. She slumped in his arms. Reaching down, he slid his arm under her knees and gently cradled her. He then carried her up the stairs, and placed her on a spare bed in one of the guest rooms. He removed her shoes and socks, before pulling a light blanket over her. Quietly, he left the room, extinguishing the lights as he went. Heading towards the bedroom he usually slept in when he was here, he stopped on the landing and shook his head. Bloody hell, why do I keep turning down these free shags? He muttered to himself, before entering his room and preparing for bed. Next morning, Harry was sitting at the kitchen table, enjoying the tea and toast that Creature had provided him, when Ginevra entered. She definitely looked worse for wear, with her normally immaculate red hair sticking up in all directions and her clothes rumpled. She glared at him as she threw herself down into the seat opposite to him. "Why?" she demanded. "Why what?" he asked innocently. "Why didn't you screw me last night? I handed it to you on a plate, Potter. Why did you chicken out?" she said angrily. "As I recall, you fell asleep on me," Harry replied mildly. "I rather like my partners to be awake to enjoy my fine work, you know." "Bullshit," she snapped. "I wasn't as drunk as I made out. You got me with a sleeping charm, didn't you?" Harry looked at her and sighed. Lying at this stage would only make her angrier. "Yes, I did," he admitted. "Why?" she demanded again, a little hurt creeping into her voice. "Because I didn't think that you were totally in control," he told her honestly. "I nearly lost your friendship because of what happened in the forest that night, and I wasn't prepared to have that happen again because I took advantage of you while you were drunk. If you genuinely want to take our relationship to that level, just tell me while you're calm and sober. I promise that in that event, I'll willingly screw your brains out and leave you a gibbering wreck." Ginevra looked at him intently for a moment, while licking her dry lips. Slowly, she rose from her seat and walked round the table towards him. Bending down, she brought her lips just inches away from his. "Harry," she began. "Yes," he said, looking into her eyes. "Any more of that tea going?" "I'm parched," she smirked. His jaw dropped. "You evil little cow," he gasped. "Here's me, protecting your virtue despite temptation being thrown in my face, and all you can do is wind me up. Bugger that. Next time you get drunk and start begging for a shag, I'm just going to do it. Don't expect any foreplay, either. Oh, I wouldn't expect that from you anyway. I imagine you're more a leap on, bang away for 5 seconds, roll over and go to sleep kind of guy," she teased. "Weasley, when we finally do get around to doing it, I'm going to make you scream my name, repeatedly." He growled. "That sounds like a challenge," Ginevra replied unfazed. "Yes, it is, and, damn it, if we had time this morning, I'd prove it to you. As it is, we have to be back at Hogwarts within an hour, so drink your tea quickly," he said, slamming a cup down in front of her. "Thanks," she replied sweetly. "Got any bacon? I'm hungry." Creature, who had been upstairs all this time, chose that moment to return to the kitchen. He idly wondered why Master Harry was swearing loudly at the girl he'd brought with him yesterday, and why she was laughing uproariously at him. Strange things, these humans. "You worry too much, Harry. Trust me, everything will be fine," Sirius said while crouching in a rough patch of grass. "You don't worry enough," Harry retorted nervously. "Cub, this is Remus we're talking about. He won't let me down," the older man said confidently. "Then why arrange this meeting here?" Harry demanded. "Why this abandoned warehouse? This smells like a trap." "Remus wouldn't do that to me. He promised to hear me out and I trust him," Sirius said firmly. "Yeah, well, why in that case didn't you tell Gellert we were coming here today? Why all this cloak and dagger stuff?" Harry asked while staring accusingly at his godfather. "Because Gelly is an old stick in the mud and just about the most paranoid person I've ever met," Sirius retorted. "Anyway, we're here now. We might as well go in." "Okay, but the same plan as before, remember. I'll stay a few yards behind you, disillusioned. If we get into trouble, we've both got portkeys," Harry reminded him. Yes, just come along, Harry. I can't wait to see my old friend again," Sirius announced and stood up. He then began to casually walk towards the large, run-down building in front of him. Although they were in a busy part of East London, no signs of life were to be seen anywhere. With a bad feeling in his gut, Harry cast the disillusionment charm on himself and began to follow his godfather. He was kicking himself that he hadn't told Gellert about the secret correspondence that Sirius had entered into with his old friend, Remus Lupin. Although Remus had seemed willing to listen to Sirius's pleas of innocence, Harry knew the man was a fierce supporter of Albus Dumbledore, and that made him worried. The old wizard had seemingly done everything in his power to prevent Sirius from looking after him following the death of his parents. What would the old man do if he became aware of this clandestine meeting? They soon crossed the empty concrete loading bay, and entered the actual warehouse. Inside, the building was completely bare apart from the odd pile of accumulated rubbish scattered here and there. Large parts of the roof had caved in, allowing sunlight to stream in. Sirius walked confidently towards the center of the room, with Harry following hesitantly behind, his eyes darting this way and that. The sound of a door opening caused Harry to stop. There, at the far end of the warehouse, two figures had entered. Sirius had also stopped where he was, and patiently waited for the pair to approach. Once they got closer, Harry recognized them as being Remus Lupin and Nymphadora Tonks, Sirius's cousin. Worryingly, Harry knew Tonks was an Auror and also a member of Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix. Why was she here? "Remus, my old friend, I'm so glad to see you," Sirius said in an emotional voice as they approached. "Whether I'm pleased to see you remains to be seen," Remus replied sternly. "For the sake of our friendship I'm prepared to hear you out, but this better be bloody convincing, Sirius." "It is, believe me," Sirius insisted. "Dora, I'm surprised you're here. Not that I'm anything but delighted to see you, of course. You were just a little girl when I last saw you." "Yeah, well, I'm a big girl now, and ready to hex you into the middle of next week unless you can convince me that you're innocent," she snorted. "I could have done that a long time ago if I'd been given a proper trial," Sirius said in disgust. "Look, I swear, I wasn't James and Lily's secret keeper, and I didn't kill those muggles. It was all Peter's doing. We swapped keepers at the last minute because we thought no one would suspect him. After you know who killed James and Lily, I chased after Pettigrew seeking revenge. He was the one who blew up that gas main, before cutting his own finger off to make it look like he'd been blown up, too. He then changed into his animagus form before I could stop him, and vanished." "It's a good story," Remus acknowledged, "but I've yet to see any proof. Look, I've got a copy of James and Lily's will with me. It clearly states that Pettigrew was the secret keeper," Sirius insisted as he started to reach into his robes. Sirius was distracted, so failed to notice the grim looks that came over the faces of Lupin and Tonks at the mention of the will, but Harry did. Unfortunately, he was just a little too slow to prevent what happened next. "Petrificus totalis," Tonks cried, her wand unexpectedly in her hand. Sirius instantly went rigid and toppled to the floor. "You can all come out now," Remus called, and half a dozen figures in the distinctive red robes of Aurors suddenly appeared out of thin air. Harry cursed that they hadn't thought to cast a hominum revelio charm before entering the building. By now, the pair of turncoats had approached the still body of Sirius and were standing over him threateningly. "Dumbledore said you'd probably pull a stupid stunt like producing a fake will," Remus snarled. "I should kill you right here and now." "Don't, love," Tonks said, placing a restraining hand on his arm. "We'll let the Dementors have him. That's a fitting reward for a traitorous bastard like him." Harry had heard enough. He started to move forward stealthily, hoping that no one would notice the blurring effect that moving while disillusioned created. He wasn't that lucky. "Hey!" cried one of the Aurors. "There's someone disillusioned there. Finite incantatum." As soon as he heard the counter spell, Harry began to sprint forward. He saw the startled looks on the faces of Lupin and Tonks and he hurtled towards them. Tonks raised her wand again, but she was too late. Harry flung himself forward and landed on top of his godfather. The second he made contact, he activated the portkey that he'd had in his hand. Without even having time to yell an insult at the two backstabbers, he and Sirius were whisked away. Seconds later, they landed heavily in the back room of the house at Godric's Hollow. Harry was just climbing tenderly to his feet when Gellert entered the room. "Back from you little trip, I see. Things not go too well, then," he said with a hint of amusement in his voice. "I might have known you'd figure out what we were up to," Harry growled before removing the full-body bind from his godfather. Sirius, however, remained still on the floor. Sirius, Harry said in concern. A faint weeping was his only reply. A second later, this turned into heaving sobs and howls of anguish. Harry fell to his knees and hugged his godfather tightly. They didn't believe me, Sirius wailed. They think I was trying to trick them. The will was my only real evidence that I'm innocent, too. Sirius, we can, Harry began. No, I'm not wasting my time with them any longer, Sirius spat, his grief turning to anger in a moment. Screw the lot of them. Am I to take it that Sirius's friends believed he faked your parents' wills, Harry? Gellert asked soberly. Yeah, and guess who gave them that idea? Albus Bloody Dumbledore, that's who. Harry yelled in a rage. Sirius, I'm afraid this is a most serious turn of events. If Dumbledore has already managed to discredit the Potter's will, then you will find it impossible to clear your name, not now that Pettigrew is dead, the old wizard told him. So, that's it, I'm going to be hunted as a criminal for the rest of my life, am I? I can look forward to a Dementor's beep in the near future, can I? Sirius spat bitterly. My friend, it's time for you leave this country, I think, Gellert told him earnestly. What, and leave Harry with all this going on? Never, Sirius protested. Think for a moment, Black, what possible use to him are you here? As soon as you show your face you'll have every wizard in the country hunting for you. No, if you really want to help your godson, I have a much more useful task for you, Gellert smiled. What? Sirius asked curiously. Everyone needs a backup plan, Gellert grinned mysteriously. No one said a word about me being away, Ginevra told him airily as they relaxed in the room of requirement. I guess they're used to me vanishing for long periods of time. Harry nodded. I've been pretty lucky, too, he admitted. I was fully expecting Dumbledore to corner me as soon as I walked back in, but I've not seen him, at all. I did see McGonagall and Flitwick running around with a look of panic on their faces, so I'm guessing Snape's absence has been noticed. Nothing to tie it in with us, Ginevra shrugged. No, indeed, he agreed. Anyway, now we've got some time to ourselves, I thought I'd give you another little present. I mentioned that I had a spare set of robes with an undetectable extension charm on them that I intended to give you, and I've brought them with me. Harry handed over a set of bundled robes. Ginevra unfolded them, and looked at them critically. Bit long, aren't they? She noted. Not all of us are lanky gits, you know. Don't you know how to transfigure them? Harry asked with a raised eyebrow. Actually, no, she admitted sadly. Tracy did that kind of stuff for me. I concentrated on the nasty curses and hexes. Without a word, Harry pulled out his new wand and shortened the robes for her. He then stepped forward and put a comforting hand on her shoulder. You two really were close, weren't you? He noted. She was my only friend in this whole stinking place. If one of us was in trouble, the other one would help them out, Ginevra said bitterly. When are we going to take out that little shit Draco, Harry? It boils my blood to see him strutting around here without a care in the world. Soon, Ginevra, soon, Harry promised. We just need the things to settle down a bit before we strike. If he vanishes now, Dumbledore will almost certainly know it was us, and I don't trust that old bastard. I swear, Voldemort himself could walk into Hogwarts and as long as he said he was sorry and promised not to be bad again, Dumbledore would welcome him with open arms. As long as we don't wait too long. Remember, Malfoy's trying to kill you, and I'm sure my name is on his to-do list, now, she told him firmly. Very true. We might need to remind him that we're not to be messed with, Harry pondered. Putting one or two of his little friends in the hospital wing for a while should make him a bit more cautious, he suggested. Good idea. I call either Nott or Parkinson. I hate both of those little toe rags, Ginevra spat. We'll see, he laughed. Well, while we're sharing things, perhaps now's the time for me to tell you how I managed to follow you about so easily, and how I knew you'd vanished from the school, Ginevra said, pulling a piece of parchment from her robes. Believe it or not, this is a map that shows every single part of Hogwarts and the exact location of everyone in it. It's called the Marauder's Map, Harry exclaimed. Where did you get it? How the hell do you know about the map? Ginevra demanded. Would it help if I explained that my father was Prongs and my godfather was Padfoot? Harry smirked. Bloody hell. Ginevra gasped, her jaw quite literally dropping. Who were Moony and Wormtail? Wormtail is the traitorous bastard who sold out my parents to Voldemort, and Moony is the backstabbing git who nearly sold out my godfather to the Ministry, Harry snarled. I'll tell you the full story some other time. But this is great. I can't believe you have the map. It did cross my mind to create something like it when I first got here, but I would have had to spend hours casting mapping spells, so it just didn't seem worth it. With the original in our hands, I can just copy most of it. Padfoot gave me the magical passcodes to it, you see, just in case I ever came across it sometime. You can make a duplicate. That's great. Ginevra grinned. With these, we can keep track of each other while we're attending different classes. It will be a lot harder for Malfoy and his lackeys to catch one of us unawares, now. I'll start the duplication spell immediately, Harry promised, but where did you find the map? Oh, my brothers Fred and George found it in Filch's office. I saw them using it once, and blackmailed them into handing it over. They were none too pleased, as you can imagine, she replied, not sounding particularly concerned. So Filch found it in the end, did he? Padfoot was never sure what happened to it, Harry mused. Yeah, I've been in his office a few times, but I never found anything as useful as this map, she admitted. So, what do you want to do while we're waiting for your spell to create a second map? Feel up to a bit of dueling? He asked with a smirk. Or did all that booze last night slow you down? Ha, you wish. I'm going to wipe the floor with you now I've got this new wand. How about a little bet on the outcome? If I win the best out of 3, I want a case of those Alcopop things, she challenged. Very well, and if I win, I want you to flash your beeps at me, he grinned evilly. For at least 10 seconds, too. Potter, she shrieked, putting her hands on her hips and glaring at him. What's the matter? Chicken, or something? He taunted. Ginevra pulled out her wand. No way, Git, I'm going to put you down, and I'll be laughing at you as I get pissed on your booze. Harry also drew his wand and shoved off his robes. This was one duel he was going to go all out to win. Next morning, as had now become the norm, Harry and Ginevra made their way down to breakfast together. Will you wipe that stupid grin off your face, Potter? Ginevra snapped as they headed up the stairs. Why would I want to do that? Harry asked in mock surprise. After all, the sun is shining, the birds are singing, and last night I got to see a fabulous pair of. Complete that sentence and die. Ginevra snarled, her eyes flashing in a manner Harry found oddly arousing and yet simultaneously terrifying. He decided that perhaps not saying anything else would be the best option, although even his happy humming seemed to be annoying his red-haired friend this morning. Harry's happy mood was abruptly interrupted by the presence of a slim, blonde-haired young man standing in the main corridor, accompanied by his 2 bulky bodyguards and his Doberman-faced girlfriend. Still with us, Potter. Make the most of it, your days are numbered. Those of your little, red-haired whore, too, Draco snarled as soon as he caught sight of them. Harry didn't pause, and walked straight up to Malfoy, stopping close enough that he was invading the boy's personal space. I know it was you that put Greengrass up to handing me that portkey, just as I know it was you who offered Zabini a bag of gold to poison me, Harry whispered ominously. Your little puppets may have fled, but you're still here within my grasp. Vengeance is coming, Draco, and it will hit you when you least expect it. You don't frighten me, Draco spat, taking a fearful step back. Snape's gone and so has Zabini, and those 2 were your best line of defense. I wouldn't trust those 2 knuckleheads to do much apart from standing there looking vacant, and the lovely Miss Parkinson is more practiced in spreading her legs than fighting. You're vulnerable, Draco, and I'm going to make you pay, Harry taunted. Actually, now I think about it, it might be more fun to take out your remaining supporters, one by one. Who should we get rid of next, Ginevra? Oh, I think that disgusting little sneak thief Not, Ginevra practically purred. Although, it looks like he had the good sense to hide from us, just like the cowardly rat he is. I guess if we can't flush him out of his hidey hole, then Parkinson should be next to go. What, piss off, you midget. Parkinson raged. Ooh, What rapier-sharp wit, Harry laughed. Tell me, Pansy, did you ever find your knickers? Bastard, I knew it was you that took them. What else did you do to me, you pervert? She yelled, attracting the attention of many of her fellow Slytherins who happened to be passing by. Oh, nothing at all, my dear, Harry assured her with a charming smile. In fact, once I'd removed the garment in question, I was hit by such a revolting stench that I nearly passed out. Really, Draco, you're braver than I thought, going down on that every night. You bastard, Draco screamed, reaching for his wand. I'm going to make you pay. I'm going to. Mr. Malfoy, what on earth do you think you're doing? A sharp voice demanded. Draco spun round to find himself looking at the intimidating sight of Professor McGonagall glaring at him. Oh, Professor, I was just, Draco stuttered. Morning, Professor McGonagall, Harry said cheerfully. Don't mind us. I'm afraid I'm just having a little joke at Draco's expense. You see, something fell out of his pocket, and I was refusing to hand it back. Just a silly little game, really. Mr. Potter, I expect better of you. McGonagall said sharply. Whatever it is of Mr. Malfoy's you have, give it back to him at once. Certainly, Professor, Harry replied cheerily, pulling Pansy's knickers from his pocket and openly displaying them. In truth, he'd held onto them hoping for just such an occasion. Letting them dangle between his finger and thumb, he offered them to the horrified Malfoy. Potter, I hardly think those are Mr. Malfoy's, McGonagall screeched in outrage. Well, of course not, Professor, Ginevra said, clearly eager to get in on the fun. I rather think they belong to someone else, don't they, Pansy? Harry and I were just enquiring of Draco how they ended up being in his pocket. That's a lie, Draco bellowed. They're probably Weasleys. Oh, no, they're much too large for me, they'd probably slide straight down my legs. Besides, those are real silk and frightfully expensive. I could never afford anything that luxurious. As you've pointed out to me on many occasions, Draco, my family are very poor, Ginevra explained with her best, butter wouldn't melt, expression on her face. McGonagall strode forward purposely and snatched the offending garment from Harry's fingers. She then turned venomously towards Draco. We will be having words about this later, Mr. Malfoy. You too, Miss Parkinson, she growled. For the moment, you are to make your way to the Great Hall immediately. The headmaster has an important announcement to make, and one that affects your house greatly. Draco stood for a moment in impotent rage before he turned and stomped off, with his lackeys close on his heels. Harry and Ginevra just managed to keep their laughter in until they vanished out of sight. Oh, that was too funny, Ginevra giggled. Have you really been carrying Pansy's knickers around all this time? Yeah, did make sure I gave them a good wash first, though. I wonder what that girl thinks happened to her that day, Harry mused. She probably thinks you gave her one. Not that she'd mind too much, I imagine. You'd just be another notch on her bedpost, Ginevra advised him sagely. Oh, and now I've gone and messed up her count. She probably doesn't know if she's shagged 312 boys or 313, now, he chortled. Yeah, well, she was probably already a bit confused as to whether farmyard animals counted. Anyway, Ginevra chuckled evilly. Come on, McGonagall will have our guts for garters if we're late. Definitely. Besides, I want to know what this important announcement that Dumbledore is supposed to be making is about, Harry agreed. They quickly made their way to the Great Hall, taking their usual places at the end of the table. Harry noticed there was some heated conversation between Malfoy and Parkinson taking place further down the table, much to his amusement. Good morning, everyone, Dumbledore announced, rising to his feet and capturing everyone's attention. Before we tuck into what I'm sure will be a delicious breakfast, I have an announcement to make. It's with deep regret that I must announce that Professor Snape has had to unexpectedly resign his position here at Hogwarts. I understand that a family crisis was the cause of his unexpected departure, and I'm sure we will all wish him the best of luck in the future. Dumbledore began to clap and the rest of the teaching staff immediately joined in. The pupils, no matter what house they were in, were rather more reluctant and a very half-hearted round of applause followed, which quickly ground to a halt. Well, That's one way of spinning it, Ginevra whispered in his ear. Yeah, it's kind of nice seeing Dumbledore having to make up that crap, just because he hasn't got a clue what really happened to Snape, Harry grinned. Still, Draco seems a bit put out by the announcement. Malfoy was indeed sneering at the headmaster, his anger barely suppressed. No doubt he was the one that would have to carry the news that Snape had gone back to Voldemort. That information was unlikely to go down well. Unfortunately, I have yet to be able to obtain the services of a replacement potions teacher, so both Professor Sprout and I will cover lessons in the short term, the headmaster continued. To replace Professor Snape as head of Slytherin House, however, I'm delighted to announce that our own Professor Trelawney has agreed to step into the post. She will take over the role immediately. There was stunned silence for a moment, before the whole room burst into noise. Reactions were very mixed, however, with the Slytherins displaying almost universal anger and contempt, while the rest of the school appeared to be enjoying the news immensely. Many of the Gryffindors, particularly, were hooting with laughter. Trelawney, Ginevra gasped. That dingbat, what the hell is Dumbledore playing at by appointing her? Isn't it obvious? Harry said, the annoyance clear in his voice. The headmaster is continuing his policy of divide and rule. Do you seriously think for one moment that Trelawney will stand a chance at keeping this lot in check? No, the Slytherins will be on the rampage now, and they don't even have the disapproval of Snape to worry about. But why now? Ginevra demanded. I can just see what's going to happen. The rest of the school are going to start taking the piss about our new head of house, and our mild-mannered, good-natured housemates are going to start chucking hexes about and, before we know it, there will be a war. Surely Dumbledore doesn't want that. Unless he thinks the conflict with Voldemort is coming to a head, and wants to make sure that the other three houses are firmly in his pocket. I'll lay odds that this is all going to escalate pretty quickly, and Gryffindor, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff will all be united against us Slytherins, just like that cunning old bastard wants, Harry explained ominously. War's coming, then, she asked nervously. Of course, he replied, but I'm going to make sure that we're going to be the winning side. Ginevra nodded and reached for a plate of bacon. Nothing like a bit of optimism, she noted sourly, just as long as it doesn't get us killed. Trust me, Harry said firmly, hoping that he was telling the truth. Several days later, they were walking along a quiet corridor when a hissing sound attracted their attention. Looking around, Harry saw Michelle Chambers beckoning to him from a deserted alcove. They went over and joined her. Harry, we need to talk, she said before glaring at Ginevra. Can we trust her? Rather than being offended, Ginevra seemed quite amused by the smaller girl's attitude. Yes, I think we can trust her, Michelle, Harry assured the Hufflepuff. Have you met my friend Ginevra Weasley, at all? Hello, Minx, Ginevra said with a grin. Harry's told me a lot about you. He has. Oh, Michelle replied, looking a bit confused by Ginevra's friendly attitude. Why did you just call me, Minx? Because that's what you are, Ginevra told her. I understand you hexed one of your fellow housemates just because she was badmouthing Harry here, an older girl, too. I've got to say, I love your attitude, short stuff. Short stuff. I'm only a few inches shorter than you, Michelle huffed indignantly. Yeah, but I've had to put up with short jokes all my life. Imagine how pleased I am to actually find someone smaller than I am, even if that will change in a few years, Ginevra laughed, clearly enjoying herself. What did you need to talk to me about? Harry asked the young girl gently. Oh, I wanted to warn you, Harry, those gossiping cows are at it again. Sprout may have warned her about it, but Susan Bones and her friends are starting to spread lies about you once more. They're just being a bit more careful about it, and making sure no teachers are about when they talk about you. Oh, they're talking about her, too, Michelle explained, looking at Ginevra pointedly. Really, what are they saying about me? Ginevra asked interestedly. I'm not sure I should say. It's not very nice, Michelle said, suddenly looking embarrassed. I'm sure I've heard worse things said about me. I am a Slytherin, after all, Ginevra assured her. Well, basically, Bones has started calling you Potter's whore, and saying that you'll sleep with anyone for a few galleons. She claims that Harry's been hiring you out, and acting as your heir, What did she call it? Pimp, was it? Michelle said with a frown. Wow, think of the money I could make, Harry laughed in delight. How stupid, Ginevra noted in disgust. I mean, of all the girls within Slytherin, I'm just about the only one you couldn't call a whore. How come Parkinson doesn't have to put up with this crap, or Gertrude Meads in the 5th year? She actually does do blowjobs for a few galleons. Great, now you tell me, Harry beeped unconvincingly before turning back to Michelle. What are they saying about me, sweetheart? The same sort of things as before, Michelle replied, blushing brightly. You know, you're a dark wizard, you're evil, you killed that Zabini bloke and hid the body. Oh, that's a new one, Harry noted, glancing briefly at Ginevra, who remained impassive. I don't know where they get this rubbish from, Michelle beeped, but most of the school seems to lap it up. All the Gryffindors think you should be expelled. Oh, probably, but only for his unsanitary personal habits and his appalling school work, Ginevra grinned. Hey, I'll have you know I wash at least once a month, Harry replied indignantly. Here, Michelle, sniff me and tell me what you think. Michelle just laughed. I don't know, Harry, you are a bit whiffy, she giggled. Oh, great, so you two are starting to gang up on me now, are you? He groaned theatrically. Us girls do have to stick together, you know, Ginevra said, winking at Michelle. So, what are you going to do about this, Harry? I'd tell Bones to keep her mouth shut, but Professor Sprout already threatened to expel me if I got in trouble again, Michelle told him nervously. I don't want you to do anything, sweetheart, I'll take care of this, Harry said firmly. I've been thinking for a while that I'm going to have to make an example of one or two of your fellow Hufflepuffs, and I guess the time has come. You shouldn't go after Bones directly, though, she's too well connected, Ginevra advised. Tell me, Michelle, who are Bones's closest friends? Hannah Abbott and Ernie Macmillan, the young girl replied without hesitation. They've been spreading these rumors since the beginning. Then we just need a pretense to teach those two a lesson, Harry decided. Hopefully, we can catch them gossiping about us and challenge them in public. Even if they immediately back down and apologize, they'll lose face and no one will take them seriously again. That Abbott girl is a right cow, Ginevra said grimly. You take Macmillan, Harry, and I'll deal with that blonde bitch. You won't get into trouble over this, will you? Michelle asked nervously. Don't worry, as Slytherins are skilled in underhand tactics and generally despicable behavior, Harry grinned. We won't get into any trouble, I promise. Good, she replied, before shyly looking up at Ginevra. Are you Harry's girlfriend, now? Before Harry had a chance to say a word, Ginevra burst out laughing. Girlfriend? Oh, like he would be so lucky. Come on, Minx, do you really think a git like him could get a hot girl like me? Nah, actually we're both completely out of his league, Ginevra chortled. Millicent Bulstrode is probably more his speed, or what's the name of that girl with all the acne? Oh, yeah, Eloise Midgen. You should ask her out, Harry. Make sure you take a bath before you do, though. Michelle stared at Ginevra open-mouthed for a second, before she burst out laughing. Yeah, Harry, you should totally snog Midgen. It would help clear up her spots in no time, Michelle giggled. Well, maybe I will. Harry snorted indignantly. I'm sure the poor girl would be more appreciative of my charms than you two. Beauty and intelligence isn't everything, you know. Harry stuck his nose in the air and folded his arms in front of him, doing his best to look mortally offended. Sadly, this only amused the two girls more. We'd better get going, Ginevra declared. Thanks for the heads up, Minx, if you get any more problems with your housemates you let us know, okay? Yeah, I will. Let me know if he pulls with Midgen or Bulstrode, alright? Michelle replied, her eyes shining with amusement. You can count on it, Ginevra laughed. See ya, Minx. Harry and Ginevra continued their way back along the corridor, heading towards their own common room. It wasn't until they were well out of earshot of the young Hufflepuff that Harry turned to his friend. That was really nice, the way you put Michelle at ease like that, he commented. I like her, Ginevra admitted. She's got spunk and fire in her belly. Most of the Hufflepuffs are right wimps, but she's different. I can see why the two of you got on so well. So, when she turns 17, do you think you'll be getting together with her? Nah, Harry said dismissively. By the time she's 17, she'll have boys queuing around the block waiting to ask her out. She's going to be a real heartbreaker in a few years, and poor, broken down me will have no chance. Besides, now you've drawn attention to my personal cleanliness, I think she'll have gone off me. Bad luck, Harry, you should have jumped in there while you had the chance, Ginevra joked. Of course, if I had some help, I'm sure I could improve my personal hygiene. I don't suppose you'd consider hopping in the bath with me and scrubbing my back? He asked alluringly. In your dreams, Potter, she smirked. Always, Ginevra, always, he grinned. Honestly, no one is safe with Potter still here at the school. He should have been kicked out months ago, Ernie Macmillan said, addressing the small group assembled in the quad. The bloke's bloody dangerous. Yeah, I've heard rumors that he's actually working for you-know-who, Hannah Abbott added. But why did the minister say all those nice things about him in the Daily Prophet? A third-year Ravenclaw boy asked. Well, the rumors I've heard suggest that the minister has been put under the Imperious Curse, Ernie advised in a conspiratory tone. Potter apparently spoke to Scrimgeour in private for a long time back in the summer, and ever since then the minister has been spouting this bullshit about how great Potter is and how much he's contributed to the fight against the Dark Lord. What crap. Yeah, what was the first thing Potter did when he got here? He beat up a load of his housemates so he could take over Slytherin. Slytherin, have you ever heard of any decent, respectable wizard coming out of that house? Hannah demanded. Wasn't Merlin in Slytherin? A different Ravenclaw asked. That was centuries ago, Hannah snapped. I mean in recent years. Ever since you-know-who emerged, Slytherin has been a breeding ground for his supporters. If Potter was truly fighting against him, he wouldn't have been sorted into Slytherin, would he? Yeah, Potter's a dark wizard, and you should all watch your backs when he's around. He's just a murdering lowlife who should have been thrown in Azkaban years ago, Ernie declared adamantly. Really? And why should I be imprisoned, Mr. Macmillan? What crimes have I committed? Harry asked, appearing seemingly out of thin air with Ginevra right behind him. Shit, Macmillan cursed. Where the hell did you spring from? Never mind that, just answer the question, Harry demanded in a low voice. Everyone knows you're a dark wizard. Ernie bellowed defiantly. Did they now? So, where is your evidence? What crimes have I allegedly committed? Harry asked again. Don't give us that crap, Potter, Hannah shouted, leaping to her friend's defense. Do you deny that you beat up a load of your housemates on your first night here? You're bloody dangerous. Actually, Abbott, I was merely defending myself. The group that attacked me was led by Draco Malfoy, whose Death Eater father I helped arrest. Sorry, did you forget that bit? That I actually took down one of Voldemort's loyalist supporters and had him thrown in Azkaban. That kind of goes against your assertion that I'm on the Dark Lord's side, doesn't it? Harry said firmly. Bollocks, it was probably all arranged just so you could gain access to the minister, Ernie spat. I bet you did put him under the Imperious Curse, didn't you? I bet you know all the unforgivables, don't you? Harry grinned and stepped forward. Ernie Macmillan, you have publicly made slanderous and damaging allegations against me, Harry James Potter, head of the ancient House of Potter, without evidence or forethought. I refute these allegations completely and demand satisfaction from you. I challenge you to a duel, Harry said in a loud, clear voice. A gasp was heard from the group of third years that had been watching the events keenly. Others had also gathered upon hearing the raised voices, so around 15 pupils had heard Harry's challenge. What? A duel? Are you mad? Ernie spat. You will either issue a formal apology, which I want delivered in front of the entire school at dinner tonight, or we will duel. You're over 17, correct? Harry demanded. Yeah, but, Ernie stuttered. Then the choice is yours. Either a public apology or we fight. If you refuse to do either, I will take the matter to the Wizengamot and demand that you are sanctioned for your actions and publicly declared a coward, Harry told the angry Hufflepuff. A coward, you bastard. Screw giving you an apology, I'm going to kick your ass, you arrogant git. Remember, in a formal duel you won't be able to use any unforgivables, which means we'll be evenly matched, Ernie yelled, causing Ginevra to laugh at his words. What are you laughing at, bitch? Hannah snarled. Who cares what a whore like you thinks, anyway? Oh, Ginevra, it looks like we're going to have 2 duels, not just one, Harry smirked. Hannah Abbott, you have insulted my friend who, as she is under the age of 17, cannot directly challenge you. On her behalf, therefore, I also challenge you to a duel. I name Ginevra Weasley as my second, however, and, in accordance with the ancient codes of dueling, I will allow her to stand as my proxy in the duel. She's going to smear you all over the walls of this school, Abbott. That doesn't make sense, Hannah protested. If Weasley's underage and can't challenge me, how the hell can you nominate her to fight me? You really are an idiot, aren't you? Ginevra butted in. Harry is the head of an ancient house. As long as I accept his request to be his second, which I do, he has the legal right to nominate whoever he likes to fight. It's a fairly well-known loophole in wizarding law, and one that I'm surprised you don't know about. I've heard what you've been saying about me, Abbott, and I'm going to make you wish you'd never been born. Wait, I'll apologize, Ernie said, a note of panic in his voice. Not accepted. You had your chance and you didn't take it. Now I want satisfaction, and I'm going to have that once they scrape your twisted, broken body off the dueling room floor. As I've issued the challenge, you have the right to decide the date and location of the duel. When and where are we to fight? Harry demanded. Ernie mumbled, looking like he was starting to panic. They don't have to decide immediately. Came a new voice. Harry looked round to see Susan Bones hurrying forward. That's true, Bones, but I will require a decision within 24 hours, Harry said coldly. I'm aware of that, Susan snapped. Good, I'll wait to hear from both of you, Harry said, addressing the pale-looking Macmillan and Abbott. He turned and marched out of the quad, with Ginevra at his heels, and an evil grin on his face. Mr. Potter, I must insist that you withdraw this challenge immediately, Dumbledore demanded in a harsh voice. Predictably, within 20 minutes of him challenging Macmillan and Abbott to the duel, he and Ginevra had received a summons to the headmaster's office. Already in attendance were Professors Sprout and Trelawney, the latter looking totally lost. Absolutely not, Harry said firmly. Slanderous allegations were made against me and Miss Weasley and they were not withdrawn when the chance to do so was presented. I warned you this would happen, Headmaster, but you and Professor Sprout have obviously failed to stem the tide of unfounded gossip that has been plaguing me ever since I arrived at Hogwarts. By issuing this duel I am ensuring that people will think twice in future about spreading lies about us. Sprout glared at him with barely disguised hatred. Come, Mr. Potter, this is being blown out of all proportion. I hardly think that some schoolyard gossip is sufficient reason to start arranging formal duels. I demand that you withdraw your challenge, this instant. Dumbledore said loudly, as close to losing his cool as Harry had ever seen. I will not. I would also remind you that I'm acting entirely within wizarding law and any attempt to coerce either Miss Weasley or myself into withdrawing the challenge would be illegal. I'm sure the minister wouldn't take kindly to any such activities, Headmaster. Harry said blandly. Miss Weasley cannot take part in this farce. She's underage, Dumbledore announced, changing tack. Professor Dumbledore, I understand that you are the chief warlock of Wizengamot, and as such I would have hoped that you were at least aware of our laws, Harry sighed. As long as Miss Weasley accepts my request to be my second, and there are no age restrictions on that, remember, I can nominate her to be my proxy in the second duel. Please feel free to look up the laws of dueling if you have forgotten. I wonder what your parents would make of your involvement, Miss Weasley, Dumbledore said, glaring at the young woman. Perhaps I should ask them to join in this discussion. I very much doubt that my parents would care, Ginevra shrugged. If they did, I would just point out that Abbott publicly said I was a whore and, as such, insulted the good name of Weasley. I very much doubt that my mother would take kindly to that. Maybe she would be interested to learn what her daughter had been up to, Sprout snarled. Oh, you think I'm a whore too, do you? Would you like me to give a magical oath that I have never had with a boy? Ginevra asked acidly. Harry was particularly pleased about her wording. No one would ever think to ask Ginevra if she'd ever had with a wolf, after all. Pomona, please. No one here is questioning Miss Weasley's morals. This is just some mean-spirited playground chatter that has been allowed to get out of hand. Mr. Potter, while I'm fully aware that you are well within your rights legally to issue this challenge, I would ask you to show a little common sense. This is all totally unnecessary. Mr. Macmillan has already offered to apologize in public, and I would urge you to accept his offer, Dumbledore said, this time trying logic rather than intimidation to change Harry's mind. I'm sorry, Headmaster, but I feel that this has to happen. Despite both you and Professor Sprout warning those within Hufflepuff House to stop spreading these foul lies, they have continued without remorse. A formal duel appears the only way that I can get my message across, Harry said firmly. Very well. I must inform you that I will not permit this foolish duel to occur on school grounds, however, the old man replied in a disappointed voice. That is your prerogative, Headmaster, although I must say it's a pity. We can, of course, stage the duel in Hogsmeade, but it will attract a lot of attention there. Indeed, I wouldn't be surprised if the press don't turn up to cover it. Holding it in the school would also have allowed decent medical facilities to be on hand, as well, not to mention allowing one of the teachers to act as the arbitrator during the duel. Oh well, I guess we'll just have to slug it out in public, and hope that someone is on hand to apparate anyone who was injured to St. Mungo's, Harry said tragically. Dumbledore stared at him with impotent fury in his eyes. You make some valid points, Mr. Potter, he said in a quiet, controlled voice. I will agree to the duels being fought here at Hogwarts. I believe a date has yet to be set. Both my pupils have requested the full month allowed in order to prepare, Sprout announced loudly. That's acceptable, Harry agreed coolly. After all, that means it will only be a couple of weeks before the Christmas break when the duel occurs. That will give Macmillan and Abbott all the holiday period to recover. Rather sure of yourself, aren't you, Mr. Potter? Sprout retorted. Well, if there's one thing we Hufflepuffs are known for, it's loyalty. I'm sure all of Ernie and Hannah's friends will rally around them and help them train. Both of them are excellent pupils, and I suspect that by the time you face them, you'll find that they aren't the pushovers that you seem to think they will be. Excellent. I like a challenge, Harry noted, although I do find it amusing that you talk about house loyalty, even though your little Hufflepuffs are supporting a pair of malicious gossips who got called out. Loyalty is an admirable quality, Professor Sprout, but only when it's given to those worthy of it. And you think you're worthy, do you? Why, you're nothing but an arrogant bully, sent here by the Ministry to stick its nose into the headmaster's affairs, Sprout barked. Careful, Professor, Harry said ominously. I warned you once before about making unfounded accusations against me. Right now, you're not only slandering me, but the Minister for Magic, himself. I'm sure you wouldn't want to find yourself standing in front of him having to explain yourself. Enough, Dumbledore yelled. This bickering is pointless. Mr. Potter, let me remind you that your true enemy is outside these castle walls, and making threats to my staff and your fellow pupils does nothing to help the situation. Maybe you should have thought about that earlier, Harry retorted. I consider this situation a direct result of your staff failing to keep a tight rein on the gossip mongers and slanderers that infest this place. Perhaps in future you will remember that and act accordingly. Without waiting for a reply, Harry turned and stormed out of the office, with Ginevra close behind. As soon as the door to Dumbledore's office slammed shut, he heard Sprout starting to berate him loudly. He shook his head in disgust, and made his way down the stairs. Ernie and Hannah are both excellent pupils, Ginevra mimicked in a passable impression of Professor Sprout. That's a load of bollocks, right there. What are they like? Harry asked. They won't give us any problems, will they? Nah, Macmillan barely knows which end of his wand to hold, and Abbott as thick as two short planks. I foresee a rewarding career for her as a barmaid, or something, Ginevra snorted. Still, I think we can expect that pair to be getting some help between now and December. Don't forget that Susan Bones was keen to get involved. I'll bet she's contacted her aunt already about all this, Harry pondered. Do you think Madam Bones will try and stop the duel? She asked. Nope, but I wouldn't be surprised if our current head of magical law enforcement arranges for a bit of training for those cretins. Think, if I should lose to Macmillan, that will be a major blow to my reputation. Indirectly, That would undermine the support I gave to Scrimgeour. Bones would just love that, he pointed out. So, I guess we'd better make sure we train hard, too, Ginevra suggested. I'm confident that I could take Abbott down with one hand tied behind my back and my knickers pulled over my eyes, but there's no harm in getting in a bit of extra practice. Absolutely, and if you need any help in removing your knickers and placing them on your head, please do let me know, Harry winked. You really are a total pervert, aren't you, Potter? She laughed. What can I say? You seem to bring that side out of me, Harry smirked, and they headed down to the Great Hall for dinner together. Hello, Mr. Potter, I wonder if you could spare me a minute or two, came a voice from behind him. Harry spun around and found himself face to face with Albus Dumbledore. Silently, he cursed that he had not smelt the old man's approach. The old wizard had obviously spoken to Professor McGonagall at some point, and knew to mask his scent when approaching him. Of course, Headmaster, Harry replied politely. He casually glanced around him, and noticed that the corridor they were in was completely deserted, no doubt the reason why Dumbledore had chosen to waylay him at this point. He'd been on his way to meet Ginevra after lessons had finished. As she had been in herbology, he had chosen to meet her halfway rather than just head straight to the Great Hall for dinner. Sadly, his route had taken him off the beaten track. He had to admit that he didn't feel comfortable being alone with Dumbledore. He wouldn't put it past the old man to launch an all-out legilimency attack against him, and then try to obliviate him to cover it up. Who knew what the old bastard would justify doing if he believed he was acting for the greater good? Hopefully, Ginevra would have seen what was happening on her copy of the Marauder's map and would be hurrying to this spot. I wonder if I might ask you to reconsider this duel, Mr. Potter, Dumbledore began. As I said previously, fighting amongst ourselves only benefits Voldemort, and Mr. Macmillan has clearly stated his willingness to apologize. An apology that is worthless in my eyes, Harry replied dispassionately. He and the Abbott girl were instructed to stop spreading their slanderous lies by Professor Sprout, to no avail. I'm afraid they've had their chance to end this in a sensible manner, and now they have to be taught a lesson. I'm sure you understand the need for discipline in a school, Headmaster. As long as that discipline is apportioned appropriately and the lesson being taught is beneficial, Dumbledore replied sternly. Unfortunately, in this instance I have my doubts. We're all entitled to our own opinions, Harry noted coldly. I rather think that my opinions hold rather more importance, Mr. Potter, the old man replied in an equally frosty tone. And I rather think that I have the law on my side, Harry pointed out, a trace of anger creeping into his voice. You do, indeed, Dumbledore acknowledged, backing off slightly. They do say that justice is blind, but I cannot interfere if you are truly set on this cause of action. I just hope that you don't live to regret the results of this little confrontation. I'm sure it won't be me regretting anything, Harry replied firmly. Perhaps, Dumbledore nodded. Now, while I have you here, I've been meaning to ask you something for a while. As I'm sure you know, Professor Snape has vanished and we are becoming extremely concerned as to his safety. I'm aware that you and he engaged in conversation before he disappeared, and I wondered if he might have said anything that would give a clue as to his whereabouts. No, he never once said where he was going, Harry answered truthfully. All I know was that after rescuing me from that kidnapping attempt, staged in this school by a fellow pupil, I may add, he was extremely concerned about his safety. The Dark Lord has a very long arm and I know Severus felt that even Hogwarts wasn't a safe place for him. Really, he didn't convey any such concerns to me, Dumbledore noted. I can't imagine any place that would be more secure for him than this school. Are you serious? Harry gasped, stunned by the man's arrogance. Can I remind you that just a short while ago, a pupil was poisoned within this very school? I was handed a portkey that took me straight to Voldemort and that demented bitch Lestrange here, too. I fail to see how Professor Snape could possibly feel safe here with those two events so fresh in his mind. You think these events persuaded Severus that running was his only option? Dumbledore asked seriously. Yes, I do, Harry confirmed. And yet you remain here, Mr. Potter. One would think that you would be as much a target for Voldemort's retribution as Severus. Tell me, why have you chosen not to flee as your former professor has? The food's good and the place is full of pretty girls, Harry said flippantly. Dumbledore actually chuckled. I can't argue with that assertion, Mr. Potter. Indeed, if I'm not mistaken, one particular girl seems to have caught your eye. You've been spending rather a lot of time with young Miss Weasley, have you not? Well, I am captivating, said a smug voice from behind the headmaster. Dumbledore actually jumped, and, just for a second, Harry thought he saw a look of panic on the old man's face, before his normally calm exterior was resumed. Miss Weasley, Dumbledore greeted the red-haired witch. I didn't hear you coming. I'm small and can move quite stealthily when I want to, sir, Ginevra replied calmly. Sorry if I startled you. Not at all, my dear, the headmaster smiled benignly. No doubt that little shock I received was fitting punishment for discussing you behind your back. I take it you're here to meet Mr. Potter. That's right, sir. Potter owes me money and I like to keep an eye on him in case he tries to skip town. You really can't be too careful these days, she said blandly. Harry managed to suppress a snigger. Ah, I see, the old man nodded. Really, Mr. Potter, prompt payment of debts is the mark of a gentleman. You really shouldn't deny Miss Weasley what she is due. It was just a foolish bet, sir, Harry explained with a perfectly straight face. I never expected her to run halfway round Hogsmeade completely naked. Ginevra's eyes flashed dangerously. I must confess that I accepted some foolish bets in my youth, Dumbledore nodded sagely. Although, I hardly think it's the weather to be out and about au naturel, Miss Weasley. May I suggest that next time you retain a nice warm vest, at least? Of course, sir, Weasley replied, her voice as cold as a Siberian winter. Well, I can see that you both have things to discuss, so I'll be on my way, the headmaster said cheerfully, and promptly headed back down the corridor. They waited until he was completely out of sight, before they turned to face each other. Do I get a head start? Harry asked. You get 3 seconds, she snarled. 1, 2. Harry was already running away from her, as fast as his legs would carry him. Ooh, bad luck, Potter. Ginevra taunted as she dived to one side. You'll have to do better than that. Harry could barely keep a smile from his own face as he stalked forward. They were once again in the room of requirement, practicing their dueling techniques in preparation for their fight with the Hufflepuffs the next day. Over the preceding month they had spent a great deal of time training, and Harry was immensely impressed with the progress the small redhead had made. She was undoubtedly a natural at this. Hey, it's not my fault you're such a titchy target, he mocked her. If you weren't such a midget that curse would have hit you straight between the eyes. Why, you, she gasped and began to launch a relentless barrage of spells at him. If Ginevra did have a weakness, it was that she was too easy to wind up and her anger occasionally got the better of her. Harry concentrated on maintaining a decent shield charm in front of him, and waited for her to exhaust herself. Expelliarmus, he yelled suddenly as Ginevra took a brief rest from casting offensive spells at him to gather her breath. Her wand was ripped from her fingers and landed in Harry's outstretched hand. Oh, bugger it, she raged, glaring at him in frustration. A bloody disarming charm. I lose to a bloody disarming charm. What have I said about you losing your temper in a fight? He reminded her. You've got to learn to keep your cool, otherwise you leave yourself open to a simple spell like that. Yeah, well, if you weren't so stupidly powerful, I would have had you. Who else can maintain a shield charm as solidly as you? 99% of witches and wizards in the world wouldn't have been able to cope with the number of curses I threw at you, she grumbled. Yes, but it's that other 1% that I'm worried about. Remember, that figure includes Dumbledore and Voldemort, and I wouldn't be surprised if we end up in a fight with either of them, he told her grimly. Really, I mean, Voldemort's a given, but do you really see yourself fighting Dumbledore one day? Ginevra asked in surprise. It's a possibility, he admitted. The old man seems to be compelled to control everything and everyone, and I'm not going to put up with that. I suspect at some point we're going to clash, and I'm not going to back down. I guess, she admitted reluctantly. It just seems odd. I mean, you're going to have your hands full with Voldemort, surely you don't want to start picking fights with Dumbledore, too. Oh, I'm not going to antagonize him if I don't have to, Harry assured her. I rather think that he'll be the one to come after me, not the other way round. If you say so, she shrugged. Are we about done here? I'm getting a bit fed up having my ass kicked all the time. It's normally me who does the kicking. I'm sure you'll get the chance to dish out a bit of punishment tomorrow, Harry smirked, but before we go, there's something I'd like you to have. Harry walked over to his robes, which he'd discarded at the start of their dueling session. After rummaging around in the inside pocket for a few seconds, he stood and presented Ginevra with a carefully wrapped package. With faint amusement on her face, she ripped off the wrapping paper and unfolded the garment contained within it. What's this? She asked in confusion. A dueling outfit, Harry answered. I've got an identical set and I thought we should match. Ginevra carefully examined the finely tailored, one-piece garment. It was made from what was obviously expensive material, and had extra padding at the elbows and knees. It was mostly black, although the arms were colored bright red and there was silver edging around the collar and wrists. On the chest was displayed a crest showing a black field with a diagonal white stripe and 3 shinku foils on it. Below were the words, Audaces Fortuna Juvat, written in black letters on a silver background. Is this your family crest? Ginevra asked. Yes, and as you're my second and nominated champion in the second duel, I thought you should wear it. You want to try it on? He asked. Trying to get me naked again, Potter. You really are a dirty old lech, aren't you? She said with a raised eyebrow. This is the room of requirement, remember? He pointed out smugly. Just think about a changing area and one will appear. Oh, that's a good idea. And here was me about to strip off right in front of you, too, she teased. A second later, a simple wooden screen appeared a few feet away. Ginevra walked over to it, swaying her hips as she did so. Harry noted that the screen only came up to her shoulders and surmised that she was planning on tormenting him. For a moment, he pondered requesting the room to create a large mirror on the far wall, but thought better of it. Ginevra went behind the screen, and indeed her head and upper shoulders were completely visible. With a wicked smile on her lips, she pulled off the long-sleeved t-shirt she had been wearing and casually draped it over the screen. Harry couldn't help but admire her pale, creamy skin which was dusted with freckles. After some wriggling around, her jeans joined her t-shirt on the screen, and she paused to smirk at him. This outfit looks quite snug, she noted. I guess I'm going to have visible and lines if I leave my underwear on, won't I? A moment later, hair and knickers joined her other garments. Knowing that only a thin, wooden screen separated him from her naked body, Harry started to feel distinctly aroused. Silently, he thanked the gods that he was wearing loose-fitting sweatpants, as anything tighter would have revealed exactly what effect Ginevra's striptease was having on him. In the meantime, Ginevra picked up the dueling outfit, and began to pull it on. It took her a few moments to adjust it to her liking, before she stepped out from behind the screen. What do you think? She asked, performing a twirl for him. Fantastic, he said in a breathy voice. Truly, she looked wonderful. The one-piece outfit seemed to be melted onto her body, revealing her shapely curves to advantage. So, don't I get to see you in your outfit? She asked, a knowing smile on her lips. You'll have to wait until tomorrow. I don't have it with me at present, he lied. Actually, the outfit was in his robes, but if he put it on now his blood flow issues would become completely self-evident for her to see. Shame, she said. Still, this does feel wonderful. I've got so much freedom of movement with this on, it almost feels like I'm wearing nothing at all. Yes, shame you're not dueling Macmillan. With that outfit on, he'd be too busy drooling to remember to cast a spell at you, Harry noted in admiration. Perhaps we should swap opponents, then. Maybe you could distract Abbott with that boner you're trying to hide, Ginevra grinned. Harry looked down at the front of his sweatpants and then back at the smirking girl. This is revenge for that titchy comment, isn't it? He asked sourly. Why, yes, it is, indeed, Mr. Potter, she smiled sweetly. Harry swore quietly and adjusted the front of his trousers. In the meantime, Ginevra had summoned a full-length mirror and was admiring her reflection in it. I must admit, I do look pretty hot in this get-up, she said, twisting this way and that. If nothing else, it's guaranteed to give my brother Ron a heart attack. He's convinced himself that I'm still only about 8 years old. I think it will come as a shock to him that I've got beeps. I meant to ask you about that, Harry said. Has your family said anything about this duel? My wonderful parents wrote to me saying how disappointed they are in my behavior, so it was pretty much their usual correspondence. Actually, I'm surprised they don't start using a form letter to write to me. Ginny, we are bitterly disappointed at you about, and just leave a blank space to fill in later, she chuckled grimly. How about your brothers, did they say anything? He asked. Nah, well, Bill did write saying that he didn't teach me those spells just so I could go around challenging people to duels, and Ronald was his usual charming self. In fact, he made it clear that he'd be rooting for the Hufflepuffs, the big git, Ginevra explained bitterly. You know, the more I hear from your brother, the more I dislike him. Are you sure you two really related? He asked in disbelief. Sadly, yes, although I do keep trying to deny it. This red hair and the freckles do sort of give it away, though, she frowned. Yes, they do a bit. You should probably get changed back. We need to get back to the common room soon, Harry noted. Yes, we can't have Trelawney angry at us, can we? She agreed sarcastically. Harry purposely turned away while she changed this time. The lump in his trousers was just subsiding and he didn't want to risk it reoccurring. This, of course, amused Ginevra no end, and she kept a constant barrage of smut and innuendo going while she changed. Harry remained quiet and instead just kept reciting Puddlemere United's team lineup for the last season, in his head. Eventually, Ginevra changed back into her normal clothes and they left the room of requirement, intent on heading back to the Slytherin dungeon. They had just arrived on the ground floor when an airy voice called to them. Hello, Ginny, it's nice to see you again, the voice said. Harry turned to see a young witch with dirty blonde hair and slightly protruding eyes standing there looking at them serenely. The girl was wearing a necklace made out of what appeared to be butterbeer caps and had earrings shaped like dirigible plums. For a second, Harry was uncertain whether to start laughing or to begin edging away slowly. Oh, you're talking to me again, are you, Lovegood? Ginevra replied to the girl coldly. Yes, I suppose I am, the blonde witch responded simply. So, after ignoring me for 3 years, you think you can just cozy up to me again, do you? Ginevra spat. What's made you come crawling back, then? You're yourself again, the girl said as if it was obvious. You what? Ginevra exclaimed in exasperation. You've become Ginny again, Lovegood explained. For a while you became that Ginevra person, and I didn't really like her. Since the start of this term, however, you've slowly become Ginny again. I'm very glad, actually. Merlin's beard, you really are a loony, you know that. Ginevra said in annoyance. Many people tell me that, but if I am, I really don't care. Hello, Harry Potter, Lovegood said suddenly turning towards Harry. Hello, Harry said carefully. I expect that I have you to thank for bringing Ginny back. She really is a much better person when you're around. When did you become lovers, exactly? Lovegood asked with a somewhat unnerving intensity. What? Well, not actually, I mean, Harry mumbled, completely taken aback by the strange girl. My relationship with Potter is none of your business, Ginevra leapt in harshly. You'd better not be spreading rumors like that around the school, either. Oh, no one believes what I say, anyway, Lovegood pointed out. But really, Ginny, there's no need to be embarrassed. I see the way you two look at each other and it's quite a beautiful thing, really. I wish I had a boy that loved me like that. Or maybe a Umgooble or Slashgilder. I'd very much like one of those to love me, too, they make such wonderful pets. Anyway, I just wanted to welcome you back, Ginny. With that, Lovegood pulled Ginevra into a quick hug and then skipped off in the direction of the Great Hall. For a second, Harry and Ginevra stood in silence. Well, she's very, Harry began uneasily. Yeah, she is, isn't she? Ginevra agreed quickly. About what she said, Harry continued reluctantly. Oh, you don't want to believe a thing loony Lovegood says. I mean, look at all that stuff about Umgooble or Watsits. Ridiculous, really, Ginevra said purposely not looking directly at Harry. Yeah, I guess, he reluctantly agreed. Shall we head back now? Yes, good idea, she readily agreed. They were nearly back to Slytherin's common room before either of them spoke again. Ginevra, can I ask you something? Harry began as they approached the hidden doorway. If you're going to ask to see my beeps again, then the answer is no, she joked. Damn, Harry smiled before turning serious again. I've noticed that all your family call you Ginny, not Ginevra, and that Lovegood girl did, too. Why is that? Ginevra sighed. I gave up being Ginny when I was sorted into Slytherin, she explained bitterly. Ginny was this playful, fun-loving girl that everyone loved, but suddenly through no fault of my own, I wasn't that person anymore. So I became Ginevra, which is a more fitting name for a house obsessed by blood purity and status. Besides, it is actually my given name. Ginevra fitted into Slytherin much more comfortably than Ginny ever would have. So, are you really two different people? Harry asked. Ginevra is one side of your personality and this Ginny is the other. Was what Lovegood said true? Are you becoming more like you were previously? You certainly seem a lot more relaxed now than when I first met you. I don't know, Harry, she shrugged. I mean, in many ways I am a lot happier than I was before, despite what happened to poor Tracy, and your arrival here at Hogwarts has had a lot to do with it. What you said about being a third way really got me thinking, and I realized I didn't have to become what others wanted me to be, not my family or those pure-blood idiots in the common room. I could just be me. Maybe I am becoming a bit more like I used to be, but, on the other hand, I'm still Ginevra and she will always be part of me, too. What do you want me to call you, then? Ginevra or Ginny? He asked. Ginevra, for the moment. We're still Slytherins and that name still fits me the best. Perhaps one day that will change, but for the present I'm happy with the way things are, she admitted. I'll call you whatever you want me to, Harry told her seriously. The name doesn't matter to me. The person you are does, and I like that person very much. Thank you, she said quietly, before a smirk came onto her face. That still doesn't mean you're getting into my knickers, though, Potter. That's all right, Weasley, he smirked back. I'll just wait until we're both in our animagus forms again. See, I said you were a pervert, she laughed. And I never denied it, Harry grinned, opening the entrance to the common room for her to enter. The great hall was packed as nearly every pupil in the school had decided to turn out to watch the duel. The hall had been greatly modified, and now featured a central dueling area with raised seating surrounding it on 3 sides. The 4th side faced the teacher's table and had a podium on which the presiding official, in this case Professor Flitwick, a former dueling champion himself, would stand. Harry peered out around the hem of his hood. Both he and Ginevra had slipped into the room earlier wearing their heavy cloaks to avoid recognition. They had loitered in a dark corner and watched as the room started to fill. It was with some amusement that Harry noted the number of banners supporting their opponents, and the sheer amount of yellow and black that was on display. In contrast, not a single silver and green garment could be seen. A ripple of excitement ran through the crowd as Ernie Macmillan and Hannah Abbott entered the room. A round of applause broke out as they walked to the center of the room, accompanied by their head of house and a grizzled, old man with a wooden leg. Harry snorted in disgust at the sight of him. Look, it appears Amelia Bones did indeed arrange for someone to come and give the Hufflepuffs a bit of extra training, Harry said to Ginevra. Bloody hell, that's Alistair Moody. She gasped. Ah, heard of him, have you? Harry noted grimly. Everybody's heard of him, Harry, but my parents actually know him quite well. He's a big supporter of Dumbledore, and I think he does little jobs for the headmaster, here and there, she explained. Harry, that bloke is bloody good. Do you think this is going to cause us any problems? I shouldn't think so. No matter how good a teacher Moody is, he can only work with what he's given, and I don't think Macmillan or Abbott are up to much. Still, you might want to get your licks in early and make sure that Abbott doesn't have time to try anything fancy, Harry decided. Does that mean you're going to put Macmillan down quickly? She asked, sounding strangely disappointed. Oh, hell, no. I arranged all this to make a statement and that's exactly what I'm going to do. Macmillan's going to be staring at the ceiling of the hospital wing for a month by the time I'm finished with him, he replied passionately. That's more like it, Ginevra practically purred. I thought you were going soft on me for a second. Nah, you always keep me hard, Harry joked, earning him a punch on the arm. Well, we're all here, but it seems like our challengers are not, Professor Sprout called out. Perhaps they came to their senses, or thought twice about facing my Hufflepuffs. A roar of laughter greeted the squat professor's words. Harry could barely keep the smile off his face. Ready to make a grand entrance? He asked his red-haired friend. Always, she smirked. They started to walk from their secluded corner of the hall and towards the dueling area, their cloaks still drawn around them and their hoods hiding their faces. Several people noticed their approach and the crowd started murmuring. Once he reached a spot a few yards from the Hufflepuffs, Harry stopped and pushed off his cloak. Ginevra duplicated his actions and let the heavy garment fall at her feet. A gasp sounded from the assembled pupils and not a few murmurs of appreciation from girls and boys alike. Pretty outfits, Potter, but they won't help you in the ring, Moody growled. Why is Miss Weasley wearing the insignia of the House of Potter? Sprout demanded, starting at the outfits in shock. Really, Professor, do you know nothing of the rules of dueling? Miss Weasley is my nominated second and, as such, she is representing my house today. Isn't that correct, Professor Flitwick? Harry asked mildly. The small professor nodded enthusiastically. Quite right, Mr. Potter. Under these conditions, Miss Weasley is temporarily a member of the House of Potter and, as such, will enjoy all the privileges and legal protections of an ancient house. Harry smiled gratefully at the small man. He wondered if Ginevra had grasped the implications of wearing the Potter crest on her chest today, but he suspected that she did. No matter what happened in the ring later on, she would be legally protected from any repercussions short of her casting an unforgivable. He most certainly didn't want an enraged Abbott family trying to sue her if their darling little Hannah got broken. Interestingly, Abbott seemed to be rather distracted by the tight dueling outfit that he was wearing. It was rather form-fitting, and the blonde Hufflepuff's eyes hadn't moved from Harry's groin area since he'd removed his cloak. Perhaps Ginevra had been right about distracting her. Macmillan also seemed to be staring at Ginevra intently, much to the redhead's evident amusement. She just put her hand on her hip and shot the boy a challenging stare. Everyone, can I have your attention, please? Flitwick shouted. We are gathered today to witness a formal duel between four combatants, to settle the matter of an alleged slur on an ancient house. A challenge has been issued by Harry Potter against Ernie Macmillan and Hannah Abbott, in connection with comments made on the 18th of November of this year. An apology was offered by Mr. Macmillan, but not accepted. Boos rang round the hall at this comment. As a result of this, Mr. Potter will duel Mr. Macmillan, using standard rules of dueling, for this matter to be decided. Mr. Potter has nominated his second, Miss Ginevra Weasley, to duel with Miss Abbott. The first duel will be Mr. Potter versus Mr. Macmillan, so can I ask everyone else to leave the dueling ring? Shouts of encouragement sounded from all three sides of the arena, all of them in support of Macmillan. Although Harry could see most of his housemates dotted about the place, none of them felt the need to offer him any support, he noted. Not that he cared, of course. By this point, the ring had cleared, leaving just him and Macmillan facing each other. Flitwick scrambled over to his observation position and waved his wand once. Gentlemen, shield spells are now in place protecting the spectators. The duel will only finish when one of you has declared a clear wish to surrender and it has been accepted by his opponent, or one of you is physically incapable of continuing. No physical contact is permitted between the two of you, and only the wands in your hands are permitted to be used. If you lose your wand, then your opponent will automatically be declared the winner. All spells are permitted to be used, apart from the 3 unforgivables, naturally. I want to see a good, clean fight, and for the pair of you to uphold the honor of this school. Are you both ready? I'm ready, Macmillan called out in a determined voice. Oh, yes, Harry declared, an eager expression on his face. Then you will start dueling from a countdown of 3, Flitwick yelled. 3, 2, 1, begin. Harry dived forward into a roll, letting Macmillan's stunner pass harmlessly over his head. With lightning speed, Harry untucked himself and adopted a kneeling position. He loosed a severing charm at the Hufflepuff, which caught the boy on the right thigh. Macmillan screamed in pain and pressed his hand to the bleeding wound. First blood to me, Macmillan, Harry taunted as he rose to his feet. You really need to be quicker on your feet, you know. Petrificus totalis, expelliarmus, impedimenta, Macmillan shouted, throwing 3 spells at Harry in quick succession. Protega, Harry cast almost lazily before throwing another severing charm at his opponent. This time, he hit Macmillan on the left arm, ripping his school uniform open and sending a shower of blood spurting onto the floor of the ring. Oh dear, Macmillan, it looks like that barmy, old ex-or didn't train you very well. Perhaps Bones should have sent someone who was actually relatively sane. Instead, Harry called out mockingly. Ready to give up? No, you bastard. Defindo, Macmillan yelled, sending his own severing charm back at Harry. With an arrogant sidestep, Harry just let the spell sail past him. His return fire caught the Hufflepuff on the left hip, causing the boy to fall to the floor clutching his wound. Wait, I surrender, Macmillan gasped. Mr. Potter wins, Flitwick called. We can not accept it, Harry roared. Macmillan looked up at Harry with fear in his eyes. The spectators started to boo and throw insults in Harry's direction, but he ignored them. Macmillan, you've slighted the honor of House Potter with your deceitful and insulting remarks. The fact that you only offered to apologize once I challenged you to a duel suggests you were a coward, something that your pathetic conduct in this ring seems to prove, Harry yelled, silencing the crowd. You think that a couple of minor cuts satisfies me. You're a fool if you think that. A cowardly, craven fool. Get on your feet and face me like a man, not some sniveling little wimp. Gritting his teeth in pain, Macmillan climbed to his feet, only to be hit again, this time on his left shoulder. The boy cried out, and desperately tried to aim his wand at Harry, but to no avail. Harry didn't even bother to move anymore. He stood where he was and systematically cut the Hufflepuff to pieces. The boy's school robes were by now in tatters, and he was bleeding from a dozen wounds. Harry couldn't believe the boy's stupidity. All he had to do was drop his wand and the duel would be over, but Macmillan still clutched it desperately in his hand, like his life depended on it. Deciding he'd made his statement, Harry levitated the hapless Hufflepuff into the air, and threw him hard towards the edge of the ring. The pupils in his flight path scrambled to get out of the way, obviously forgetting that there were protective charms in place. Macmillan slammed into the invisible wall and then fell to the floor, unconscious. Mercifully, his wand dropped from his limp fingers and rolled away. Stop, Flitwick yelled rather unnecessarily, as Harry was already putting his wand away. Potter wins. The shield spell has been removed. Madam Pomfrey, can you please see to Mr. Macmillan? The nurse scrambled into the ring and immediately began casting healing spells on the inert boy. You bastard! A female voice rang out and Harry turned to see Susan Bones on her feet, glaring at him. Ernie surrendered. You didn't have to do that to him. But I did, Miss Bones, Harry replied loudly so the entire room could hear. Macmillan slandered my honor, and then thought he could escape punishment by offering a half-hearted apology. He then assumed that casting a few pathetic spells before throwing in the towel would get him out of the duel. Well, it didn't. That fool got exactly what he deserved, and I hope whenever he looks at the scars on his body, he'll remember what happens to people who spread lies. You might do well to remember that, too. What the hell does that mean? Bones yelled angrily. It means that if I catch anyone else insulting me or my house, or spreading lies and innuendo about me, I won't hesitate to call them out. What do you say, Miss Bones? Do you fancy facing me in the dueling ring? He challenged her. Bones paled noticeably. I thought not, Harry sneered. Just remember, I could have been a lot harder on Macmillan if I wanted to. None of his injuries will cause him any permanent disabilities, I believe. Next time, I may not be so generous. The room was silent as the assembled pupils looked at him in horror. Harry just turned and walked back towards the teacher's table. He noticed Dumbledore and McGonagall both glaring at him in disapproval, but he ignored them. Instead, he walked up to Ginevra, who was standing nearby with an appreciative smile on her face. He reached out and took her hand, beeping the back of it. Your turn, my dear, he announced, with an evil smile on his lips. Yes, and I'm looking forward to it, she smirked, before sashaying towards the dueling ring. By now, they had levitated Macmillan onto a stretcher and he was being taken off to the hospital wing. Hannah Abbott stood close by, fear evident on her face. This stupidity has gone on long enough. Professor Sprout yelled suddenly, striding forward. Miss Weasley, Hannah is fully prepared to issue you a full and frank apology for her unfortunate words. I suggest you accept that apology immediately and we can end this madness. Ginevra looked at the stout little professor with an expression of distaste. Not acceptable, she said coldly. That little bitch called me a whore in front of half the school, not to mention spreading numerous lies about Harry and me. No, Professor, she and I are going to duel, and you shouting about it isn't going to stop that. I warn you, Miss Weasley, you will regret this, Sprout began angrily. Professor, did I hear you threaten a pupil? Harry interrupted loudly. That's a sacking offense, I believe. What? I never, the woman spluttered. It sounded like a threat to me. Perhaps I should raise the matter with the school board. Harry persisted. I didn't threaten Weasley, Sprout shouted. Stop putting words in my mouth, you cocky little bastard. Professor Sprout, Dumbledore roared from the top table. Control yourself, immediately. How dare you talk to a pupil in that manner? Oh, Sprout said looking mortified. It just slipped out. I apologize profusely. The small witch turned and practically ran from the room. Harry could barely believe that the professor had lost it like that, but was immensely pleased she had. If Sprout caused any trouble in future, he could hang this incident over her head. Can we clear the dueling area, please? Called out Professor Flitwick. It's time for the second duel to begin. Have fun, Harry told Ginevra as he walked away. She just winked at him. Harry went and stood near the teacher's table, from where he had a good view of the dueling ring. He could see Moody whispering into Abbott's ear, no doubt giving the girl some last-minute instructions. Frankly, the best thing the old Auror could do was tell Abbott to throw her wand away as soon as the duel began, but he doubted that would happen. As soon as Moody returned to his seat, Flitwick cast the protective charms around the ring, and began the count to start the duel. Abbott was already holding her wand out in front of her shakily, while Ginevra held hers casually by her side. As Flitwick reached 3, Abbott instantly cast a shield charm to defend herself. Ginevra's first blasting charm blew the shield away like it was tissue paper, while her second threw the blonde Hufflepuff off her feet and into a crumpled heap. Abbott's wand had been caught in the blast and had shattered into pieces in the process. Stop, Flitwick yelled. Miss Weasley wins. Poppy, you're needed. Harry walked casually over to a grinning Ginevra. That was a bit quick, he noted. Yeah, well, it's nearly lunchtime and I'm getting hungry, she replied cheekily. When aren't you hungry? Harry laughed. I swear you could eat. Ginny, how could you? An angry voice interrupted. Harry groaned as he saw Ginny's brother Ronald and his bushy-haired girlfriend stomping towards them. It seemed like everyone wanted to have their say today. Oh, don't start, Ronald, Ginevra groaned wearily. I'm not in the mood to put up with your bullshit. Didn't you hear? You broke poor Hannah's arm in 3 places, the bushy-haired girl shrieked. Only 3. Damn, I was hoping for 4, at least, Ginevra smirked. How can you be so bloody mean? Ronald shouted. Hannah's a really nice person. She didn't do anything to deserve that. She called me a whore, Ronald, Ginevra said coldly. I don't take that kind of shit from anyone, especially not some gossiping Hufflepuff cow. Those gits have been spewing dirt on Harry and me for months. Maybe now they'll learn to keep their mouths shut. All this because of some tittle-tattle. The girl demanded. Ernie is scarred for life and it will be weeks before Hannah can use her arm again properly, just because they called you some unpleasant names. I think you need to get your priorities sorted out. And I think you need to keep your nose out of our business, Harry interrupted, annoyed by the girl's presumptuous attitude. I've already had enough lies told about me in the press, and I'm damned if I'm going to allow any more such rubbish to be spread here. You may think that we were unnecessarily harsh on those 2 idiots, but, I tell you, people will think twice now before they start spreading any more uninformed hogwash about me or Ginevra now. Yeah, wind your neck in, Hermione, Ginevra growled. You're a bloody hypocrite, anyway. You're always preaching about honest and justice, but you happily stood back and let those bastards spread lies about us. What's the matter? Doesn't your code of conduct include us because we're Slytherins? No, I just wasn't certain that what was being said about you wasn't true. The girl snapped. Bloody watch it, Granger, Ginevra snarled back. I may just consider that a personal insult and call you out into the dueling ring, and we both know how that would end. Shut your mouth, Ginny, and leave her alone. Ronald yelled. Your little friend needs to mind her P's and Q's, Harry said in a cold voice. Both Ginevra and I have just got warmed up, and it wouldn't take too much effort to arrange another couple of duels. I don't know what's happened to you, Ginny, Ronald spat, ignoring Harry. You used to be a lovely little girl. Ever since you became a bloody snake, you've turned into a right bitch. Well, I've had enough. I disown you. You're not my sister anymore. Bloody Potter there can have you, for all I care. I'm not yours to give away, Ronald, Ginevra shouted back, and, for your information, you haven't been my brother since I started at Hogwarts. Just because I was sorted into Slytherin, you've turned your back on me. What did I do that was so wrong, Ron? I was still the same person, no matter what house I was in, but you treated me like I was a bloody Death Eater, or something. Well, screw you, I don't need or want you anymore. The same goes for Fred, George and Percy, you're all a bunch of stuck-up idiots too stupid to see past your own prejudices. As for you, Granger, you can go stick your head up your ass. Oh, and next time I catch you in a compromising position with my brother I won't be covering up for you. Got it? Granger flushed red and, with an angry flick of her untamed hair, marched off. Ronald paused long enough to shoot them both an angry glare, before he followed his girlfriend. What was all that about covering up for them? Harry asked interestedly. Oh, Hermione often comes and stays at the Burrow during the summer holidays, and I get stuck sharing my bedroom with her. Last summer, I walked in to find her and Ronald on my bloody bed, with his hand up her skirt. Ick, I had to change my bedding after that, she beeped. Well, she acts like she has a stick up her ass, so I'm not surprised to learn she's has a finger up her. Harry, Ginevra protested, I do not want to think about her and Ronald in that manner, thank you very much. Harry just sniggered. Merlin, you are a dirty-minded git, aren't you? She laughed. Guilty as charged, he smirked. By the way, have I mentioned how bloody you looked while dueling Abbott? That outfit really suits you. You don't look too bad in yours, either, she purred. It's very form-fitting, in all the right places. You know, we could go and find a nice quiet place and help each other out of these outfits, he suggested. Down boy, she smiled, tapping him sharply on the nose. I can manage to take this off without your help, thank you. Yeah, but just imagine how much more fun it would be, he pointed out. Not today, Potter, she laughed. Harry pulled a disappointed face, secretly pleased she hadn't said anything about tomorrow. The next few days were comparatively peaceful, mainly as most of the pupils at Hogwarts were avoiding Harry and Ginevra like a case of the dragon pox. Many times, Harry had to restrain himself from frightening first and second years by yelling, "Boo," at them as they hurried past him in the corridors. Filch would probably get angry if he made the little bleeders wet themselves, he reasoned. He and Ginevra did have some fun harassing Susan Bones, however, making a point of being in the same place as she was whenever possible, and always engaging her in polite conversation. The young witch was obviously extremely uncomfortable around them, but didn't dare say anything. Ginevra, of course, took every opportunity to slip in unflattering comments about the Hufflepuff girl when they spoke. Miss Weasley definitely had an evil streak in her. It was a few days before the school was about to break up for the Christmas holidays when Ginevra received a letter from home. They had been happily sitting eating breakfast in the Great Hall when a raggedy gray owl suddenly crash-landed in front of them, sending Ginevra's bowl of porridge flying, and shedding feathers into a platter of fried eggs. Ginevra beeped at the sight of the bird. Oh, bollocks, that's Errol, our family owl. I guess that means I've got another loving missive from Mother. I wonder why she's bothered to write now. I'll be home in a couple of days, she mused. One way to find out, Harry said, fishing the unconscious bird out of a dish of baked beans and holding it so Ginevra could untie the letter attached to its leg. She took the letter and began to read it unenthusiastically. A few moments later, she groaned again. "It seems my darling brother has been telling tales," she said with a frown. "Mother's written saying how disappointed she is that I haven't told her that I have a boyfriend now, and insisting that you come to dinner on Boxing Day." "Really? So, bearing in mind I'm now official your boyfriend, does that mean my life is about to radically improve?" he asked innocently. Ginevra glared at him. "Why does it need to be improved? I'm sure that you and your right fist are very happy together," she growled. "Bloody hell, why does my family always do this to me?" "You know, we could have a bit of fun with this," Harry speculated. "Trust me, Harry, you really don't want to meet any more of my family. All my brothers will be home this year, which probably means that this is all a setup so they can get together and intimidate you," she groused. "When have I ever been intimidated by anyone?" Harry pointed out. "Besides, I'd be quite up for a rematch with your twin brothers. No doubt they would be looking to play some pranks on me, wouldn't they? I'm pretty sure we could turn the tables on them." "Yeah, we could," Ginevra smirked. "I'm sure Bill and Charlie would try and play the protective older brothers. We could probably make them regret that, too, if we put our heads together. I doubt Ronald will be much of a challenge, and Percy will just sit there looking down his nose at you." "What about your parents?" Harry asked, warming to the idea. "I have an idea how to play that," Ginevra smiled. "So, fancy coming to my house for dinner, boyfriend?" "I'd love to, my sweet, I'd simply love to," he grinned back. Harry was in quite a cheerful mood as he stepped into the flow. Professor Dumbledore had given him permission to use the one in his office, and had seemed delighted when Harry had told him of the dinner invite he had received from the Weasleys. That instantly made Harry suspicious, but he decided not to worry about it too much. He was determined to enjoy the day. It was 3 p.m. sharp, and he was carefully to be exactingly punctual. He was dressed in his finest clothes, including an elegant plum-colored shirt with a black and gold embroidered waistcoat over it, black trousers with a crease so sharp in them that you could cut yourself, and expensive black boots. A regal gray jacket completed the outfit, with a single gold ring bearing the Potter insignia providing the only accompaniment. "Dress to impress," that was his motto. He arrived at his destination in a flash of green fire, and stepped out into what appeared to be a cottage kitchen. Waiting to greet him was Ginevra dressed in a simple, but very attractive, blue dress. Gathered around a large wooden table was an assortment of redheads, with a blonde and a brunette thrown in for a bit of variety. Most of the people there he knew, and the others he could probably guess their identity from Ginevra's descriptions. "Harry, you made it, my sweet," Ginevra purred, her eyelashes lowered in a seductive manner and her body language submissive. Harry knew her behavior was all pre-arranged, but he found it very appealing, nonetheless. "Nothing could have kept me away, my darling," Harry declared and rushed forward to grab her hand. He then placed a soft, intimate beep on the back of it, and stared into her eyes in a loving manner. "Ahem," coughed a voice and Harry casually looked up to see a tall, balding man glaring at him. "Oh, I quite forgot, some introductions are in order," Ginevra cried, taking Harry's hand and leading him forward. "Mother, Father, may I present Harry Potter, head of the ancient house of Potter, vanquisher of the Dark Lord at only 15 months old, and sworn enemy of the Death Eaters. Harry, this is Arthur and Molly, my parents. Delighted to meet you, sir," Harry cried in delight and grabbed Arthur's hand which he shook enthusiastically. "Ginevra has told me so much about her family that I feel I know you all already. Thank you so much for inviting me into your home." Harry suspected he was laying it on a bit thick, but the bemused expression of the man whose hand he was still shaking suggested he was succeeding in throwing everyone off guard. Certainly, a quick glance towards the kitchen table revealed Ronald and the twins gawping at him in surprise. "Ah, Mrs. Weasley, or may I call you Molly?" Harry said, letting go of Mr. Weasley's hand and grabbing his wife's instead. "Now I can see where Ginevra got her beauty from. Oh, my, welcome to our home, Mr. Potter." "Do please call me Molly," the woman said in a flustered manner, as Harry beeped the back of her hand just as he'd beeped her daughter's. It would be an honor, Harry replied, giving her his most charming smile. I can't say how grateful I am to be invited to your lovely home. As you may know, I lost my parents at an early age, and all the rest of my family sometime later, so Christmas can be rather a lonely time for me. You poor thing, Molly said sympathetically. Do you really have no family left, at all? Sadly, no. My aunt, uncle and cousin were all I had left, and they died in a tragic fire when I was 10. A kindly family took me in and cared for me, but they were killed during the Death Eater raid on Godric's Hollow last spring. I've been alone ever since, Harry explained sadly. That was partly why I decided to attend Hogwarts this year, you know, just for the company. It was a marvelous decision because it meant I met your wonderful daughter. A snort of derision came from the table, which caused Molly's head to snap round to glare in that direction. Well, I'm glad Ginny's been a good friend to you, Mr. Potter, Harry, Mr. Weasley began. Oh, how forgetful of me. A courteous guest never comes empty-handed, so I took the liberty of bringing something for the table, Harry interrupted and reached into the small bag he had brought with him, which just so happened to have an undetectable extension charm on it. I hope you like elven wine. I've brought a couple of bottles of rather good vintage, 38 to be exact, although I prefer the 27, to honest. I wasn't sure of everyone's tastes, so I brought a couple of bottles of Muggle champagne, too. Why, thank you, Harry, Mr. Weasley said in amazement as Harry thrust the bottles into his arms. Think nothing of it, he replied graciously before turning to Molly. And for you, dear lady, may I present these small tokens of thanks? Harry pulled out a rather large bunch of red roses and an even larger box of quality chocolates, which he handed to the shocked woman. They're beautiful, Molly gushed, sniffing the flowers. Oh, and these chocolates must have cost a fortune. Harry, you shouldn't have. Nonsense, these worthless gifts mean nothing compared to the generosity you displayed in inviting me to sit at your table. Ginevra has told me all about your wondrous cooking, and I can't wait to sample it, and enjoy the hospitality of your fine home, he told the matronly woman. Harry could almost imagine Ginevra sniggering at his performance behind him, but he had a little surprise for her, too. He turned to face her, and she did indeed have a large grin on her face, which he intended to remove immediately. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.